Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Just from that alone, Wei Tu could never marry Lu Yun. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Why get so angry? Lu Yun pouted. She had been startled by the cold aura Wei Tu released when he rejected her outright. After sending Wei Tu out, Lu Yun watched his departing figure and maliciously muttered to herself. Could it be that Wei is impotent? He's been single for so long and never once sought out a woman to vent his frustrations. She had full confidence in her appearance. A few days later, Lu Yun moved away. The next day, upon hearing the news, Tong Pei Pei completed her lease papers and moved into Yonge Street Courtyard, becoming Wei Tu's new neighbor. On the surface, Wei Tu still kept a cold face, as if he still held a grudge over Tong Pei Pei's little schemes against him years ago. But deep down, he actually welcomed her presence. Compared to the noisy quarrels of Alchemist Wang and Lu Yun, compared to Yuchi Yu's silent but deadly probing, his little business rivalry with Tong Pei Pei was truly nothing worth mentioning. Yesterday, the law enforcement team convicted Gong Shulan for Alchemist Wang's death. According to the coroner's autopsy, Alchemist Wang did not die from exhaustion, but Gong Shulan still bears undeniable responsibility. Gong Shulan claims Alchemist Wang's injuries were caused by Zhao Qingluo. At Yonge Street Courtyard, Tong Pei Pei and Hu Yao sat at the old stone table where Wei Tu and Immortal Master were used to sit, discussing the recent trial in Danqiu Mountain. Zhao Qingluo is such an important figure. How could she be involved with Alchemist Wang? Tong Pei Pei was skeptical. Hu Yao pondered for a moment before glancing toward Wei Tu's room. According to Gong Shulan's testimony, it has something to do with fellow Taoist Wei. She then explained further. Qisong Jia clan and Qiyue Zhao clan have been at war. A few days ago, Zhao Qingluo came to Danqiu Mountain to purchase talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. Now, Wei Tu has been caught in the middle. It won't be long before the law enforcement team comes to question him. Hu Yao's tone was solemn. Wei Tu closed his windows and doors, muffling the sound of Hu Yao and Tong Pei Pei's conversation outside. She's warning me to prepare myself before I get questioned. Wei Tu thought to himself. He sighed. A few years ago, because he intentionally distanced himself from Hu Yao, she had stopped visiting him altogether. Even today, she hadn't come to warn him directly. Instead, she had deliberately spoken about it with Tong Pei Pei, knowing that he would overhear. Hu Yao is a good person. Wei Tu mentally gave her a good person card. But even though he appreciated it, he didn't plan to mend his relationship with Hu Yao. It wasn't that he disliked her. Rather, he was avoiding unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to draw the attention of Hu Yao's financial backers. The spirit stones I just earned will have to be used to smooth things over. Wei Tu lifted a floorboard under his bed and stared at the pile of over 130 spirit stones neatly stacked inside. He hesitated, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. These spirit stones were the result of 4 years of talisman making, including the 20 spirit stones Zhao Qingluo paid as a deposit. After sighing a few times, Wei Tu took out 10 or so spirit stones, stowed them away, and headed straight for the law enforcement team to make his move before they summoned him. By evening, Wei Tu returned. His spirit stones were mostly gone, and his clothes reeked of alcohol. He drew a bucket of well water, washed his face, cleared his mind, and continued drawing talismans. However, after drawing for a while, he felt an increasing frustration in his chest. So he opened his old grudge book, turned to the page with Tong Pei Pei's name, and added 2 more words, Gungwen. Even though he hadn't yet confirmed if Gungwen was truly responsible, it didn't matter. He would hold that grudge anyway. They say villains never live long. Gungwen is just a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, a mere mid-grade, first-rank alchemist. He won't be jumping around for much longer. Wei Tu smirked coldly. People who walk too close to the edge eventually fall. He wasn't the only one who had noticed Gung when suspicious activities. There were definitely others in Danxiu Mountain Market, waiting for the right moment to strike. Time to cultivate. Wei Tu took a deep breath, set down his brush, and focused his mind. He sat cross-legged, holding 2 spirit stones, and slowly absorbed their spiritual energy. Then, something changed. The geomagnetic wood spirit seed. It's different. After half an hour of cultivation, Wei Tu suddenly opened his eyes in shock. His dantian felt strange. He immediately directed his senses inward, observing the tiny spirit seed within him. The yellow bean-sized seed. With each breath he took, a faint gray light began to glow around it. Could it be? Wei Tu's heart pounded as he recalled a passage from the Lesser Spring in Autumn Art, describing the transformation of geomagnetic wood. According to the technique, once he broke through to the foundation establishment realm, the geomagnetic wood spirit seed would generate geomagnetic yuan light. This yuan light contained geomagnetic force, capable not only of controlling objects like a cultivator's divine sense, but also of restraining metal-based artifacts. If the geomagnetic yuan light became strong enough, it could even suppress other elemental spirit objects. If I can grasp this foundation establishment ability while still in chi refinement, then these 15 years won't have been wasted. Excitement surged through Wei Tu. He steadied his breath, carefully using his divine sense to guide the faint geomagnetic yuan light outside his body. Moments later, a layer of pale gray light coated his fingertips. Wei Tu's gaze sharpened as he looked at a few earth-spike talismans spread out on his table. Rise! He pointed a finger. The pale gray light surged forth, shooting toward the talismans. Under his control, the earth-spike talismans floated into the air and flew straight into his palm. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes and began testing the capabilities of the geomagnetic yuan light. Incredible! Wei Tu was astounded. A chi refinement cultivator's divine sense could normally extend only 3 meters beyond their body. But his geomagnetic yuan light reached a full 9 meters, 3 times the range. More importantly, controlling objects with yuan light felt far more effortless than using divine sense. Wei Tu picked up a brush and paper, recording every observed ability of the geomagnetic yuan light. There's just one problem. There's still too little of it. Right now, his yuan light could only lift about 1.5 kilograms. Anything heavier, it wouldn't budge. Wei Tu sighed. He had hoped to use the geomagnetic yuan light for sustained flight, making him nearly untouchable in battle. With aerial mobility, even a chi refinement 9th layer expert wouldn't be able to catch him. But there's no need to be discouraged. This is just the beginning. Once his spirit seed completed its transformation, true flight might be within reach. Wei Tu observed his geomagnetic wood spirit seed with his divine sense. Every 2 hours, the seed generated a new wisp of geomagnetic yuan light. For now, the amount was tiny, barely the size of sesame seed. But over time, it would accumulate. With this discovery, the frustration he felt toward Gung went completely faded. Wei Tu returned to his quiet routine in Yonge Street Courtyard, alternating between drawing talismans and cultivation. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. This year, as per their agreement, Chiwa Zhao clan came to Yonge Street Courtyard to collect the talismans Wei Tu had crafted. But this time, Zhao Qingluo did not come. Instead, the person leading the Zhao clan delegation was a royal prince named Zhao Quan. After taking the talismans, Zhao Quan left without renewing their contract. Wei Tu suspected that the war between Chiwa Zhao clan and Qisong Jia clan was nearing its conclusion. Or perhaps, the Zhao clan had found a new talisman master and no longer needed him. After deducting the cost of talisman paper and spiritual ink, Wei Tu made a net profit of 117 spirit stones. But the stones didn't last long. Shortly after, he spent 163 spirit stones at Bai Bao Pavilion to purchase a mid-grade, first-rank talisman brush. Wei Tu understood well. To do good work, one must first sharpen their tools. A mid-grade talisman brush would last his entire chi refinement stage and was a better long-term investment than buying a low-grade brush. 2 months later, Fu Zhizhou paid him a visit. But unlike past visits, this time, Fu Zhizhou carried something in his hand, a blood-stained bundle the size of a human head. A thick scent of iron filled the air. Fu Zhizhou sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, looked Wei Tu in the eye, and unwrapped the bundle. Inside, a severed head. Third brother, your revenge is complete. This is Ying Bing's head. Fu Zhizhou's voice was calm, but his eyes flickered with cold satisfaction. That bastard finally got restless and left Danxiu Mountain. I seized the opportunity. He smirked. This was something that had weighed on him for years. After all, the bandit ambush that nearly cost Wei Tu his life had only happened because Fu Zhizhou accidentally revealed their wealth. Had Wei Tu not been lucky enough to survive, Fu Zhizhou would have carried that guilt forever. Wei Tu stared at Ying Bing's decapitated head. He felt relief, but also a sense of unease. Now that Ying Bing is dead, Gungwen will notice. Wei Tu's voice turned serious. We must be cautious. Gungwen will be watching us now. We can't let our guard down. Fu Zhizhou waved a hand, smiling. Third brother, no need to worry. Hellion Xiong broke through to Qi Refinement 8th layer not long ago. With his strength, he can protect both of us. Gungwen, he's just a pill refiner. How can his combat ability compare to us blade-for-hire cultivators? As he spoke, Fu Zhizhou casually revealed his own cultivation level. Qi Refinement 6th layer? Wei Tu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Fu Zhizhou to advance 2 minor realms in just 7 years. Now, Fu Zhizhou was one step ahead of him again. It's all thanks to your talismans, third brother. Without them, how would Hellion Xiong and I dare venture deep into Demon Wolf Mountain? Fu Zhizhou explained with a chuckle. Wei Tu nodded slightly. He had sold talismans to Fu Zhizhou at nearly cost price and gave Hellion Xiong a 30% discount. With talismans as support, the two gained confidence to hunt high-risk beasts and earn huge profits. With such resources, it was natural for their cultivation to progress quickly. Don't worry, third brother. In a few days, Hellion Xiong will move into Yonk Street and live with you. With him around, Gungwen won't dare lay a hand on you. Fu Zhizhou added. Hellion Xiong is moving in. Wei Tu's eyebrow twitched as he caught onto the key point. He wasn't afraid of Gungwen. After all, he had sewn defensive talismans into his robes. Even if Gungwen personally attacked him, it was uncertain if he could even land a hit. So while he appreciated the kind gesture, he didn't think it was necessary. Third brother, you know how Hellion Xiong is. Renting high-end cultivation caves is too expensive for him. And the spiritual energy in the shanty town is too poor. After thinking it over, he decided that Yonk Street was the best place for him. Fu Zhizhou explained. If he thinks it's suitable, that's fine. Wei Tu shook his head but offered a reminder. Currently, the Yonk Street courtyard already housed him and Tong Pei Pei. Adding one more person would reduce the overall benefits. Besides, his relationship with Hellion Xiong wasn't particularly close. The only reason he had even sold talismans to him was because of Fu Zhizhou's connection. Now, Hellion Xiong was moving in, and Wei Tu had a suspicion. Hellion Xiong likely wanted to bypass Fu Zhizhou and deal with him directly. I trust Hellion Xiong's character. Fu Zhizhou smiled faintly. He had known Wei Tu for years and immediately understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Meanwhile, deep within the Danxiu Mountain marketplace, inside an exquisitely furnished cave mansion. What? Ying Bing is dead. A robed elder, seated cross-legged before a pill furnace, furrowed his brows deeply. Hearing Chu Yin's report, he found it hard to believe. Ying Bing was strong. If he used the blood explosion pill refined by Gungwen, he could temporarily match a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. How could someone as powerful as him die so soon after leaving Danxiu Mountain? Does this have anything to do with Wei Tu? Gungwen's expression darkened as he searched his memory. 7 years ago, he had sent Juyin and Ying Bing to assassinate Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou in an attempt to uncover the mystery surrounding them. He suspected their hidden fortune was linked to the remnants of the Gong clan. Gong Shulan had fallen into ruin in the slums. Meanwhile, Fu Zhizhou had suddenly obtained enough spirit stones to purchase an Earth Yuan pill. There was something suspicious about it, but Zhui Yan had failed. And then, with Chu Yin's failed probe, Wei Tu shut himself away and rarely stepped outside. Eventually, Gungwen lost interest and forgot about Wei Tu altogether. Until now. Now that Ing Bing was dead, Wei Tu resurfaced in his mind. It was Fu Zhizhou. Chu Yin's voice remained calm as she presented a transmission talisman. On the blank surface, 3 words appeared. Fu Zhizhou killed him. Fu Zhizhou. Gungwen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He turned to Chu Yin. The moment Fu Zhizhou leaves Danxiu Mountain, have someone eliminate him. Then, his gaze sharpened. As for Wei Tu, that man is far too patient. The last time you tested him, he deliberately concealed his strength. Before he could continue, a knock sounded at the door. Master, a man named Helian Xiong has sent a formal request for an audience. He wishes to discuss something with you. A maid's voice came from outside. Helian Xiong? Gungwen's eyebrows arched slightly. His lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi Refinement 8th Layer Cultivator who just had a breakthrough? Seems like he needs something from me. Probably here to beg for pills. With confidence in his voice, Gungwen ordered the maid. Let him in. Standing to the side, Chu Yin hesitated. She had wanted to warn Gungwen, but after a moment's thought, she chose to remain silent. Shortly after, under the guidance of a maid, a man clad in a white martial robe, with a broad face and a long beard, entered the alchemy room. Seeing Helian Xiong's warrior-like appearance and slightly rugged aura, Gungwen's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of displeasure. However, considering the other party's Qi Refinement 8th Layer Cultivation, he quickly suppressed his dissatisfaction and did not show it on his face. What brings Taoist Helian here to visit me? Are you looking for some pills? Gungwen smiled as he stroked his beard. Most strangers who sought him out were usually there to request elixirs. I'm not here to ask for pills. Helian Xiong shook his head, cutting straight to the point before Gungwen could ask further. I've heard that you and Wei Tu have some unresolved disputes. Wei Tu is an old acquaintance of mine, and I am willing to act as a mediator for both sides. I wonder if Taoist Gung would be willing to settle this matter peacefully. The moment he heard this, Gungwen's smile immediately vanished, and his face darkened. Wei Tu. This familiar name stirred his suppressed irritation, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. With his experience, how could he not understand Helian Xiong's underlying meaning? The man was not just here to negotiate peace. He was issuing a blatant warning. This was a direct threat. Narrowing his eyes, Gungwen cast a glance at Chu Yin beside him, transmitting his thoughts via spiritual voice transmission, asking her to explain Helian Xiong's connection with Wei Tu. Chu Yin swiftly relayed everything she knew about the relationships between Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Helian Xiong. A few breaths later, after digesting the information, Gungwen's mind became clear. He casually waved his feathered fan, chuckled, and said, Taoist Helian, to offend me, a pill master, for the sake of a mere first-rank low-grade talisman master. Is that not a bit unwise? Among the 4 great branches of cultivation, alchemy, artifacts, talismans, and formations, alchemists held a higher status than the other 3. Even among cultivators of the same rank, alchemists were granted more respect by the world. Furthermore, Gungwen was not just a mere alchemist. He was a first-rank mid-grade pill master, whereas Wei Tu was only a first-rank low-grade talisman master. The difference in status between them was clear as day. At this moment, Gungwen firmly believed that Helian Xiong's true reason for visiting his cave dwelling was not to stand up for Wei Tu, but rather to use this as an excuse to extort benefits from him. After all, who in their right mind would offend him, a high-ranking Qi Refinement 9th Layer pill master, just for the sake of a casual acquaintance? Seeing that Helian Xiong remained silent, Gungwen became even more convinced of his assumption. He pretended to hesitate briefly before finally saying, Taoist Helian, if you have any needs, feel free to speak. As long as the price is fair, you may pick any pill you desire from my collection. However, Contrary to his expectations, Helian Xiong did not respond immediately. Instead, the man's brows furrowed slightly, deep in thought. A few moments later, Helian Xiong finally spoke. I have long heard that alchemists are prideful. Today, I see that the rumors are true. His voice was laced with a cold sneer, his words blunt and unrestrained. What do you mean by that, Taoist Helian? Geng Wen's expression darkened further, his tone now carrying a warning. You would do well to remember, disaster often stems from one's own words. His voice grew colder, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Within Danxiu Mountain, thanks to his alchemical skills, his status was second only to the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and a few disciples of the Taishan sect. He was a figure of significant influence. Furthermore, he was the second disciple of second-rank alchemist Shu, and this title alone was enough to make even Foundation Establishment realm cultivators show him respect. Yet, before Gongwen could say more, Helian Xiong let out a cold snort. Without saying another word, he retrieved a medallion from his robes and slammed it onto the table. On the surface of the medallion were 3 large engraved words, Blade for Hire. In addition to hunting demonic beasts in the Demon Wolf Mountain range, we Blade for Hire cultivators also take on missions from the market. Helian Xiong's lips curled into a faint smile. If I recall correctly, there happens to be a bounty for capturing rogue cultivators within the market. Then, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Taoist Geng, do you truly believe that no one has noticed the things you've been doing in secret? For the sake of Wei Tu alone, he naturally would not go as far as provoking a Qi Refinement 9th Layer Pill Master. After all, offending a Pill Master was easy, but dealing with their connections was another matter altogether. However, if he had solid proof of Gongwen's crimes, then the situation was different. Helian Xiong was certain that Gongwen would choose to swallow his pride and let this matter slide. After all, conflict did not always have to end in bloodshed. Compromise was often the smarter path. Going against him now would come at a price that Gongwen could not afford. Silence hung heavy in the air. Gongwen's expression turned grim. It took him several moments before he finally uttered through gritted teeth, Taoist Helian, it seems you've done your homework. However, Taoist Helian, are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of a mere first-rank low-grade talisman master? Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Gongwen hesitated for a moment before once again attempting to sway Helian Xiong. He truly couldn't understand why Helian Xiong would make such an unwise decision. There was no benefit to be gained from this. Hearing the same argument again, Helian Xiong shook his head and glanced at the aging Gongwen, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Taoist Geng, do you even know how old you are? If you don't, you might as well ask the lady beside you. With that, Helian Xiong didn't linger. He flicked his sleeve and strode out of the alchemy chamber, leaving Gongwen's cave dwelling without another word. Age. Inside the alchemy chamber, Gongwen was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words, but his expression quickly darkened. At this moment, he finally understood why Helian Xiong was willing to protect Wei Tu, even at the risk of offending him. Because he was old. He had no potential left. If he failed to break through soon, then for the remaining 40 years of his life, his rank as a first-rank mid-grade pill master would be permanently sealed. On the other hand, Wei Tu, though currently only a first-rank low-grade talisman master, had plenty of time. In the years to come, he could very well reach first-rank high-grade by the time he was Gongwen's age. Never underestimate the elderly, but never look down on the young and poor. Good, very good. Helian Xiong, you actually dare to trample over me like this. Gongwen was so furious that he burst into laughter. He had always thought of that old saying as nothing more than a meaningless proverb. Yet, to his surprise, it had now come to pass in his own life. Shall I contact Blood Demon Elder to eliminate Helian Xiong? Chu Yin asked softly, stepping forward as she noticed Gongwen's rising anger. The Blood Demon Elder, she mentioned, was a Qi refinement completion expert, renowned for having slain 3 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators at once. Unlike Yin and Bing, however, Blood Demon Elder was not just a hired hand. He and Gung, one had a long-standing cooperative relationship. No need. For now, the priority is still to pressure Gong Shulan and force her to hand over the Foundation establishment spirit item of the Gong family. Gungwon waved his hand dismissively. Hiring Blood Demon Elder to take action came at a steep price, one he wasn't willing to pay just for the sake of personal revenge. Ever since that useless Wong died, she has been struggling to get by. If we push a little harder, she'll have no choice but to give it up. With that Foundation establishment spirit item, I can partner with others to refine Foundation establishment pills. Once I achieve Foundation establishment, I will personally settle this debt. Gungwon's voice was calm and steady. In his mind, he was already picturing himself as a Foundation establishment cultivator, standing triumphantly before Hellion Xiong. After all, Foundation establishment extended one's lifespan by another 200 years. By then, he would regain his youthful appearance and vitality. At that time, who will be the old man? Who will be the promising youth? That would be the real question. Hellion Xiong was not the type to keep his achievements in the dark. After leaving Gung Wen's cave, he immediately went to Yonk Street and told Wei Tu about how he had forced Gung Wen to back down. Wei Tu, I must thank Taoist Hellion for lending me his support this time. If Taoist Hellion ever has any need for talismans in the future, feel free to come to me. Wei Tu spoke hesitantly. Although Fu Zhizhou had warned him in advance that Hellion Xiong would offer him protection, he hadn't expected Hellion Xiong to take such direct action by confronting Gungwon himself. At this moment, he couldn't help but suspect. Was Fu Zhizhou's killing of Ing Bing orchestrated by Hellion Xiong in the shadows? Was it all a setup to make him owe a massive favor? If not for Ing Bing's interference, Gungwon might never have even set his sights on him again. Thinking of this, Wei Tu lowered his head slightly. He decided that as soon as Hellion Xiong left, he would add Hellion Xiong's name to his ledger, so he would always remain wary. Hellion Xiong was not the reckless type. If he had made such a move, it must have been calculated. And if it was a calculated move, yet he hadn't discussed it with Wei Tu beforehand, then it was highly suspicious. He must have an ulterior motive, and likely a significant one. Wei Tu, since you put it that way, I'll be direct. Hellion Xiong grinned. I noticed that your rock shield talismans seem to be stronger than those made by most talisman masters. Do you happen to have any superior rock shield talismans in stock? If not those, any other superior grade talismans will do. I'm willing to buy a few. Superior rock shield talismans? Wei Tu frowned slightly. I do have two, but those are usually reserved for my own protection. However, if it's for you, Taoist Hellion. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before saying, I wouldn't be opposed to letting you have them. I'll pay the full market price. Hellion Xiong's brows twitched, internally confirming his suspicions. 7/10 of the price will suffice. Wei Tu smiled slightly, retrieving two superior rock shield talismans from his sleeve and placing them on the table. Over the past 7 years, his rock shield talisman proficiency had progressed to the great accomplishment stage. In a few more years, he would reach perfection. Thus, although he didn't have many superior grade talismans, he still had about 5 or 6. This was the first time he had ever revealed his true skill in talisman Dao to an outsider. Taoist Wei, you are truly generous. Hellion Xiong grinned and took out a brocade box from his robe, placing it on the table as well. Wei Tu opened the brocade box and saw 4 translucent jade stones with a faint blue hue. Mid-grade spirit stones? Wei Tu was surprised. A single mid-grade spirit stone was worth at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. A superior rock shield talisman was equivalent in effectiveness to a first-rank mid-grade talisman, and they were priced similarly, usually around 20 spirit stones per piece. In other words, even with a 30% discount, selling these 2 superior rock shield talismans to Hellion Xiong should have earned him at most 30 spirit stones. Hellion Xiong had overpaid. The extra spirit stones, just keep them on account, Taoist Wei. In the future, when I buy more talismans, you could deduct the difference then. Hellion Xiong waved his hand, speaking with a generous tone. Hearing this, some of Wei Tu's reservations about Hellion Xiong faded. Helian Xiong might have his own motives, but that would be a problem for the future. As long as I stay cautious, there's no harm in dealing with him now. At least for the time being, their relationship seemed amicable, and Wei Tu didn't feel uncomfortable interacting with him. 2 days later, Helian Xiong officially moved into Yonge Street. To show his welcome, Wei Tu hosted a meal at Jingyun Pavilion, treating both Helian Xiong and Fu Zhizhou to celebrate Helian Xiong's new residence. With this, life returned to normal. Half a year later, Wei Tu stepped out of his room just as Tong Pei emerged from hers, the two of them meeting in the courtyard. Tong Pei was the first to speak. Daoist Wei, I heard that you have some connections with the Chiyue Zhao clan. Would you be willing to introduce me? I'd like to do some business with them as well. Wei Tu was momentarily stunned, wondering if Tong Pei was trying to follow in Alchemist Wang's footsteps, only to end up like him, severely injured by Zhao Qingluo's casual flick of a sleeve. So, out of kindness, he reminded her the Chiyue Zhao clan only purchases first-rank talismans. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tong Pei's expression turned indignant and embarrassed. Daoist Wei, don't look down on me. My talent in Talisman Dao may not be as good as yours, but I became a first-rank talisman master 2 years ago. Wei Tu blinked. I didn't know that. To be fair, he rarely interacted with Tong Pei, and their relationship was little more than nodding acquaintances. Very well. If the Chiyue Zhao clan visits again, I'll let you know. Wei Tu agreed. The Zhao clan always made bulk purchases, so even if Tong Pei joined in, it wouldn't affect his business in the slightest. Hearing Wei Tu's answer, Tong Pei's face lit up with joy. She then said, in a few months, news of the war between the Feng dynasty and the Zheng kingdom will probably reach Danqiu Mountain. Daoist Wei, you'd best start preparing. Stock up on talismans while you still can. There will be high demand for them soon. What? Those two mortal empires are going to war? Wei Tu was shocked. As far as he knew, the two had been at a stalemate for nearly 20 years, never escalating beyond small-scale skirmishes. I heard from some traveling Taoists that the Zheng kingdom's imperial court has been gathering vast amounts of grain in recent months. As the saying goes, troops move after provisions are secured. It's practically guaranteed that these two nations will go to war. Tong Pei said smugly. Daoist Tong, your foresight is truly impressive. Wei Tu praised her. Some could see the fall just by looking at a single leaf. Some can recognize a leopard from just a glimpse of its spots. With the Zheng kingdom hoarding grain, there's little doubt that they're preparing for war. And with two powerful factions clashing, the Chiyue Zhao clan will likely return to Danqiu Mountain for another large-scale purchase of talismans. But why would they suddenly change their battle strategy? Back in his room, Wei Tu frowned. Logically, the two immortal clans should settle their dispute first before deciding the fate of the mortal kingdoms. After all, as long as the Zhao clan and the Qisong Jia clan hadn't determined a winner, any victory or defeat among mortals was meaningless. Could there be some unknown factor influencing their decision? Wei Tu shook his head and stopped overthinking it. Sometimes, things that seemed illogical weren't actually so. It was simply a matter of not having enough information to understand them yet. Tong Pei's prediction turned out to be accurate. 3 months later, once again, Zhao Qingluo, wearing her signature white dress, walked into Yonge Street's courtyard. Superior rock shield talismans? Seeing the superior quality talismans that Wei Tu had laid out, Zhao Qingluo's brows lifted slightly. Her gaze toward him held a trace of appreciation. To be able to produce superior quality talismans at his age, even if they were only first-rank low-grade, was a rare talent in Talisman Dao. What level is your cultivation at now? After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Qingluo looked at Wei Tu and asked bluntly. To see through another cultivator's realm, one's spiritual sense had to be at least an entire major realm above them. With her current level of divine sense, she could only vaguely sense that Wei Tu was at mid-stage qi refinement. Why is she asking about my cultivation? Wei Tu was puzzled, but still answered honestly. Qi refinement 4th layer. Qi refinement 4th layer? Zhao Qingluo's expression changed slightly. Why is your cultivation so terrible? The spirit stones I gave you should have been enough, to raise your realm by at least several levels. She was genuinely shocked. She clearly remembered that even years ago, Wei Tu was already a Qi refinement 4th layer. Years had passed. Yet, Wei Tu's cultivation had barely advanced. I switched cultivation techniques over the past few years while also focusing on Talisman Dao. It set my cultivation progress back a bit. Wei Tu explained helplessly. Under normal circumstances, practicing lesser spring and autumn art would allow a cultivator to fully transition techniques in 3 to 4 years. However, due to his late bloomer destiny, his geomagnetic wood spirit seed had undergone an unexpected transformation, which further delayed his cultivation progress. Based on his estimations, once he fully transformed into a geomagnetic spirit body, his aptitude should rival a mid-grade spirit root. For the sake of future cultivation, Wei Tu was willing to spend these 15 years laying a solid foundation. Rushing forward doesn't mean lasting progress. Building strength over time is the true path to success. What a shame, Zhao Qingluo sighed after hearing his explanation. With your talent in Talisman Dao, you would have been qualified to join the Qiyue Zhao clan as a son-in-law. But your cultivation is far too weak. Her expression remained indifferent, and her gaze toward Wei Tu became noticeably distant, as if she were regretfully observing a missed opportunity. In her mind, a true Talisman Dao genius wouldn't have sacrificed cultivation time to refine their craft. Since Wei Tu wasn't exceptional enough, there was no longer a need to recruit him. Hearing this, Wei Tu was momentarily speechless. So Zhao Qingluo asked about my cultivation because she was considering bringing me into the Zhao clan as a son-in-law. How arrogant and self-important can she get? He couldn't help but scoff internally. For most wandering cultivators, joining a prestigious Immortal family as a son-in-law was indeed an opportunity to rise overnight. But that didn't apply to him, someone who was already a skilled talisman master with a growing reputation. Wei Tu couldn't help but wonder, was Zhao Qingluo so accustomed to being revered that she mistook his cautious politeness for an eagerness to cling to the Zhao clan? Fortunately, after making her disinterested remark, Zhao Qingluo returned to the main purpose of her visit, purchasing talismans. She didn't dwell on the matter further, sparing Wei Tu from prolonged awkwardness. Once their transaction was complete, Wei Tu took the opportunity to introduce Tong Pei as a first-rank talisman master. Someone new. Zhao Qingluo raised a brow in mild surprise. Her last memory of a talisman seller at Yonge Street was from 4 years ago, when alchemist Wang had tried pushing basic grade pills onto her. Hearing this, Wei Tu's thoughts stirred. After some deliberation, he decided to inform Zhao Qingluo that alchemist Wang had died after leaving Yonge Street. Lady Qingluo, I believe someone is trying to frame you for Wang's death. He cupped his hands and spoke with a serious tone. Times had changed. Circumstances were different now. Back then, when Lu Yun had confronted him about Wang's injuries, he had chosen to stay silent. He hadn't even sent a message to Zhao Qingluo afterward. There was only one reason for that. He had no power. Speaking up would have brought him nothing but trouble, or worse, gotten him killed. But now, things were different. First, he had Helian Xiong, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator and a skilled mercenary, backing him up against Go-1. He no longer feared Go-1. Second, his status had changed. He was now on the verge of becoming a first-rank mid-grade talisman master. Otherwise, Zhao Qingluo wouldn't have even considered recruiting him into the Zhao clan. Third, since Zhao Qingluo herself brought up the topic, mentioning it now wouldn't make it seem like he was deliberately trying to implicate the Zhao clan, especially since Gu Wen was already a known enemy. If given a chance to undermine him further, why wouldn't Wei Tu take it? Right after I punished Wang, he suddenly ended up dead? I don't need you to tell me someone is trying to frame me. Zhao Qingluo sneered coldly. She narrowed her eyes at him. It looks like you already know who's behind it. Speak plainly. She glanced at Wei Tu and commanded in an icy voice. Go on. Wei Tu responded gravely. The old man with no hope of reaching foundation establishment. Zhao Qingluo's brow twitched as she recalled Gu Wen's reputation. During her last trip to Danxiu Mountain, she had purchased a batch of pills, artifacts, and talismans. Among the alchemists supplying pills, Gulwen had been one of them. So, she wasn't unfamiliar with his name. I see. Zhao Qingluo's eyes gleamed with cold malice, and she gave a slight nod. While she wouldn't blindly believe Wei Tu's claims, she also doubted he would lie about something like this. After Zhao Qingluo left, Tong Peipei looked visibly worried. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Taoist Wei, Gulwen is still a first-rank mid-grade alchemist with considerable status. Having lived in the same courtyard for 4 years, and now having Wei Tu introduce her to Zhao Qingluo, Tong Peipei had started seeing him as someone worth befriending. Even if they weren't close friends, she at least saw him as a trustworthy ally. Because of that, when she sensed the looming danger, she felt compelled to warn him. Taoist Tong may not know this, but Gulwen and I have been mortal enemies for a long time. Wei Tu carefully chose his words, explaining to Tong Peipei how he and Gulwen had first crossed paths and how their feud had developed over time. You should have told me sooner, Tong Peipei exclaimed in frustration, when she had decided to move into Yonk Street. Part of the reason had been the affordability of the courtyard. But the other reason? She had assumed Wei Tu was someone who avoided unnecessary conflicts. Yet, to her shock, he had already made an enemy of Gulwen before she even moved in. Wei Tu didn't refute Tong Peipei's words, nor did he explain that it was Helian Xiong's impulsive actions that brought his conflict with Gulwen into the open. After all, 4 years ago, his relationship with Tong Peipei wasn't this friendly. There was no reason to warn her in advance. Does Taoist Tong have any higher grade earth or wood attribute talismans? Wei Tu changed the subject. Now that he had the ability to advance to a first-rank mid-grade talisman master, he had no intention of staying at the low rank any longer. I do, but... Hearing this, Tong Peipei's previous frustration vanished, and she grinned mischievously as she glanced at the spirit stone pouch in Wei Tu's hand. Just now, she had watched his transaction with Zhao Qingluo. That pouch contained over 100 spirit stones from Zhao Qingluo. If Taoist Tong's talisman crafting techniques are truly valuable, I won't let you suffer a loss, Wei Tu said seriously. Soon, the negotiation was settled. Tong Peipei sold him a first-rank high-grade wood attribute talisman formula and 3 first-rank mid-grade earth and wood attribute talisman formulas for a total of 89 spirit stones. This time, Tong Peipei didn't try to pull any tricks. Among the mid-grade talismans she sold him, one was a support-type talisman, rather than just offensive or defensive ones. After the transaction was complete, Wei Tu visited the gatehouse to retrieve some letters. At this time every year, Wei Yin and Wei Shun would send him a letter. As usual, Wei Tu opened Wei Yin's letter first. After reading it, his face slowly lit up with a smile. In just 6 years, she managed to craft the basic talisman Water Heart Talisman. Yinner's talent in talisman crafting isn't particularly outstanding, but it's not bad either. Once she becomes a first-rank talisman master, she'll have a chance to reach foundation establishment within her lifetime. Wei Tu felt genuinely relieved. In his opinion, although Wei Yan's talent wasn't extraordinary, she wasn't much weaker than Tong Peipei. And if Tong Peipei continued to cultivate steadily, reaching Qi refinement 9th level before the age of 40 wouldn't be difficult for her. With some luck, if she obtained a foundation establishment pill, she could even become a foundation establishment cultivator. I wonder what Shun wrote about this time. Putting Wei Yan's letter away, Wei Tu glanced at Wei Shun's letter, his expression slightly uneasy. Wei Shun possessed a gold spirit root, making his aptitude slightly better than Wei Yan's waterwood spirit roots. Unfortunately, Wei Shun was a bit reckless and undisciplined. According to Wei Yan, ever since entering Baishur Lake Marketplace, he had frequently mingled with low-level cultivators and flirted with female cultivators in the streets. Wei Tu had previously written letters to admonish him, but Wei Shun hadn't changed his ways. With a sigh, Wei Tu opened the letter. This kid really isn't ordinary. After reading it, Wei Tu couldn't help but be surprised, his impression of Wei Shun completely shifting. According to the letter, Wei Xiong was getting married. He was forming a Taoist partnership. His Tao companion wasn't just any ordinary person. She was Mei Zhen, the daughter of the pavilion master of Baishur Lake Marketplace's 100 Weapons Pavilion. Wei Tu had some vague memories of 100 Weapons Pavilion. Although he didn't know much about it, he was aware that it was one of the oldest artifact shops in Baishur Lake Marketplace. Anyone who could open a shop in a major marketplace was either powerful or well-connected. Take himself, for example. Despite being a first-ranked talisman master, he still couldn't afford to open a talisman shop. All these years, he had only been taking private commissions. Could it be that this kid was deliberately socializing with those low-level cultivators just to get close to the daughter of 100 Weapons Pavilion's master? Wei Tu pondered. A person's nature is evident from an early age. When Wei Xiong first entered the cultivation world, he was already in his 20s. Wei Tu refused to believe that his personality had changed so drastically in just a few years. There was only one explanation. Wei Xiong had deliberately acted that way to seize an opportunity to rise. At that moment, Wei Tu recalled an old letter where Wei Xiong had commented on Li Xingye's political failures. Back then, Wei Xiong had said that Li Xingye's mistake wasn't serving a rebel king. It was failing to act carefully. At the time, Wei Tu had thought Wei Xiong would end up like Li Xingye. But now, his opinion had changed. A son does not necessarily take after his father. Wei Tu sighed in realization. His own approach to life was steady and methodical. He preferred to lay a solid foundation, because even if he didn't rise far, he wouldn't fall hard. But people like Wei Xiong and Li Xingye were different. They were risk-takers. They gambled on opportunities, taking huge risks for the chance to change their fate. Neither path was right or wrong. Both depended on timing and destiny. Without his late bloomer destiny, Wei Tu's current strategy would never have allowed him to reach foundation establishment. He would have simply become another nameless corpse on the path of cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Tu wrote a reply to Wei Xiong. His response contained only one sentence. Treat life like a gamble. Once may bring fortune, but never bet twice. I hope Xiong understands this lesson. Wei Tu shook his head, putting down his brush. He carefully stored both letters in his wooden case. The cultivation world was unlike the mortal world. Life was unpredictable. If his children perished along their path, these letters would at least serve as memories of them. Several days later, Tong Pei Pei relayed a message from Hu Yao, telling Wei Tu that Zhao Qing Luo had gone to Ge Wen's cave residence and caused a huge disturbance. Not only was Ge Wen severely injured, but he was also forced to apologize, compensate with most of his wealth, and agree to refine pills for Chiyue Zhao clan for 10 years without charge to settle the grudge. Even though Ge Wen's master is a second-rank alchemist, the Chiyue Zhao clan is second only to the 3 great sects in Zheng Kingdom. Their clan has golden core cultivators. Tong Pei Pei was full of admiration. In the world of cultivation, there was always someone stronger. For wandering cultivators like them, someone like Ge Wen was already an untouchable figure, someone they wouldn't dare provoke even if they had a grudge. But to Chiyue Zhao clan, Ge Wen was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will. Everyone has their own fate. Daoist Tong was born and raised in Danqiu Mountains, and your family has talisman crafting heritage. That fortune alone already puts you ahead of countless others. There's no need to envy Zhao Qing Luo. Wei Tu consoled her with a smile. Daoist Wei, you make a good point. My fortune is already more than enough. Tong Pei Pei regained her composure and nodded with a laugh. Ge Wen's severe injuries were great news for Wei Tu. In 2 years, it would be time for the 10-year reunion of their cultivation alliance. If Zhao Qing Luo hadn't intervened, leaving Ge Wen seriously wounded, Wei Tu had planned to skip the meeting entirely and hide in Danqiu Mountains. Reunions were important, but staying alive was more important. I hope Chiyue Zhao clan and Qisong Jia clan keep fighting for a long time. A few months later, when he saw Zhao Qing Luo returning to purchase more talismans, Wei Tu couldn't help but think this. Even though mortal wars caused endless suffering and devastation, The reality was that this war was bringing him massive spirit stone profits. Basically, no matter how many first-rank talismans he could craft, Qiyue Zhao clan would buy them all. A single year's earnings equaled 5 years of normal income. Inside the talisman crafting chamber, Wei Tu was carefully drawing a first-rank mid-grade rejuvenation talisman. Suddenly, he felt a shift. His dantian, which had been as calm as still water, surged with power. In the same instant, his spiritual pressure suddenly rose to a higher level. Qi refinement 5th level. The sensation was all too familiar. It was the unique feeling of breaking through a minor realm. Seems like all my years of effort have finally paid off. 10 years of dedicated training. Even though I focused mainly on switching my cultivation method, my spiritual energy has still been growing steadily. Wei Tu pondered. Even though he had switched to practicing lesser spring and autumn art at Qi refinement 4th level, the technique never stated that switching methods would permanently halt his cultivation progress. Now that I've reached Qi refinement 5th level at the age of 60, it looks like I have a solid chance of reaching Qi refinement 9th level before 100. That would give me 20 years to attempt foundation establishment. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. The best age to attempt foundation establishment was before 120 years old, also known as Tu Jiazi age. Once a cultivator surpassed this limit, their chances of breaking through to foundation establishment would plummet, and they would be seen as someone with no hope of ever advancing. For now, I should focus on stabilizing my cultivation. No need to craft more talismans. Leaving his talisman chamber, Wei Tu walked to his secluded cultivation room and entered closed-door meditation. When Wei Tu ended his seclusion, he retrieved a travel permit and left Danxiu Mountains. An hour later, Go Wen's cave residence. Master, Wei Tu has retrieved a travel permit and left Danxiu Mountains today. Outside the cave, Chu Yin knocked on the door and glanced at Go Wen, whose face was pale as he struggled to refine pills to repay his debt to Qiyue Zhao clan. Over the past months, she had seen firsthand how much Go Wen hated Wei Tu. If it weren't for Wei Tu, Helian Xiong and Zhao Qingluo wouldn't have appeared one after another. The former humiliated Go Wen. The latter not only humiliated and injured him, but also took away most of his wealth and forced him into a 10-year debt. Seeing no reaction from Go Wen, Chu Yin hesitated before asking, "Should I hire someone to kill Wei Tu and avenge Master?" Revenge. Against whom? Inside the alchemy chamber, Go Wen lifted his head, his hands pausing from the intricate motions of refining pills. He looked at Chu Yin, his tone displeased. "Do you think I'm so short-sighted that I would blame Zhao Qingluo's actions on Wei Tu?" To Go Wen, Chu Yin's constant mention of Wei Tu felt like an insult, as if she thought he was too afraid to take revenge on Zhao Qingluo, so he was targeting Wei Tu as an outlet instead. Chu Yin's expression stiffened slightly. "Then what does Master intend to do? Killing Wei Tu means nothing to me. What I want is foundation establishment. When I break through, Wei Tu and the others won't matter in the slightest." Go and let out a cold laugh. A true alchemist never let their emotions interfere with their cultivation. He had lived far too long to make such a foolish mistake. "Understood, Master. Then I will take my leave." Chu Yin bowed slightly and turned to leave the alchemy chamber. "Wait." Go and suddenly called her back. "Does Master have another order?" Chu Yin was puzzled. "Go contact Blood Demon Elder." Go and lifted his eyes slightly, then transmitted a spiritual voice transmission to Chu Yin. "This time we're going big. I can't afford to wait any longer." Hearing this, Chu Yin's entire body trembled slightly. Her shoulders shook, clearly frightened by Go Wen's reckless plan. "Master, it would be safer to pursue the Foundation establishment treasure from Gongshulan." She tried to persuade him. However, Go Wen did not reply. "Understood, Master. I will take care of it." Chu Yin bowed and left the alchemy chamber. The 10-year reunion is near. I really envy Sister Hong Ying for being able to join the righteous society. In a small courtyard, 2 young men and a girl in a yellow dress sat together. One of the youths, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Wei Tu, had a thin mustache that made him look like a wandering swordsman. He looked at the tightly closed cultivation chamber, speaking with a hint of envy in his voice. Showen, if you reach Shi refinement mid-level, you can also ask Father to let you join the righteous society. The girl in the yellow dress, with a calm and composed demeanor, glanced at Wei Showen, her lips curling into a soft smile. Sis, I've only been cultivating my spirit body for a few years. I still have a long way to go. Wei Showen grumbled in frustration. Seeing that Wei Showen had stopped complaining, Wei Yin turned her gaze to the young man sitting beside her. Brother Fu, when we reunite in 10 years, if there's an opportunity, I can ask Father to help you find information about your father. Regarding my father, I no longer wish to pursue the matter. Yin, Taoist way, there's no need to mention it anymore. Dressed in martial attire, Fu Lin lightly touched the old scar on his face, his eyes flickering with a trace of somberness as he shook his head. If Taoist Ko has not yet emerged from seclusion, I shall take my leave. Fu Lin cupped his hands in farewell and stood up to leave. Wei Yin and Wei Showen watched without much surprise, offering a few courteous words of farewell before allowing Fu Lin to depart. By now, they were well aware of Fu Lin's solitary nature since entering the cultivation world. Just as Fu Lin reached the entrance of the courtyard, he paused momentarily, casting a brief glance at Wei Yin before shaking his head again and stepping away. The Jade Phoenix hairpin he had given her was nowhere to be seen in her hair. Shortly after Fu Lin's departure, Ko Hongying emerged from her cultivation chamber, settling into the same seat Fu Lin had vacated. Hongying, you can't keep avoiding Brother Fu forever. He keeps seeking you out, but he's not demanding anything from you. Wei Yin tried to reason with her. It was obvious to anyone that Ko Hongying's excuse of cultivation was merely a means to avoid Fu Lin. He's different. Ko Hongying hesitated for a moment before explaining. Fu Lin is far too ruthless towards himself. People like him aren't easy to deal with. Not easy to deal with. Wei Yin was surprised. Exchanging a glance with Wei Showen, she immediately sensed that Ko Hongying's reasoning was just a polite excuse. There was likely another, deeper reason behind her avoidance. Inside the Sky Prosperity Tower, in the Tian character third box, the group gathered once more. Compared to their last meeting, a full decade had passed, and each of them had changed considerably. Ko Yang had grown significantly rounder, now sporting a pot belly. Seated at the table, he looked more like a wealthy landlord than a cultivator with a martial background. Wei Fei, perhaps due to his ennoblement as Yongle Duke, wore a golden coronet and jade belt, his attire mirroring that of secular nobility. Fu Zhizhou's appearance and clothing remained mostly the same, but his aura had grown even more intense, akin to that of a ferocious beast in human form. Wei Tu shifted his gaze toward Ko Hongying, the sole disciple of an immortal sect in their group. After 10 years, Ko Hongying had blossomed into an even more stunning beauty. Her flowing robes exuded an ethereal grace, her demeanor cold and elegant, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Following their usual tradition, they each took turns sharing their current cultivation progress and insights. I'm no longer obsessed with cultivation. My cultivation level is still Qi refinement second level, so I have nothing significant to share. Ko Yang shook his head before looking at Wei Fei, teasingly saying, Second brother, it's your turn to speak now, Lord Wei. He assumed that Wei Fei's cultivation progress was likely as stagnant as his own, still at Qi refinement second level, essentially the Xiantian realm. However, what Wei Fei said next completely shattered Ko Liang's expectations. Wei Fei casually waved his folding fan and said, I recently broken through to Qi refinement fourth level. In terms of cultivation realm, I'm probably still behind third brother and fourth brother, so I don't have much insight to share. The room fell silent. Everyone was shocked. Ko Yang's jaw nearly hit the floor. Although puzzled by Wei Fei's fortuitous encounter, they couldn't help but turn their attention toward Wei Tu, including Ko Hongying. When Ko Hongying first joined Righteous Society, her primary reason was Wei Tu's talent in talisman crafting. Given his ability to generate wealth, She firmly believed that his cultivation must have progressed significantly over the past decade. Qi refinement, 5th level. Wei Tu's response was short and direct. That's a bit low. Hearing his words, Ko Hongying silently remarked to herself. In 10 years, Wei Tu had only advanced by one minor realm. While this speed surpassed that of most cultivators, it seemed rather slow considering his mastery of talismans. Could it be that Uncle Wei spent time switching to lesser spring and autumn art and wasted a few years? A thought suddenly crossed Ko Hongying's mind, easing her doubts. Switching to a new cultivation technique generally required 3 to 4 years. Excluding that time, advancing one realm in 7 years was neither fast nor slow. Wei Tu nodded, confirming that he had indeed switched techniques. Upon hearing this, the others finally understood why his cultivation progress had been relatively modest. Additionally, I can now craft first-rank low-grade refined talismans. Wei Tu continued, revealing his progress in talisman mastery. Since Helian Xiong and Zhaoqing Luo were already aware of his talent, he saw no reason to keep it secret from Ko Liang and the others. Does that mean third brother is on the verge of becoming a first-rank mid-grade talisman master? Ko Liang was stunned. The entire room fell silent. A first-rank mid-grade talisman master held a status equivalent to a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator, or perhaps even higher. I knew it. I wasn't wrong about Uncle Wei. Ko Hongying let out a relieved sigh. Over the years, she had frequently consulted her master, Qin Jinren, regarding Wei Tu and the others' cultivation progress. Eventually, her master grew annoyed. This, in turn, put pressure on her. Now that Wei Tu was on the verge of advancing, she would have a proper explanation for her master. As for me, when his turn arrived, Fu Zhizhou hesitated briefly before revealing. I've broken through to Qi refinement 6th level. Several years ago, I had already reached this level. At the time, I believed that taking a breakthrough pill would help me advance to Qi refinement 7th level. However, I was unable to successfully break through. Fu Zhizhou sighed. Even a breakthrough pill didn't work. Ko Hongying was surprised. After all, the breakthrough pill was specifically designed to help cultivators advance from Qi refinement mid-level to late level. Could it be that Uncle Fu has encountered the rumored bottleneck? She speculated. Qi refinement was divided into 3 phases. Each phase had its own minor bottleneck. If a cultivator had a solid foundation, they could bypass these bottlenecks with ease. But if their foundation was shaky, these bottlenecks could prove fatal to their advancement. Most likely, my excessive use of medicinal pills played a role. Additionally, I once consumed a blood food pellet, a demonic cultivation elixir. Fu Zhizhou nodded, acknowledging Ko Hongying's analysis. Over the years, he had tried various methods to break through. Understanding the root cause of the problem was the first step in overcoming it. Blood food pellet. This was the pill Fu Zhizhou had consumed when he broke through the Xiantian realm years ago. At the time, he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. His knowledge was shallow, and he had no idea that the pill was of demonic origins before ingesting it. If it was only one blood food pellet, then had Uncle Fu spent more time consolidating his foundation during the Qi refinement mid-level, the pill's side effects could have been greatly reduced. Ko Hongying let out a soft sigh. In her eyes, Fu Zhizhou had always been too eager for quick success, whether before reaching Xiantian or after entering the cultivation world. This method of cultivation allowed rapid progress, but it also left hidden dangers. Once reaching a certain bottleneck, one could become stagnant for years. Now, that Fu Zhizhou was stuck at Qi refinement 6th level, unable to break through to 7th level even with a breakthrough pill, it was evident that the roots of the issue lay in his past choices. Every cause has its effect. As this thought crossed her mind, Ko Hongying instinctively glanced at Wei Tu, thinking, Uncle Wei is different. He builds his foundation step by step. After their last gathering, she had even written a letter to suggest a better cultivation method for Fu Zhizhou. But 10 years had passed, and now, upon meeting again, she realized only Wei Tu had followed her advice and switched to lesser spring and autumn art. Two completely different choices. Ko Hongying was certain. Right now, Fu Zhizhou's cultivation level may be higher than Wei Tu's, but in 10 or 20 years, he would fall far behind. After a brief moment of thought, Ko Hongying spoke up with a suggestion. There are herbalists in Mirror Water Pavilion. I can consult them to help Uncle Fu expel the lingering side effects of the blood food pellet. Herbalists were different from alchemists. They specialized in medical properties, focusing on healing, balancing the body's energies, and treating complex ailments in the cultivation world. Issues like pill toxicity due to excessive pill consumption, leading to bottlenecks in cultivation advancement, were among the common ailments they treated. This was a difficult condition that ordinary elixirs could not resolve. The cheapest and most effective solution was to seek a herbalist prescription tailored to the problem. Thank you, Hongying. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders and clasped his hands in gratitude. Finally, among the 5 members of Righteous Society, it was Ko Hongying's turn to share her cultivation progress and insights. With a small smile, she said, "At the beginning of this year, I successfully advanced to Qi Refinement 7th level, surpassing my 3 uncles by a full step." Qi Refinement 7th level? Upon hearing this, even Wei Tu, who had expected Ko Hongying's progress, couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. After all, both he and Fu Zhizhou had reached Qi Refinement 4th level years before Ko Hongying. Even Fu Zhizhou, who had been rushing his cultivation, had barely reached 6th level. Yet Ko Hongying had gone from mid-level to late level in such a short time, crossing 3 small realms. How is this even possible? This is what it means to have a middle-grade spirit root and be a sect disciple. Wei Tu sighed internally. Unlike them, Ko Hongying had no special techniques, no rare encounters. Yet due to her inborn spirit root and sect backing, she was far ahead. Or perhaps, joining Mirror Water Pavilion was her greatest opportunity. An opportunity far greater than anything the rest of them had gained in these 10 years. Congratulations, Hongying. After a brief silence, Wei Tu, Wei Fei, and Fu Zhizhou cupped their hands in congratulations. At that moment, the 3 of them fully realized that bringing Ko Hongying into Righteous Society 10 years ago had been a wise decision. After they finished sharing their insights, Ko Hongying paused for a moment, glanced at the 3 men, then spoke with sincerity. "I have an unreasonable request. It concerns my foundation establishment breakthrough. I wonder if my 3 uncles would be willing to assist me." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the private room fell silent. A moment later, "Hongying, if you need help, just say it directly." Wei Tu broke the silence, taking the initiative to respond. Among the 4 brothers, he was the central figure. It was he who had first agreed to let Ko Hongying join Righteous Society, bringing her into their cultivation alliance. Thus, it was his responsibility to respond first. If there's something, Hongying, just say it outright. No need to hesitate. Wei Fei smiled. He still remembered that when Ko Hongying first joined, she had made a promise. Before requesting help, she would always clarify the risks and rewards and would never take advantage of the 3 men. "Speak freely, Hongying." Fu Zhizhou nodded firmly, agreeing. He still needed Ko Hongying's connections to cure his pill toxicity, so he wouldn't refuse her request at this time. Seeing that all 3 had agreed, Ko Hongying took a deep breath and said, "I've reached Qi Refinement 7th level, and soon I will be facing Foundation establishment. Unlike rogue cultivators, we Mirror Water Pavilion disciples have a more reliable path to obtaining a Foundation establishment pill. We only need to complete sect missions and accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for one. By my own efforts, it would take me 40 years to acquire the Foundation establishment pill. But if my 3 uncles help me, this time could be cut in half." Her voice was calm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wei Tu, Wei Fei, and Fu Zhizhou shifted subtly. For an average cultivator, planning for Foundation establishment at Qi Refinement 7th level was nothing short of wishful thinking. But for Ko Hongying, a sect disciple, it was merely a case of preparing ahead of time. if things progressed as expected. In 20 years, Ko Hongying would either be on the verge of reaching qi refinement perfection or would have only just broken through. At that point, beginning preparations for foundation establishment meant that, if successful, she would waste no time at all in her cultivation journey. This way, once she became a foundation establishment cultivator, her potential would greatly increase, putting her ahead of her peers. But the problem was, helping her would inevitably impact their own cultivation progress. 20 years. This was no small amount of time. Even if their role was minimal, spending 20 years assisting her would turn this small favor into a major sacrifice. Once I reach foundation establishment, I will also assist my 3 uncles in their own foundation establishment endeavors. Ko Hongying solemnly promised. Hearing this, the 3 men felt slightly relieved. If Ko Hongying could keep her word, then in 20 years, having a sect-affiliated foundation establishment cultivator aiding them would greatly reduce their own difficulties in breaking through. That much was certain. Ko Hongying, since you brought up sect missions, that means you've already selected the tasks from Mirror Water Pavilion. Show them to us first. After reviewing them, we'll decide whether or not to agree. Wei Tu's voice was calm but firm. 20 years was roughly 1/10 of his lifespan. At 60 years old, he had 60 more years until he reached the 2-cycle limit for attempting foundation establishment. These next 20 years were far more precious than an ordinary 20 years. If the sect missions were too demanding, he would have no choice but to refuse. Cultivation alliances were formed for mutual survival, not for one person to exploit the others. Cooperation had to be mutually beneficial. This was clearly stated in their alliance agreement. Please review them, uncles. Ko Hongying did not hesitate. She immediately took out 3 jade slips from her sleeve and handed them to the 3 men. Wei Tu accepted the jade slip and scanned its contents. His expression softened slightly, and he gave a subtle nod. Inside the jade slip, Ko Hongying had listed more than a dozen missions, but she had only assigned 2 to Wei Tu, and both tasks were the same. They required him to draw talismans. The first task, 100 Qi Refinement, first-level low-grade Earthquake Talismans. The second task, 50 Qi Refinement, first-level mid-grade Illusion Wood Talismans. If Uncle Wei agrees to take on these missions, I am willing to gift him the talisman crafting techniques for both. Seeing that Wei Tu seemed interested, Ko Hongying quickly added this extra incentive. This matter, Wei Tu fell in a deep thought and did not immediately agree. 100 low-grade talismans and 50 mid-grade talismans had a combined market value of at least 1,500 spirit stones. Even considering only material costs, excluding labor, he would have to invest at least 400 to 500 spirit stones. In other words, for the sake of Ko Hongying's foundation establishment, he would be donating 400 to 500 spirit stones and sacrificing several years of cultivation time. Even though Wei Tu considered himself loyal and reliable, such a huge sacrifice still made him hesitate. I refuse. At this moment, Wei Fei was the first to speak. He placed the jade slip on the table, crossed his arms, and spoke bluntly. I'm here for freedom. If it's a minor task, I don't mind helping. But something that takes this much time, I won't do it. Unlike Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, Wei Fei had no hopes of reaching foundation establishment. To him, Ko Hongying's promise was empty words, completely useless. If Uncle Wei Fei is unwilling, I won't insist. Ko Hongying smiled politely and withdrew his jade slip without any sign of disappointment. It seemed she had anticipated his refusal. What about you, third brother? After Wei Fei rejected the offer, Fu Zhizhou turned to Wei Tu for his opinion. Unlike Wei Fei, Fu Zhizhou needed Mirror Water Pavilion's herbalist to heal his pill toxicity. This meant he couldn't afford to reject Ko Hongying outright. Nearby, Ko Yang also looked nervous. He understood that in Ko Hongying's jade slips, the most difficult missions had been assigned to Wei Tu. If Wei Tu refused, Ko Hongying's entire plan would collapse. Moreover, if Wei Tu refused, then Fu Zhizhou, who was still undecided, would likely follow Wei Tu's lead and also decline. If that happened, Ko Hongying would be left completely on her own. She would have no choice but to take the ordinary route for foundation establishment, progressing at the same slow pace as any other sect disciple. If I am to agree, I will need one condition from Ko Hongying. After a long pause, Wei Tu finally spoke solemnly. The cultivation world was different from the mortal realm. Cultivators were naturally selfish. Moreover, Ko Hongying was not Ko Yang. His trust in her was limited. Helping her was one thing, but what if she refused to repay the favor afterward? If, after foundation establishment, she decided that helping them reach foundation establishment was too troublesome and merely returned his investment in spirit stones, he would have no recourse. Uncle Wei, please speak freely. Ko Hongying straightened her posture, her expression serious. I need a written contract, a spirit contract to be exact. The contract must state that once Ko Hongying reaches foundation establishment, she must, within 20 years, repay Wei Tu with one foundation establishment resource. Wei Tu spoke firmly. Foundation establishment resources typically cost around 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones on the market. However, such items were rarely available for sale and were incredibly difficult to obtain. Of course, that applied to scattered cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators like them. If Ko Hongying successfully reached foundation establishment, then, as a sect-affiliated foundation establishment cultivator, acquiring a foundation establishment resource within 20 years wouldn't be too difficult. For any missing portion, I am willing to make up the difference with spirit stones. I won't let Fairy Ko suffer a loss. Wei Tu added. At first glance, this deal seemed like a bargain. He was investing 1,500 spirit stones, but receiving a foundation establishment resource worth at least 3,000 spirit stones, effectively doubling his profits. But in reality, he was still at a disadvantage. There was always the risk that during Ko Hongying's foundation establishment attempt, she might fail, perish, or even go back on her word. If anything went wrong, it meant that his investment would be completely wasted. By offering to cover the price difference up front, he was minimizing the chances of Ko Hongying reneging after she succeeded. Spirit stones were easy to earn. Foundation establishment resources were not. The latter required not only wealth, but also status and influence. Father was right. Uncle Wei values loyalty, but before he acts, he also ensures clear boundaries and defines everyone's interests. He talks terms first, then follows through. Hearing Wei Tu's words, Ko Hongying's slightly tense expression relaxed into a faint smile. When she heard Wei Tu address her as Fairy Ko, her heart skipped a beat. She had thought he was preparing to cut ties with her. Uncle Wei speaks wisely. Such an important matter should indeed be secured with a spirit contract. Ko Hongying nodded with a smile. Rather than rejecting Wei Tu's practical approach, she fully agreed and even respected him more for it. Friendship built on pure sentiment never lasted long, especially not in the treacherous world of cultivation. This is the spirit contract. I have been carrying it with me since before attending this gathering. As she spoke, Ko Hongying retrieved a sheet of azure vine paper from her belongings and placed it on the table. Then, she channeled her spiritual energy and wrote the contract terms onto the paper. After she finished, Ko Hongying bit the tip of her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the contract. Seeing this, Wei Tu didn't hesitate. With a flick of his fingers, the spirit contract floated into his palm. He carefully examined the contents. Noticing that Ko Hongying had not included the clause about him covering the price difference, his brows subtly lifted. This small gesture made him trust her character a little more. Spirit contracts were unique to the cultivation world. At the Qi refinement stage, no one had the ability to forge or manipulate them. Just like Ko Hongying, after reading the contract thoroughly, Wei Tu pressed a drop of his own blood onto the azure vine paper. Once the contract was complete, the paper flashed with spiritual light and automatically split into 2 copies, with one portion falling into each of their hands. In that case, I'm also willing to help Ko Hongying this time. Fu Zhizhou took the opportunity to speak up. Good. Ko Hongying nodded, retrieving another sheet of azure vine paper and drafting a second spirit contract with Fu Zhizhou. However, the terms were much less generous. Unlike Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou was not promised a foundation establishment resource. Instead, Ko Hongying only offered him a condensed foundation pill as compensation. The condensed foundation pill was one of the essential elixirs that Qi refinement perfection cultivators needed when attempting to break into foundation establishment. Though it was not as rare or valuable as a foundation establishment pill, it was still highly sought after among scattered cultivators. Once Fu Zhizhou signed the spirit contract, Ko Hongying swept her gaze toward Wei Fei. Seeing that he was still unmoved, she merely shook her head inwardly, thinking that Wei Fei would never achieve anything great. As the five of them stepped out of the private room, two figures immediately approached. Standing outside the door, Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Wei Tu. Father. Hearing the familiar greeting, Fu Zhizhou pursed his lips and let out a small sigh. His eldest son, Fu Lin, was not here. 10 spirit stones should have been enough to send Fu Lin on the path of cultivation. Father, since you've come to Baishir Lake Marketplace, why not stay for a while? In 6 months, Xiao Mei and I will be getting married. On the way back, Wei Shouwen glanced at his father's back, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Also, I have a surprise for you and Mother. He added, a surprise? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. From the day Wei Shouwen was born, he had never received a gift from him. His eldest daughter, Wei Yin, had at least sewn him a few sets of clothes and shoes over the years. You'll know 6 months from now. This time, stay a little longer and spend more time with Mother. She's getting old. Wei Shouwen said softly. Wei Tu understood that life was rarely perfect. Since he had chosen the path of cultivation, no matter how much he cared for his family, he could never be fully present in the mortal world. His neglect of Xinghua was inevitable. He couldn't be blamed for it. After all, ever since he had entered the cultivation world, he himself had rarely returned home unless it was for something truly important. You really take after your mother. Hearing Wei Shouwen's words, Wei Tu smiled faintly. He reached out, ruffled his son's hair, and chuckled. The last few times he had returned to the mortal world, he had barely found his footing before being forced to leave again. Always hurrying back to the cultivation world, always striving for a future beyond mortality. But now, foundation establishment was within reach. Taking a small break for half a year, staying by Xinghua's side, and witnessing his children's marriage, that didn't seem so bad. Yinner, do you have someone in mind? With that thought, Wei Tu turned his gaze toward his eldest daughter, a serene young woman in a yellow dress, and asked curiously. Wei Yin was 4 years older than Wei Shouwen. Had she been an ordinary mortal woman, she would have already been married by now. Though he never pressured her to find a partner, as a father, he still wanted to know about her thoughts on marriage. No, Wei Yin answered simply, her response short and direct. Fu Lin pursued my sister once, but she rejected him. Wei Shouwen added with a smirk. Fu Lin, hearing this name, Wei Tu immediately recalled the young man from 10 years ago, the eldest son of the Fu family who had once knelt before him, borrowing 10 spirit stones to begin his cultivation journey. How is he now? Wei Tu asked. In Fu Lin, he had seen the same determination for the path of cultivation as Fu Zhizhou. In that sense, Fu Lin took after his father. Fu Lin entered Baishir Lake Marketplace and, like Uncle Fu, became a blade for hire. But oddly enough, Hongying doesn't like him. Before we came to Nanhang City, she even went out of her way to avoid him. She said Fu Lin is too ruthless with himself, someone difficult to deal with. Wei Shouwen, knowing that his father was asking about Fu Lin, shared everything he knew. Difficult to deal with? Wei Tu's mind turned. From what he understood, Ko Hongying was not the type to follow power or abandon people easily. Even when she saw Fu Zhizhou's injuries, she had immediately offered help. Listen to your sister, Hongying. In the future, keep your distance from Fu Lin. After a brief moment of thought, Wei Tu stopped walking, glanced at his son and daughter, and seriously advised them. Though he didn't know why Ko Hongying disliked Fu Lin, he trusted her judgment. From both of their gatherings, it was clear that Ko Hongying's character, ability, and foresight were beyond reproach. Yes, father. Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen nodded in agreement. A short walk later, the three of them arrived at the Wei residence in Nanhang City. Inside the house, Xinghua, her hair streaked with white, was embroidering clothes. Hearing familiar footsteps outside, she instinctively turned her head and softly called out, "Wei Guer." A brief silence followed. Then she shook her head and laughed lightly. "I must be getting old and hard of hearing." Wei Guer chose the path of immortality. Why would he come home today of all days? She muttered to herself, then suddenly paused. No, it's been 10 years. Today is June 13th. Wei Guer should have come to Nanhang City today. She slowly realized the truth. You're still playing tricks on me at this age. Shaking her head, she glanced behind her, pretending not to care, and continued stitching the fabric in her hands. At that moment, Wei Tu finally revealed his presence. Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen, standing beside him, followed his lead and also stepped forward. There's already a tailor in the house. You don't need to keep sewing. You'll overwork yourself. Wei Tu looked at the finely stitched summer robe in Xinghua's hands and couldn't help but advise her. Though he had used spiritual energy to nourish her body, overworking herself would still inevitably shorten her lifespan. It's not for you. I'm sewing for my precious grandson. Xinghua huffed softly. My grandson? Wei Tu raised a brow, glancing around the house. The robe in Xinghua's hands was clearly for a 13-year-old boy. As far as he knew, neither Wei Yin nor Wei Shouwen had children before marriage. That left only one possibility. During his 10 years away, Xinghua had adopted a foster grandson. Mother is sewing for Shouwen's future son. She makes 3 outfits per year. This one is the 37th. Wei Yin whispered. Mother is afraid that she won't live long enough to see 3 generations under one roof to meet Shouwen's son. She added softly. Hearing this, her heart ached. It was because of her mother's loneliness that she had decided never to marry, choosing instead to pursue cultivation. The path of mortals and immortals were ultimately 2 different worlds. Wei Tu remained silent. He sat beside the bed, eyes flickering, then reached for the tobacco pipe on the table. Lighting it, he took a deep inhale, then exhaled slowly. The first time he had entered Danxiu Mountain, Hu Yao had once told him, there was a special talisman called the Ice Profound Soul-Sealing Talisman, a talisman that could prevent the pain of watching loved ones die. The Ice Profound Soul-Sealing Talisman, a so-called immortal talisman that could freeze a mortal for 100 years without harming their soul or body. Upon release, their soul would remain intact. But after spending 20 years as a talisman master, struggling through the cultivation world, Wei Tu had long realized that the Ice Profound Soul-Sealing Talisman was nothing more than a beautiful fantasy. The talisman could indeed freeze a mortal for 100 years, preserving their soul from harm. However, after 100 years, if the plastic soul pill was not used to restore the frozen mortal's body and soul, they would rapidly age the moment they were freed, ultimately meeting death. His mind races. Maybe that sore guy from earlier tracked him down. Regret hits instantly. Should have just kept my mouth shut. What he did care about was her character. But in such a short time, he couldn't truly discern what kind of person she was. Forget it. Each generation has its own fate. It's not my place to interfere too much in my son's affairs. Wei Tu shook his head. He decided that after attending the wedding, he would leave Baishir Lake and return to Danxiu Mountain. That night, bang, 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 a knock at the door. Father, half a year ago, I told you I had a surprise for you and Mother. Wei Shouwen stood outside the door, grinning from ear to ear. What surprise? Wei Tu raised a brow. At that moment, he suddenly recalled what Wei Shouwen had mentioned half a year ago. Back then, his son had promised to bring him and Xinghua a surprise. At the time, Wei Tu had brushed it off as mere playful talk. After all, he had heard countless playful words from Wei Shouwen since childhood. But now, half a year later, Wei Shouwen was actually bringing it up again. Father, this is my gift to you and Mother. Wei Shouwen stepped inside, closed the doors and windows, then retrieved a small talisman box from his robes, handing it to Wei Tu. Quick, open it. Wei Shouwen urged with excitement. Ice. Ice profound soul-sealing talisman. The moment Wei Tu opened the box, his gaze hardened. He had not expected that Wei Shouwen would have the same thoughts as him, wanting to use the ice profound soul-sealing talisman to preserve a glimmer of hope. This talisman costs 100 spirit stones. Where did you get the money? Wei Tu's brows furrowed. He casually placed the talisman box on the tea table beside him and narrowed his eyes at Wei Shouwen. Under normal circumstances, with Wei Shouwen's abilities, it was impossible for him to have saved up 100 spirit stones in just 10 short years. A possibility arose in Wei Tu's mind. Had his son taken the wrong path and become a robber cultivator? I borrowed some private savings from Mei Zhan, and my sister also gave me some spirit stones. Wei Shouwen explained. After he finished, he suddenly fell to his knees, bowing deeply before Wei Tu. Mother loved me deeply. I cannot bear to see her die in 100 years. If father was willing to support me and my sister, helping us step onto the path of cultivation, then why are you unwilling to help mother? If father won't take responsibility, then I will. His eyes were bloodshot, his face streaked with tears. No more sounds, good. Time to get moving and search the place. The moonlight outside the main hall pierced through the gaps in the door and windows, blending with the light from the oil lamp inside, scattering across the room. The light was pale and dim. Hearing Wei Shouwen's words, Wei Tu fell silent for a moment. At this moment, many thoughts filled his mind. There was the comfort from Wei Shouwen's filial piety, the happiness of being reunited with his family. But more than that, it was the sadness he recalled from decades ago, when his master, Dan Wuju, had witnessed Dan Fong storm out, slamming the door. From the expression of sorrow on Dan Wuju's face when he passed away, he didn't believe that the father and daughter had been at odds from the very start. Commoners fight over family wealth, turning father and daughter into enemies. But cultivators aren't necessarily free from these barriers. A deity without humanity is no longer a deity, but a cold, heartless mountain. Wei Shouwen's filial piety toward Xinghua. As a father, he of course rejoiced in it, but in another 10 or 20 years, he wasn't sure whether Wei Shouwen would regret today's decision. After all, that was 100 spirit stones. It wasn't a small sum. You could get up now. Wei Tu sighed and said, Yes, father. Wei Shouwen stood up upon hearing the words, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Your mother is immortal. She's older, and she never practiced martial arts since she was young. Even if she uses the ice profound locking spirit talisman, she will have no chance of the immortal path in the future. And after using the ice profound locking spirit talisman, if there's no divine body pill to reshape your mother's body and soul, she will pass away in 100 years. Wei Tu carefully considered his words and explained the flaws of the ice profound locking spirit talisman. Xinghua was only 63 years old now, and with proper care, living another 20 or 30 years wasn't a big problem. But if they used the ice profound locking spirit talisman now, after 100 years, without the divine body pill to assist her, not only would they waste spirit stones, but they would also cause Xinghua's last 20 or 30 years of lifespan to vanish without a trace. It was precisely because of this that he had hesitated for so long, unsure whether to purchase the ice profound locking spirit talisman to free Xinghua. There's actually a divine body pill. Wei Shouwen paused upon hearing this. Seeing this, Wei Tu couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, Wei Shouwen had been in the immortal path for too short a time and hadn't learned about the shortcomings of the ice profound locking spirit talisman. The divine body pill is a second-grade pill. Even if you're a foundation establishment cultivator, it's hard to obtain one. Wei Tu glanced at Wei Shouwen, speaking in a deep voice. Let's take a step back. Even if they were lucky and obtained the divine body pill 100 years from now, but helping a 60-year-old mortal reach the immortal path was not an easy task. This time, you spent how many spirit stones? I'll cover half of it. Consider it a lesson for you. Don't act so recklessly in the future. Wei Tu closed the talisman box and took his spirit stone pouch from his waist. "Father, I have a different opinion." Wei Shouwen interrupted Wei Tu's actions. He said, "How can you lightly dismiss the difficulty of mortals cultivating immortality by saying, 'Everyone must go through life, old age, sickness, and death'? If there were no immortals in the world and my parents were sick, should I, by the logic of everyone has their fate, just sit back and do nothing?" Such words would make the government and the neighbors talk behind my back, calling me an unfilial son. With a self-deprecating laugh, Wei Shouwen stepped forward, took the talisman box that Wei Tu had placed on the table, and walked out. Then, from a distance, he left Wei Tu with a single sentence: "Since Father is unwilling, I'm willing to shoulder this responsibility." A few days later, Wei Shouwen and Mei Zhen held their wedding in Nanhang City. After the wedding, Wei Tu met Wei Shouwen's father-in-law, Mei Yuanfeng, the head of the Baibing Pavilion. Mei Yuanfeng spoke highly of Wei Shouwen, saying, "Wei Dao's son is well-raised. Given time, Wei Shouwen will surely become a great talent." Wei Tu was surprised and asked Mei Yuanfeng why he held such a high opinion of Wei Shouwen. "Shouwen is diligent. When he entered our Baibing Pavilion as an apprentice, he was always the last to leave. He works well." Mei Yuanfeng stroked his beard. "Is that the only reason?" Wei Tu asked, somewhat confused. He thought that Wei Shouwen had been favored by Mei Yuanfeng for his talent in weapon forging. To his surprise, Mei Yuanfeng's high regard for Wei Shouwen was based solely on his character. Mei Yuanfeng seemed to have noticed Wei Tu's confusion and laughed, saying, "Wei Dao, in our Baibing Pavilion, there are countless weapon masters with exceptional forging talent. Just based on this, Wei Shouwen wouldn't stand out to me." Wei Tu nodded without refuting. From the family letters Wei Shouwen had sent, he could tell that getting Mei Zhen had not been as easy as he had imagined. There must have been things Wei Tu didn't know about. But those are not things he could bring up with Mei Zhen's father, Mei Yuanfeng. After the wedding, Wei Tu didn't plan to stay long in Nanhang City. Before leaving, Wei Tu, according to his original plan, discussed with Xinghua, asking whether she would be willing to freeze herself for 100 years, waiting for a glimmer of the immortal path after 100 years. Xinghua shook her head and refused. She walked to the altar, burned a bundle of incense in front of Dan Wu Ju's spirit tablet, and then said, "In this life, being able to marry you has been enough. If I were to enjoy more blessings, I fear I would incur divine wrath." A few days ago, Wei Shouwen had asked me about this matter, but I turned him down. She smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu sighed and no longer tried to persuade her. He knew that Xinghua did not want to step onto the immortal path. She was just worried that it would burden him and Wei Shouwen. After all, who in the world does not envy immortality? After staying at the Wei household for another 3 days, Wei Tu left. Unlike last time, this time he was not accompanied by Fu Zhizhou, nor did he need to hide and ambush the cultivators from the Yingbing faction. Therefore, in order not to attract attention, he dressed up according to his usual habit, deliberately avoiding the main roads. 7 or 8 days later, he safely returned to the Danxiu mountain marketplace. Gungwen didn't send anyone to kill me, which is somewhat unexpected. Upon returning to Yonk Street, Wei Tu took off his robe, which was filled with talismans, and sighed quietly. When he left the mountain, although he knew that Gungwen had been seriously injured by Zhao Qing Luo, he had prepared for the worst and expected an ambush from Gungwen. But to his surprise, from when he left the mountain to when he returned, he hadn't encountered a single ambush or a cultivator trying to kill him. If I had met Gungwen, with his cultivation at the 9th level of qi refining, I wouldn't have been afraid. Wei Tu glanced at the geomagnetic yuan light in his dantian, now as big as an infant's fist. Over the years, his geomagnetic spirit seed had been producing geomagnetic yuan light every moment. Day by day, his geomagnetic yuan light could now support him in flying for several hours. With the ability to fly, and with so many talismans on him, Wei Tu felt that his strength in the qi refining stage was no longer weak. Even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape. At this rate, it seems I won't need to wait 15 years. In 2 or 3 years, my geomagnetic spirit body will be fully transformed. Wei Tu calmed his thoughts and looked at his progress with the transformation of his spirit body, thinking to himself. The late bloomer destiny's time limit had basically been set based on his current situation, with some margin for error. Now that his cultivation had reached the 5th level of chi refining, the efficiency of transforming his spirit body had increased significantly compared to before. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, in the cultivation room in the small courtyard of Yonk Street, a powerful spiritual pressure wave suddenly emerged, sweeping the surrounding wood and earth spiritual energy into the air. Has Hellion Xiong broken through to the 9th level of chi refining? In the room, Tong Pei Pei felt the spiritual pressure and thought to herself, this kind of powerful spiritual pressure could usually only be emitted by cultivators at the late stage of chi refining. But soon, Tong Pei Pei also sensed the violent movement of the surrounding wood and earth spiritual energy. How could this be? Has Wei Tu broken through? Tong Pei Pei was shocked. From what she knew, Wei Tu was still in the mid-stage of chi refining and couldn't possibly emit spiritual pressure at the late stage. How deep are his foundations to break through and emit spiritual pressure equivalent to that of a late-stage chi refining cultivator? Tong Pei Pei looked at Wei Tu with envy. For a cultivator to have a solid foundation means they can go further. At this moment, Wei Tu had broken through to the mid-stage of chi refining, yet his spiritual pressure was comparable to that of the late stage. She knew exactly what this meant. On the other side, Hellion Xiong, who was resting in the room, also sensed Wei Tu's breakthrough. The 6th level of chi refining, and such a commotion. This Wei Fusher is even more mysterious than I thought. Hellion Xiong looked towards the direction of the cultivation room, deep in thought. He had previously thought that Wei Tu was lagging behind Fu Zhizhou because of his limited talent. After all, with a talisman master's background, it was easy to obtain pills to break through realms. But now, it seemed he had been terribly wrong. At this moment, Wei Tu's cultivation had not only caught up with Fu Zhizhou's, but his foundation was much more solid. Once Wei Tu breaks through to the late stage of chi refining, he might be capable of becoming a first-rank, top-tier talisman master, able to draw the family's inherited talismans. Hellion Xiong's eyes gleamed. 63 years old, 6th level of chi refining. In the cultivation room, Wei Tu's divine sense left his body and looked at his geomagnetic spirit body, which was emitting a yellow-green glow. A faint smile appeared on his lips. When he was at the 4th level of chi refining, he was still worried that if his cultivation didn't improve within the next 15 years, he might waste his life and spiritual energy. But unexpectedly, 13 years later, he had not only transformed his Earth Yuan body into a higher-level geomagnetic spirit body, but his cultivation had also broken through 2 more levels, reaching the 6th level of chi refining. This exceeded all his expectations. Next, Wei Tu calmed his thoughts and carefully sensed the geomagnetic spirit body's absorption of surrounding spiritual energy. Under his divine sense, the surrounding wood and earth spiritual energy surged toward him like a dragon returning to the sea, much faster than before, 3 to 4 times faster. Just as he had predicted, after condensing the geomagnetic spirit body, his aptitude was now comparable to that of a cultivator with mid-grade spiritual roots. The breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level of chi refining was because of my accumulation, so it was a natural explosion. And the breakthrough from the 5th to the 6th level should be due to the effect of the geomagnetic spirit body. Mid-grade spiritual roots can reach the foundation establishment stage. The bottleneck for a chi refining cultivator is practically non-existent for those with mid-grade spiritual roots. Wei Tu carefully considered the reason behind his breakthrough. After thinking about these things, Wei Tu felt a bit excited. Ko Hongying had the confidence to break through to the full chi refining stage within 20 years. His environment wasn't as good as Ko Hongying's, but even if it took a little longer, extending it to 30 years, he would still be ahead of many rogue cultivators. After all, more than 90% of foundation establishment row cultivators only succeed in forming their foundation after they turn 100 years old. However, the premise of all this is, after breaking through to the full qi refining stage, I need to immediately get a foundation establishment pill to advance my cultivation. Wei Tu calmed himself down. For rogue cultivators, qi refining was easy, but foundation establishment pills were rare. Even if he, like Ko Hongying, reached the full qi refining stage in 20 years without a foundation establishment pill, it would be useless. Taishien's sect regulations state that as long as a rogue cultivator possesses 2 foundation establishment spiritual items, they can go to the service office to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. I signed a spiritual contract with Ko Hongying, so within 20 years after her foundation establishment, I can get 1 foundation establishment spiritual item. Now just 1 more is needed. Wei Tu thought to himself. The reason he asked Ko Hongying to sign the spiritual contract and promised to give her a foundation establishment spiritual item in return was for this purpose. Back then, he had already started planning for his path to foundation establishment after reaching the full qi refining stage. As for the other foundation establishment spiritual item, Wei Tu's gaze shifted as he looked towards the Shak district several miles away. He remembered that Master Wang had mentioned that Gong Shulan had a foundation establishment spiritual item. It was precisely because of this foundation establishment spiritual item that Master Wang was later harmed by Gong Wan and died. If the opportunity arises, I will seize it. Wei Tu made up his mind. He was no longer the innate martial artist who had just entered Danxiu Mountain. There was no need to be afraid of the potential disasters that might come from interacting with Gong Shulan. A few days later, Wei Tu emerged from seclusion. Both of his neighbors on Yonk Street came out of their houses, carrying gifts to congratulate him. In addition to Helian Xiong and Tong Pei Pei, there was also Fu Zhizhou. Clearly, Fu Zhizhou had received a letter from Helian Xiong and had come to congratulate him. Congratulations, third brother, on reaching the 6th level of qi refining. Fu Zhizhou smiled and said, "The sounds of congratulations from everyone filled the air, making the entire courtyard on Yonk Street feel warm and joyous. Today, I will treat everyone. Please come to Jingyan residence." Wei Tu smiled and cupped his hands. After speaking, he placed the 3 gifts inside the house, locked the door, and led the 3 of them to Jingyan residence. "Helian, this sweet and sour carp tastes great. You should try it." During the banquet, Tong Pei Pei suddenly raised her chopsticks and served a piece of fish to Helian Xiong. Wei Tu, who was sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow when he saw this. As an old monster who had entered the immortal path from the mortal world, he could immediately tell that Tong Pei Pei had special feelings for Helian Xiong. Such a pity. I have feelings, but the other party has no intention. Wei Tu glanced at Helian Xiong again and saw a slight impatience on his face. He shook his head. Soon, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and the gathering ended. "Fourth brother, how was the prescription that Dr. Chen gave you? How's the effect after you took it?" On the way back, Wei Tu actively walked over to Fu Zhizhou, who was a bit behind, and patted him on the shoulder. Wei Tu had already noticed the disappointment on Fu Zhizhou's face when they were in the courtyard, but he hadn't brought it up because the occasion hadn't been right. As for Fu Zhizhou's disappointment, Wei Tu could also guess why. After all, for over 20 years, Fu Zhizhou's cultivation had always been ahead of his. When Wei Tu was at the 4th level of qi refining, Fu Zhizhou was already at the 6th level, just 1 step away from the late stage of qi refining. However, 5 or 6 years had passed. Now, Wei Tu's cultivation had caught up to Fu Zhizhou's, and he even had a chance to break through to the late stage of qi refining before him. Wei Tu thought to himself that if he were Fu Zhizhou, he might feel a little frustrated too. As for Dr. Chen, he was an elderly medicine master from Mirror Water Pavilion, whom Ko Hongying had asked to assist Fu Zhizhou using her connections. Dr. Chen gave me some pills, and with these, if I refine my cultivation for another 4 or 5 years, I should be able to break through this bottleneck. Fu Zhizhou gave a forced smile. He wasn't jealous of Wei Tu's breakthrough, as he had always seen Wei Tu's hard work. In the end, It was his own greed for quick success that led him to face this bottleneck. That's good. Wei Tu nodded. After a pause, Wei Tu thought for a moment and comforted him. Fourth brother, you're 2 years younger than me. In 3 or 4 years, maybe you'll lead me and break through to the late stage of qi refining first. You're right, third brother, Fu Zhizhou said, regaining his confidence with a smile. We, brothers, will break through to the late stage of qi refining together. The two chatted and walked. Before long, they reached the small courtyard on Yonge Street. As they entered, Wei Tu's gaze shifted, and he saw an unexpected guest standing at his door. Wei Fushi, you've just returned, and I've been waiting for you. Zhao Qingluo frowned slightly, a look of impatience on her face. Wei Tu remembered that Zhao Qingluo had always kept to herself in this small courtyard for cultivation, so she hadn't informed him in advance and had directly come to visit. However, this time, she came up empty. Wei Tu had already grown immune to Zhao Qingluo's lack of manners. He cupped his hands and asked, I wonder what brings Princess Qingluo to visit Wei today. 2 years ago, while returning to Danxiu Mountain, he had learned about the specific war situations between the two major mundane forces, the Feng dynasty and Zheng kingdoms. The war between the two countries had ceased, with Feng dynasty losing and being forced to cede a province. Since the two mundane forces had already agreed to peace, Wei Tu speculated that the Qiyue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family must have reached some kind of agreement, thus ending the hostilities. After all, no matter how powerful a Golden Core family was, they could not sustain the endless consumption of years of warfare. Therefore, Wei Tu was a bit confused about why Zhao Qingluo had come to find him. Previously, when Zhao Qingluo had personally visited to purchase his talismans, it was because the Zhao family had too many members mobilized for the war and couldn't spare any manpower, so they had sent Zhao Qingluo in her stead. A few days ago, an official who defected from Feng dynasty, named Dan Xinshou, is said to be connected to you. Zhao Qingluo's brows furrowed as she slapped her storage pouch and took out a letter, which she sent directly to Wei Tu's hand using magic. Dan Xinshou? Wei Tu was stunned for a moment. He searched through his memories and then recalled that Dan Xinshou was the grandson of his master, Dan Wuju, and the legitimate son of Dan Yenghua. After Dan Wuju's death, Dan Yenghua moved to Sanyuan Township and settled in the Dan family's compound, no longer returning to the capital city. When the rebel forces of King Fan were about to attack the capital, he had considered moving the Dan family members along with his own family. But Dan Yenghua, unwilling to leave his ancestor's estate, had refused his offer. Later, after entering the Immortal path, due to the establishment of Feng dynasty and the block communication, he gradually lost contact with Dan Yenghua. More than 20 years had passed. Wei Tu didn't expect that, after all this time, he would receive a letter from Dan Xinshou through Zhao Qingluo in the Immortal path. This person is a descendant of my mundane martial arts master, and I asked Princess Qingluo to request leniency from the court on his behalf. Wei Tu took the letter, glanced at it briefly, then cupped his hands and spoke to Zhao Qingluo. At that moment, he had a bit of a change in opinion toward Zhao Qingluo. She wasn't entirely arrogant and unreachable as he had originally thought. Though delivering the letter was a trivial task for Zhao Qingluo, her willingness to do so was commendable. In the eyes of many cultivators, ordinary mortals were almost like livestock, let alone someone from a prestigious immortal family like Zhao Qingluo. It's a small matter. Zhao Qingluo nodded in agreement, then turned her body and was about to leave with a flick of her skirt. You've broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. Zhao Qingluo suddenly stopped, turned, and carefully examined Wei Tu, her tone filled with a hint of surprise. She remembered that a few years ago, Wei Tu was still at the 4th level of qi refining, making no progress whatsoever. How was it possible that in just a few years, he had made such rapid advancement and broken through 2 more levels? I switched my cultivation method a few years ago and focused on talisman crafting, which delayed my progress, Wei Tu explained evasively. He suspected that his cultivation realm had yet to fully stabilize, which led Zhao Qingluo to notice his current level. A few years ago, I said this, and it still holds true. If Wei Fusher is willing, with your current cultivation and talisman rank, you qualify to become a son-in-law of my Chiyue Zhao family. Zhao Qingluo brought up an old topic. Her tone was calm, as if she genuinely believed that becoming the son-in-law of the Zhao family was some kind of reward for Wei Tu. After all, even though the son-in-law status was low, it depended on which family you belonged to. The son-in-law of the Chiyue Zhao family, though not as prestigious as a direct descendant, would still be far more honored than one of the collateral branches. In terms of social standing, they were only second to the disciples of immortal sex. Thank you for your kindness, princess. I do not wish to. Wei Tu spoke briefly, directly rejecting her offer. What a pity, Zhao Qingluo sighed, then turned and left without trying to persuade him further. After Zhao Qingluo left, Wei Tu collected his thoughts and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged to continue solidifying his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refining. By now, he had become an old hand in the immortal path and understood the opportunities involved in the offer of becoming Zhao Qingluo's son-in-law. The Chiyue Zhao family was a golden core family, and within their clan, the system was similar to that of immortal sections. As long as one completed enough contributions, they could exchange for a foundation establishment pill. This was an excellent opportunity to rise quickly. However, Wei Tu had his own considerations. He didn't believe that the Chiyue Zhao family's foundation establishment pills were easy to obtain, especially not for someone like him, an outsider. Moreover, if he became a member of the Zhao family, he would lose the freedom he had as a rogue cultivator. The profits from his talisman crafting would also have to be shared with the Zhao family. After stabilizing his cultivation, Wei Tu began to complete the first sect task given to him by Ko Hongying, drawing 101st rank lower grade talismans, earthquake talismans. Earthquake talismans were of the lower grade variety. With Wei Tu's current talisman expertise, it only took a few months of practice to become proficient. 3 months passed. Wei Tu drew 15 earthquake talismans, bundled them up, placed them in an envelope, and prepared to send them to the Danxiu Mountain Post Station for delivery to Baishir Lake Marketplace. Daoist Wei, you've come to right time. I've got a letter for you. The post station attendant saw Wei Tu and cheerfully called out to him, handing him a letter. Letter. Wei Tu took the letter and noticed the Mirror Water Pavilion seal on it, his expression turning serious. Ko Hongying rarely sent him letters. Big brother is gone? After opening the letter, Wei Tu read halfway through it before a look of sorrow crossed his face. The moon goes through phases of waxing, waning, and full. People's fates, too, change with the day. Over 20 years ago, when Wei Tu first entered the immortal path, he knew that it was unlikely that all 4 of the brothers would succeed in forming their foundations and live to the end of their lifespans. After all, the immortal path was far more dangerous than the mundane world. Someone was bound to fall behind, or die, but he never imagined that the first to fall behind and die would be Ko Liang. Wei Tu put away the letter, walked out of the post station, and headed toward Fu Zhizhou's residence. Coincidentally, Fu Zhizhou had not left Danxiu Mountain that day, as he had intended to head to the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Big brother is dead? Fu Zhizhou was stunned, his voice faltering as he heard Wei Tu's words. The words had barely left his mouth when it seemed as if all his strength drained from him, and he collapsed heavily into a chair. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. How did he die? Fu Zhizhou's throat was dry, and his eyes looked at Wei Tu, filled with grief. The friendship they had shared for more than 40 years meant that even though Ko Liang was not his biological brother, he was like a brother to him. He had always thought that, as the one to hold the sword, he would be the first to fall in the immortal path. But unexpectedly, Ko Liang had gone before him. Ko Hongying mentioned in the letter that Big Brother was on a mission to the mundane world for the sect when he encountered a first-rank Qingya snake. He was bitten severely and died from his injuries. Wei Tu took out the letter, handed it to Fu Zhizhou, and said, He died in Guangshuan Prefecture. Fu Zhizhou's eyes turned cold as he looked at the letter. Normally, there should be no demonic beasts in the mundane world. The demonic beasts of Zheng Kingdom only existed in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range and other dangerous areas and secret realms. Guangshuan Prefecture was a densely populated area with sparse spiritual energy, so it was impossible for wild demonic beasts to exist there. Therefore, it was clear that the demonic beast that killed Cole Yang must have been the spiritual pet of a cultivator. This grudge Fu Zhizhou will repay. Fu Zhizhou gripped the letter tightly and said through gritted teeth. The four brothers, though bound by interests, had a deep bond. Over the years, they had become sworn brothers through thick and thin. First, we should go to Baishir Lake Marketplace and find Ko Hongying to ask for the details. Compared to Fu Zhizhou's anger, Wei Tu remained much calmer. After all, among the four brothers, Wei Fei was too unreliable, and now that Ko Yang had died, it was up to him to bear the responsibility. Several days later, on Sujiangdao in Nanhang City, at the Ko family residence, when Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived, the Ko family had already draped white silk and hanging prayer flags around their home. Inside the main hall, many of the Ko family's descendants were kneeling. Behind them knelt the descendants of the Wei family and the Fu family. The three families were all wearing mourning clothes. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou landed. Amid the silent crying of the mourners, the two of them walked up to the hall, took a handful of incense, lit it, bowed 3 times before the spirit tablet of Ko Yang, and then placed the incense in the incense burner. Uncle Wei, Uncle Fu, Ko Hongying, dressed in mourning clothes, stood up with tears in her eyes and deeply bowed to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. This is because of my nephew that my father has passed away. I am deeply sorry to my father and the 3 uncles. Since the alliance of the righteous society, the Ko, Wei, and Fu families have become close allies. Outwardly, she was a high-ranking disciple of the Immortal Path, but in her family, she still had to listen to the advice of the 3 elders, including Wei Tu. You don't need to blame yourself. Wei Tu looked at Ko Hongying's weary face and shook his head. This was just an accident. He knew that the mission Ko Hongying had assigned to Ko Yang was supposed to be a simple and harmless task, with no danger to his life. For example, the task that led to Ko Yang's death was only to find a spiritual herb called Yu grass in Guangshuan Prefecture. Unfortunately, something had happened on the way. It was something no one could have predicted. If there was blame to be placed, it could only fall on the cultivator who raised the first-rank Qingye snake. If it weren't for me, Father wouldn't have neglected his cultivation over the years. Ko Hongying blamed herself. Her father, Ko Yang, had come from a martial official background and was quite capable. If it hadn't been for the years he spent earning spirit stones for her cultivation, neglecting his own training, he might not have been defeated and gravely injured by the first-rank Qingye snake. Ultimately, it was her fault. It was her, the daughter, who had caused Ko Yang to neglect his cultivation, leaving him unprepared for the sudden disaster. Seeing this, Wei Tu no longer tried to persuade her. This was Ko Hongying's own inner turmoil, and no amount of persuasion would help. She would need time to resolve it herself. As they were speaking, Wei Fei also arrived at the Ko family residence. Upon seeing the spirit tablet of Ko Yang, a look of sorrow appeared on his face, and he too offered a handful of incense. Third brother, I'm a little glad about my decision from back then. Wei Fei walked up beside Wei Tu, quietly expressing his thoughts. Back then, he had boasted, once he became immortal, he would marry and have children. However, after entering the Immortal Path, he regretted it. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou each had their circumstances. Though the eldest brother, Ko Yang, lacked good talent, he had a daughter with mid-grade spiritual roots. Only he, Wei Fei, neither dared to be the sword-bearer nor had any special skills. He had no talented juniors to help him fulfill his immortal aspirations. He was all alone, standing isolated. But now, seeing that Ko Yang had died, trying to help his daughter complete a foundation establishment task, Wei Fei's regrets instantly disappeared without a trace. Wei Fei knew that if he had children or descendants, he might end up like Ko Yang, struggling and working for his children until death. Everyone has their own fate. Wei Tu shook his head, not judging Cole Yang's or Wei Fei's choices, not deciding who was right or wrong. He believed, when Cole Yang died, he certainly did not regret the choices he made more than 20 years ago. I wonder who will be the next one to die, out of the three of us. Wei Fei gazed at the coffin in the memorial hall, and this sudden thought arose in his mind. It was the first time he felt a sense of urgency. Among the three, Fu Zhizhou, as the sword-bearer, seemed to be in the most dangerous situation. But in reality, his integration of spiritual energy and martial arts, along with his overwhelming combat power, made it difficult for him to fall in battle unless he encountered a formidable enemy. Wei Tu, being a talisman master, didn't have strong combat abilities, but with many life-saving talismans, it would be hard for him to die. As for Wei Fei, while he lived leisurely in the mundane world and would generally not face danger, if he encountered a situation like Cole Yang's, with his limited skills, he would probably be unable to escape death. By evening, the families of the three clans had all left to rest. At this time, at Wei Tu's request, Ko Hongying opened the coffin and revealed Cole Yang's body. Wei Tu approached the coffin, glanced at Cole Yang's body, and then pressed on the wound his abdomen, squeezing out some dark blood. He cast a spell to collect the blood into a pill bottle, sniffed it, and then placed the bottle in his robe. Seeing this, Ko Hongying's gaze toward Wei Tu softened considerably. Back then, when it came to the Earth Origin pill, I had a conflict with Father, thinking he shouldn't return such a large favor. Now I see I was wrong. She thought to herself. The venom of the Qingye snake wasn't a rare thing. Wei Tu collecting the dark blood could only be used for exacting revenge on the enemy, with no other practical use. After seeing Wei Tu's actions, Fu Zhizhou and the others, though late to realize, followed Wei Tu's method and collected some of the dark blood as well. After paying respects to Cole Yang, the three of them left once again. Wei Fei returned to the capital to accompany Master Wu Xianshi in his final days. In a few years, it would be Master Wu Xianshi's time to pass. Fu Zhizhou had planned to return to Danxiu Mountain with Wei Tu, but after meeting his eldest son, Fu Lin, and getting entangled in family matters, he asked Wei Tu to go ahead. After leaving Nanhang City, Wei Tu thought for a moment and decided not to return to Danxiu Mountain just yet. He veered off course and headed to Guangshuan Prefecture. Over the past few years, his cultivation of the heavenly fragrance silk technique had already reached perfection. Just like the influence of the geomagnetic spirit body, with the help of his late bloomer destiny, his fragrant silk nose exhibited some remarkable abilities after reaching perfection. The range at which the fragrant silk nose could detect scents exceeded the 3-mile range mentioned in the technique's manual, extending to 5 miles. Within a mile's radius, even if there was a concealment talisman to mask the scent, his fragrant silk nose could still detect the corresponding smell. Therefore, Wei Tu was heading to Guangshuan Prefecture to use his fragrant silk nose to locate the Qingye snake that killed Cole Yang and the cultivator who raised it. He hadn't asked Fu Zhizhou to join him, as he was fully confident in his own abilities. With the geomagnetic yuan light, even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could fly and escape without a problem. Since entering the Immortal Path, aside from killing a rogue cultivator, Zhuyin, he hadn't had a proper fight. This time, he wanted to test his combat abilities, to prepare for any future unforeseen circumstances. 2 days later, Wei Tu arrived at the place where Cole Yang had encountered the Qingye snake. The scent of the Qingye snake has mostly dissipated. Wei Tu sniffed the air a few times. He opened the pill bottle, sniffed again, then walked around the surrounding grass for a while. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Tu pinpointed a direction and sped off. After traveling more than 10 miles, Wei Tu turned into a mountain hollow and stopped. The scent of the Qingye snake is growing stronger here. It seems that the cultivator is hiding nearby. Wei Tu raised his eyebrows slightly, pausing for a moment before retrieving 2 talismans from his robes. These 2 talismans were the basic concealment talisman and the first-rank, mid-grade Earth Escape talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman was a type of talisman-making technique that Tong Pei Pei had sold to him as part of her talisman inheritance. Wei Tu pressed the concealment talisman against his body, then pinched the Earth Escape Talisman between his fingers and muttered a few incantations. After a short while, the ground beneath his feet became soft and flowy, like quicksand. Seeing this, Wei Tu placed the Earth Escape Talisman into his palm, took a deep breath, and focused his spiritual power, diving into the quicksand below. After traveling several hundred meters underground, Wei Tu stopped and took out the mid-grade wood spirit stone that Hellion Xiong had given him. He absorbed its spiritual energy for a moment. Once his energy was nearly restored, Wei Tu pinched several offensive talismans between his fingers and carefully proceeded further. When he was about 3 meters from the surface, Wei Tu stopped again. He sent his spiritual sense out, cautiously scanning the movements inside the valley. Soon, Wei Tu saw an elderly man in a blood-red robe standing in front of a cave in the valley. The old man had white hair and beard, standing tall, with a mighty golden eagle perched on his left shoulder and a tiny green snake wrapped around his right arm. Qingye snake. Upon seeing the small green snake, Wei Tu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Using his senses, he immediately recognized that this was the first-ranked Qingye snake that had killed Ko Liang. However, Wei Tu did not act rashly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down again. From the old man's aura and the 2 spiritual beasts he raised, Wei Tu guessed that the old man's cultivation was most likely at the late stage of qi refining. Wei Tu silently waited in hiding, activated his rock shield talisman, and crept closer to the blood-robed man. When he was about 5 meters away, he halted. 5 meters was the maximum range at which a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining could extend their spiritual sense. After getting closer, Wei Tu finally understood why the blood-robed elder was standing in front of the cave. It turned out that inside the cave, a female cultivator who had been ambushed and killed by the blood-robed elder was hiding. She had used a blue spiritual bracelet to block the entrance, preventing the blood-robed elder from pursuing further. The blue spiritual bracelet created a glowing blue shield, like an overturned jade bowl, sealing the cave entrance. Princess Qingluo, there's no need to resist. You've been maintaining this spiritual shield for about 4 days now. In half a day, your spiritual energy will be depleted. By then, not only will you be unable to stop me, but you'll also harm your own foundation. As long as you agree to become my blood slave and serve me, I promise I won't kill you. At this point, the blood-robed elder spoke up. Princess Qingluo? Wei Tu was taken aback. He had never imagined that the female cultivator hiding in the cave was Zhao Qingluo. Realizing this, Wei Tu's retreating thoughts became stronger. This blood-robed elder had already defeated someone like Zhao Qingluo, a top talent from the Immortal family. Even with the geomagnetic Yuan light, it seemed unlikely that he could defeat this blood-robed elder. After all, he had already seen that the blood-robed elder raised a golden eagle spirit beast. With the golden eagle spirit beast present, his advantage of flight was rendered useless. Blood demon elder, you're delusional. Wait until my Chiyue Zhao family's foundation establishment cultivator arrives. You'll then know how to beg for mercy so that I can spare your life. Zhao Qingluo's weak voice came from inside the cave. From the angle where Wei Tu was standing, he couldn't see Zhao Qingluo's face, but just hearing her words, he could easily imagine that her eyes must be blazing with anger, furious beyond belief. Wait, blood demon elder. Wei Tu caught a crucial piece of information from Zhao Qingluo's words. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The idea of retreating became even stronger in his mind. The blood demon elder was one of the top 3 figures on the kill list in Danxiu Mountain Marketplace, rumored to come from the demonic sect, the Blood God sect. He had committed numerous heinous acts in Zheng Kingdom, and even had a reputation for killing 3 late-stage qi refining sword-bearers in one battle. But just as he was about to retreat, someone Wei Tu knew, yet also unfamiliar, walked from the other direction in the valley. Zhao Qingluo, Are you waiting for the talisman message you sent to be received by your family? It's been 4 days, yet you still haven't realized that this talisman message has already been intercepted by me? Gungwon walked up to stand next to the blood demon elder, sneering coldly. He raised his hand, and a glowing orb in the shape of a spirit pigeon appeared in his palm. Then, Gungwon squeezed his hand, and the spirit pigeon orb instantly dissipated into nothingness. Gungwon, it's you. Zhao Qingluo was shocked, unable to believe it. Aren't you afraid of being executed by my Chiyue Zhao family? Even your master wouldn't dare provoke my Chiyue Zhao family. If you do, it's the same as signing your death sentence. Previous chapter, next chapter. Zhao Qingluo, you're still so arrogant. Even when death is looming, you haven't changed at all. But I like you this way. I hope that when you're lying beneath me, you'll still be this proud. Gungwon laughed wildly for several moments. As his voice fell, Wei Tu immediately saw that the blue protective shield Zhao Qingluo had raised seemed to be weakening, swaying precariously, on the verge of collapsing. Then, he could hear Zhao Qingluo's soft panting and the seductive sounds that only occurred during intimate moments. What is happening to Zhao Qingluo now? Wei Tu felt a bit anxious in his heart. If Zhao Qingluo still had the strength to retaliate, he could communicate with her secretly and possibly work together to escape from the blood demon elder and Gungwon's pursuit. But seeing Zhao Qingluo in this state, if they tried to escape together, she would only be a burden and offer no help. If it were possible, he still wanted to save Zhao Qingluo. After all, besides her sharp tongue, she wasn't too bad to be around. Moreover, if he saved her life, he might be able to secure the other piece of Foundation establishment spiritual material. It seemed that Gungwon heard Wei Tu's thoughts, as he directly answered Wei Tu's doubts. He said, Zhao Qingluo, stop struggling. When the Qingye snake bit you, not only did it inject snake venom, but also a potion I painstakingly made, an aphrodisiac. After Gungwon finished saying this, he felt quite pleased, laughing loudly several times. He wasn't particularly fond of matters between men and women, but since the other party was Zhao Qingluo, the noble woman who had once humiliated him, Zhao Qingluo in the cave could hardly speak in her fury. Zhao Qingluo, there's no need to look at me like that. Are you wondering how I dare to take action against you? Gungwon sneered coldly, spilling out his resentments. Hellion Xiong, and you have both humiliated me, thinking I was old and had no hope of Foundation establishment. Thinking that I, this old man, am easy to bully? I tell you, although I'm old, the advantage of age is that I don't need to care about anything. Anyway, if I don't make a breakthrough to Foundation establishment, my lifespan is already short. Wei Tu listened to this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only Zhao Qingluo had been more careful when she humiliated Gungwon back then, maybe Gungwon wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to trap her. After all, Gungwon had slowly been scheming to seize the Foundation establishment spiritual material from Gong Shulan, without taking such a drastic approach. Now, Gong Shulan was still alive and well in Danqiu Mountain. Gungwon is probably over 2 decades past his prime, and his chances of making a breakthrough to Foundation establishment are slim. A few years ago, Zhao Qingluo forced him to refine pills for the Chiyue Zhao family for 10 years. How could he not hate her? This is a huge grudge that has severed his path to immortality. Wei Tu thought for a moment and quickly analyzed Gungwon's reasons for taking such a risk. But based on Gungwon's current situation, just the hatred of Zhao Qingluo stopping his Foundation establishment shouldn't have been enough for Gungwon to go as far as to kill her, unless it was the Foundation establishment pill. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing, as a prodigy of the Chiyue Zhao family, Zhao Qingluo could obtain a Foundation establishment pill with ease. Now that she had reached the late stage of qi refining, it was very likely she carried a Foundation establishment pill with her. And this, perhaps, was the real reason that pushed Gungwon to make the decision to kill Zhao Qingluo. Zhao Qingluo is still too young. Wei Tu shook his head. If it were him, he would either avoid offending others, or take decisive action to prevent the enemy from striking back. He would never, like Zhao Qingluo, be tempted by small gains and set up future dangers for himself. But doesn't Gongwen fear that Zhao Qingluo will destroy the Foundation establishment pill before she dies? Wei Tu suddenly thought of this, but the next moment, his doubts were resolved. He saw a woman's storage bag with the Zhao character embroidered on it hanging from the golden eagle's talon. This golden eagle shouldn't be underestimated. It must have stolen Zhao Qingluo's storage bag from her waist, which is why Zhao Qingluo is so helpless. Wei Tu thought to himself, although storage bags were very convenient for cultivators, in battle, if someone easily took away a cultivator's storage bag, it was like taking away most of their means of defense, rendering them helpless. Seeing this, Wei Tu activated another Earth Escape Talisman, preparing to flee and not care about Zhao Qingluo's fate. If he had come a couple of days earlier, he could have gone to the Qiyue Zhao family and brought reinforcements. But now, with Zhao Qingluo under the effects of the aphrodisiac, it wouldn't be long before the blue spiritual shield would collapse. Going to the Qiyue Zhao family now would not only fail to save Zhao Qingluo, but would also cause trouble for himself. However, at this moment, the situation took an unexpected turn that Wei Tu hadn't anticipated. Seeing the scene, Wei Tu hesitated for a moment before boldly deciding to stay. If the next turn of events unfolded the way he thought, this would be a significant opportunity for him. It could determine his entire path to immortality. After mocking Zhao Qingluo, Gongwen turned his gaze to the Blood Demon Elder and spoke in a calm tone. Blood Taoist, now that Zhao Qingluo has been captured by both of us, the storage bag should be given to me, right? The moment the word storage bag was mentioned, a tense atmosphere suddenly filled the air between the two men. They faced each other from a distance. At this moment, the Blood Demon Elder chuckled and pointed to the storage bag hanging from the Golden Eagle's talon, saying, "This storage bag has been with the Golden Eagle since it was taken, and I haven't touched it. I was just waiting to give it to you, Gung Daoist. We've been working together for so many years, and I wouldn't risk offending you over such a small matter." Small matter? Gungwen sneered inwardly. If the Foundation establishment pill was considered a small matter, then what could possibly be a big deal to them, the Qi refining cultivators? Though he thought this, Gungwen still played it cool, nodding slightly with a smile. Then please, Blood Taoist, use your spiritual power to send the storage bag to me. All right. The Blood Demon Elder nodded and used his spiritual power to gently lift the storage bag from the Golden Eagle's talon, slowly sending it toward Gungwen. Could there be a trick here? When the storage bag was about to land in his hands, Gungwen suddenly became suspicious. He pretended to reach for the storage bag, then seized the opportunity to observe the Blood Demon Elder's expression. Just as the storage bag was about to fall into his hands, Gungwen immediately retreated, creating distance between himself and the Blood Demon Elder. Soon enough, the storage bag hit the ground. From beneath it, several blood-red poisonous snakes slithered out, flicking their tongues and pouncing towards Gungwen. As expected, making a deal with a tiger's skin is never a good idea. Gungwen cursed, not hesitating for a moment. He immediately summoned a small blue shield and blocked the poisonous snake's attack. On the other side, seeing Gungwen retreat, the Blood Demon Elder chanted a spell, commanding the two spirit beasts on him to launch a fierce attack. Above was the Golden Eagle. Below was the Qingye snake. For a moment, Gungwen's situation became precarious. Blood Demon Elder, do you think that when I worked with you, I didn't foresee this situation? Hiding behind the blue shield, Gungwen sneered. He slapped his storage bag and took out a black pill bottle. Without hesitation, Gungwen poured a handful of black pills from the bottle and threw them to the ground. As the pills hit the ground, they immediately attracted the Golden Eagle hovering in the air and the Qingye snake slithering on the ground. Both spirit beasts greedily devoured the black pills, ceasing their attacks on Gungwen and ignoring even the Blood Demon Elder's commands. Even though the Blood Demon Elder became enraged, chanting several more incantations and using his essence blood, the two spirit beasts still refused to listen. Enough. I have other ways to deal with you. The blood demon elder stopped controlling the spirit beasts. His face turned cold as he summoned a blood-red sickle, spitting several mouthfuls of fresh blood onto it. The fresh blood fell onto the sickle, and the weapon ignited in a blood-red flame, swinging toward Gungwen's direction. Crack! The blood-red sickle struck the blue shield with a resounding crash, dimming the shield's spiritual light and causing it to fall to the ground. Next, the blood-red sickle, undeterred, swung toward Gungwen's neck, aiming for a fatal blow. Just as Wei Tu thought the battle was decided, Gungwen suddenly activated a golden protective shield, blocking the blood-red sickle's assault. Golden light talisman? Wei Tu was alarmed, silently admiring Gungwen's wealth. He had the funds to buy such a top-tier first-grade talisman. The golden light talisman was a premium item within first-grade high-quality talismans. Such talismans weren't particularly cost-effective. Each one cost around 300 to 400 spirit stones. It was comparable to a mid-tier magic weapon. While talismans weren't consumed after a single use, most could only be used 2 or 3 times. It could be said that by using a top-tier first-grade golden light talisman, Gungwen was essentially burning money. Blood Demon Elder, don't be in a rush to kill me. Take a look at your own condition first. After dodging the blood-red sickle strike, Gungwen retreated several hundred steps, then shouted back at the Blood Demon Elder from distance. What? The Blood Demon Elder was momentarily stunned. He instinctively activated his spiritual power to check his condition. Upon channeling his spiritual power, he immediately spat out several mouthfuls of foul-smelling black blood, stumbling backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Blood Demon Elder, for someone from the demon path, didn't you ever think a pill master might poison their pills? From 1,000 steps away, Gungwen said smugly. He had been working with the Blood Demon Elder for over 40 years. By now, the Blood Demon Elder had unknowingly consumed countless pills made by Gungwen, each free of poison, but they contained a special, mysterious medicine. These mysterious medicines had accumulated over time, and when combined with the colorless, odorless powder Gungwen had scattered in the valley, they would turn into a deadly poison. Earlier, when he mocked Zhao Qingluo, although it was to vent his frustration, he was actually waiting for the poison to take effect. Once the poison entered the Blood Demon Elder's body, if he received timely treatment, he wouldn't die immediately. But the Blood Demon Elder had attacked him at this moment and used all of his spiritual power. You won't have a good death. The Blood Demon Elder glared at Gungwen, furious but helpless. At this point, the poison had begun to attack his heart, and he could hardly move, though he could still make one final strike with his life on the line. Gungwen, being as sly as he was, didn't give him that chance and stayed far away in the valley. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, the Blood Demon Elder's body began to rot, turning into a pile of bones and a pool of blood. Fool, to think you dare to fight me? Seeing the Blood Demon Elder was dead, Gungwen sneered and walked over. He rummaged through the Blood Demon Elder's robes and took a storage bag and 2 jade tokens. The effect of the purple swallowing pill lasts for 3 hours. There's no rush. After I deal with Zhao Qingluo, I'll come back to refine the Beastmaster token and control you all. Gungwen walked over to the Golden Eagle and Qingya Snake. He looked at the 2 spirit beasts, who were now half asleep, and chuckled to himself. Gungwen swallowed several times, unable to resist rubbing his palms together. He was eager to see Zhao Qingluo, the highborn beauty, under the influence of the aphrodisiac powder. He couldn't wait to see what seductive form she would take. He approached the cave, casually striking with his palm to disperse the shaky blue protective shield blocking the entrance. With a single strike, the blue shield shattered. Gungwen immediately saw Zhao Qingluo's current state inside the cave. At that moment, Zhao Qingluo had a dazed expression, her clothes half undone, her white, tender skin partially exposed, and her jade-like legs slightly parted. Truly a temptress. Gungwen licked his lips, starting to unbutton his clothes and preparing to approach Zhao Qingluo for a night of indulgence. However, at that moment, The ground of the cave suddenly rose with massive spikes. An ash-colored wooden cage descended from above, directly falling towards Gangwon. In addition to that, a silver hairpin shot through the air, aiming for Gangwon's heart. Who is it? Seeing this, Gangwon was immediately stunned. He quickly activated the golden light talisman that he hadn't used earlier, pressing it to his body. In the next instant, multiple attacks arrived at once. The golden shield formed by the golden light talisman flickered briefly, successfully blocking all of the incoming attacks. Gangwon secretly sighed in relief, his gaze sharp as he looked at the figure standing in front of Zhao Qingluo, Wei Tu. You brat, it's you? Gangwon immediately recognized Wei Tu's day. He sneered and said, with your mid-stage qi refinement cultivation, you think you could deal with me? Wei Tu didn't respond. He held several spirit talismans in his fingers, muttering an incantation and launching a series of identical attacks toward Gangwon, this time with several attacks. The golden shield created by the golden light talisman flickered even more faintly, as if it would break in the next moment. I won't waste time fighting you. Gangwon glared at Wei Tu in frustration, shaking his sleeve and retreating out of the cave. He had already obtained Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. With the Foundation Establishment pill in hand, there was no need to pursue Zhao Qingluo's body any further. Seeing this, Wei Tu secretly sighed in relief. He took out a Earth Escape talisman and buried Zhao Qingluo 3 meters underground, then activated his heavenly fragrance silk technique, chasing after Gangwon. Earlier, he had planned to ambush Gangwon and strike a fatal blow, but Gangwon's golden light talisman proved more troublesome than expected. Even with 6 first-grade attack talismans, they couldn't break through Gangwon's golden shield. You brat, you can fly? As Gangwon sped away from the valley, thinking he had escaped safely after running dozens of miles, he looked ahead and immediately froze in shock. He saw that Wei Tu, who he thought was far behind, was now blocking his path and hovering in midair. Wei Tu paid no attention to Gangwon's shock. With his left hand, he held a mid-tier spirit stone to replenish his spiritual power, while his right hand released several talismans, throwing them toward the ground below Gangwon. How am I supposed to fight this? Gangwon furrowed his brow, holding up his blue shield to block Wei Tu's various attack talismans while pondering a way to escape. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with a way to defeat Wei Tu. I should have refined the Beastmaster token for the Golden Eagle first. Gangwon regretted it deeply. If he had the Golden Eagle by his side, facing a flying cultivator like Wei Tu would have been much easier to handle. Time passed. An hour later, with a crack, the blue shield in front of Gangwon shattered. Hiding behind it, Gangwon shouted, "You brat! I regret not listening to Chu Yin's advice. I should have killed you earlier." He was then struck and killed by Wei Tu's demonic wood talisman. It's a shame. Wei Tu walked up to Gangwon's corpse and took 3 storage bags. He glanced at Gangwon's own storage bag, shook his head, and sighed quietly. Because he didn't have a lethal move for Gangwon, the latter had destroyed most of the items in his storage bag before dying. Fortunately, Zhao Qingluo's and the Blood Demon Elder's storage bags were not destroyed. Wei Tu's face lit up with joy. Compared to Gangwon's belongings, he valued the Foundation Establishment pill hidden in Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. After slightly recovering his spiritual power, Wei Tu activated his geomagnetic yuan light and flew back to the valley. The old man said the purple swallowing pill lasts for 3 hours. It took me over an hour to kill him, and there's the hour he spent fighting the Blood Demon Elder. Wei Tu stood in front of the cave, cautiously glancing at the Qingye snake and golden eagle lying on the ground. After a moment's thought, he made a decision, taking out a silver hairpin magic tool, piercing the Qingye snake's head, then sitting cross-legged to refine the Beastmaster token for the golden eagle with his spiritual sense. Previous chapter, next chapter. The Qingye snake and the golden eagle were both first-grade superior spirit beasts. In his current state, even after an hour, releasing either of these spirit beasts from their seals would be a dangerous situation for him. After the battle with Gangwon, most of the talismans on his body were depleted, and his spiritual power and geomagnetic yuan light were nearly used up. An hour's time was only enough for him to refine one spirit beast's Beastmaster token. Therefore, he had to make a choice: kill one spirit beast and refine the other's Beastmaster token. This decision was not difficult for Wei Tu, as the Qingye snake had a brother-killing grudge against him. It was because of the Qingye snake that Wei Tu's older brother, Ko Liang, died. Additionally, compared to the golden eagle, the Qingye snake was certainly inferior. Flying spirit beasts ranked among the more valuable creatures in the cultivation world. After an hour, Wei Tu successfully refined the golden eagle, learning some information about it from the Beastmaster token. Its name was Wind-Cleaving Eagle, a bloodline of the Xian mysterious level, captured and tamed by the Jinghua Beastmaster sect. Similar to humans, spirit beasts also had cultivation levels. They were classified as Huang, Yellow, Xian, Mysterious, Di, Earth, and Tian, Heaven, corresponding to the human levels of Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. The Beastmaster token for the Wind-Cleaving Eagle indicated that it had a Xian-level bloodline, meaning that this eagle was likely to break through to the equivalent of human Foundation establishment during its lifetime, becoming a Xian-level spirit beast. However, it was more common in the cultivation world to classify spirit beasts, talismans, pills, and magic tools according to ranks, such as 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade. Since it's from the Beastmaster sect, I don't have to worry about its origin in Zheng Kingdom, Wei Tu thought, breathing a sigh of relief. When refining the Wind-Cleaving Eagle, he had been concerned that it might have been a spirit beast stolen by the Blood Demon Elder from a Zheng Kingdom cultivator. But now that it bore the symbol of the Beastmaster sect, he no longer had to worry about its origins. He didn't want to inadvertently create an enemy with a major power in Zheng Kingdom over a single spirit beast. Monitor the surrounding mountains and keep an eye out for any cultivators approaching. If there are any, notify me immediately. Wei Tu instructed. He was worried that the battle earlier might have attracted the attention of nearby cultivators who could be curious and approach. This was something he couldn't ignore. Following his orders, the Wind-Cleaving Eagle flapped its golden wings and soared into the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Without the Beastmaster token, Wei Tu would have been worried that the eagle might have escaped from his control. Now, the hardest task lies ahead: how to handle Zhao Qingluo. Wei Tu stored the Beastmaster token and gazed at the inside of the cave, feeling a headache coming on. If he had rescued Zhao Qingluo before she had been affected by the aphrodisiac powder, everything would have been easy. Zhao Qingluo could have repaid him for saving her life, and he could have asked for a reward, perhaps even another Foundation Establishment spirit item, or even the Foundation Establishment pill. It would have been a win-win. But unfortunately, before Gongwon and the Blood Demon Elder had their falling out, Zhao Qingluo had already been struck by the aphrodisiac powder and was now in a dazed state. He had been forced to witness Zhao Qingluo in her disheveled state. This was a fatal flaw. If Zhao Qingluo were a person who understood gratitude, it wouldn't matter much. But if she wasn't, it would be light if he had his eyes gouged out. More likely, Zhao Qingluo might kill him to avoid the scandal from leaking out, leaving the favor for her descendants. The latter was the common way noble figures in the cultivation world handled such matters. Wei Tu did not want to leave his life to Zhao Qingluo's mercy. Moreover, he suspected that he wasn't that much more important than Master Wang, and Zhao Qingluo's good attitude towards him was likely because of his talent in Talisman Dao and her desire to make a good connection. And killing Zhao Qingluo to avoid future trouble is even less acceptable. Wei Tu shook his head. He wasn't like Gongwon, whose lifespan was already short and who could act recklessly. Zhao Qingluo was a genius from a Golden Core family. She might have the imprint of a Foundation Establishment cultivator or a Golden Core ancestor from the Qiyue Zhao clan on her body. If Zhao Qingluo died, this imprint would awaken, transfer to him, and mark his face, sending it to the Foundation Establishment cultivator or Golden Core ancestor. Furthermore, Wei Tu didn't really want to kill Zhao Qingluo. First, he and Zhao Qingluo had some acquaintanceship, and there was a certain level of goodwill between them. He wasn't a cruel, bloodthirsty person. Second, the bad deed Zhao Qingluo had done was still just his assumption. Third, Zhao Qingluo had helped him once during the incident with Dan Xinshou. If he truly wanted to kill Zhao Qingluo, he would have let Gongwen take the opportunity to harm her earlier. After all, that had been the best time to strike, when Gongwen was at his most careless and vulnerable. Thinking too much won't help. Let me first check Gongwen's storage bag to see if it has any records of the aphrodisiac powder's effects. If the aphrodisiac powder causes confusion, and Zhao Qingluo doesn't know I was here, then I won't have to feel conflicted and hesitant. Wei Tu took Gongwen's storage bag from his waist and began rummaging through the pile of items inside. Although Gongwen had destroyed most of his belongings before his death, the hard jade slips containing information and pills weren't as easily destroyed. Soon, Wei Tu found 7 jade slips in the storage bag. He pressed each jade slip to his forehead and used his spiritual sense to probe the contents. Found it. When he reached the 4th jade slip, Wei Tu finally found information on the aphrodisiac powder. After reading the details about the aphrodisiac powder, he let out a long breath of relief. The effects of the aphrodisiac powder were exactly what he had hoped for, even beyond his expectations. This aphrodisiac powder had been specifically created by Gongwen to deal with the spiritual imprint left on Zhao Qingluo's mind. The aphrodisiac was merely a side effect. Its principle was to slowly erode the spiritual imprint in her sea of consciousness, using the emotional fluctuations of her body to dissolve it. In the jade slip, Gongwen proudly wrote, "With this medicine, surpassing my master will be easy." Gongwen's mind is deep. Wei Tu couldn't help but sigh. He had been wondering why Gongwen had mixed the aphrodisiac powder into the Qingye snake's venom. If Gongwen had mixed other lethal drugs into the venom, Zhao Qingluo would not have been able to endure the effects for 4 days. After being bitten by the Qingye snake, she would likely have died in no time. But considering Gongwen's obsession with lust, this made no sense, because if they had both ambushed Zhao Qingluo, they would have been in danger of dying at any moment. And this whole process had taken a full 4 days. Now, with the explanation of the aphrodisiac powder's effects, things that didn't make sense earlier suddenly fell into place. Gongwen, like him, was wary of the spiritual imprint that Zhao Qingluo might have on her. This is why he had chosen the aphrodisiac powder, a slow-acting drug, rather than other fatal poisons. Wei Tu stored the jade slip and stood up, walking into the cave. He muttered a spell, summoning Zhao Qingluo from the underground, where she had been hidden 3 meters deep, back to the surface. At that moment, the geomagnetic talisman he had used to create the protective underground barrier lost its power, crumbling into ash without a trace. If it weren't for the other gains from this battle, I would have exhausted all my savings over the past 20 years. Wei Tu thought to himself. He waved his sleeve, dispersing the protective spiritual energy shield he had previously placed around Zhao Qingluo. Then, he bent down to check her current condition. However, just at that moment, dazed, Zhao Qingluo suddenly lunged toward Wei Tu, throwing herself directly into his arms. Simultaneously, Zhao Qingluo wrapped her jade-like arms around Wei Tu's shoulders, pulling his upper body down toward her. Wei Tu was stunned, trying to dodge to the side. But to his surprise, Zhao Qingluo's strength was greater than his, and for a moment, he couldn't free himself from her grasp. After all, Zhao Qingluo was a 9th-stage Qi refinement cultivator, 3 whole realms stronger than him. With a single pull from Zhao Qingluo, Wei Tu lost his balance and fell straight into her arms, rolling with her into a tangled mess. Amidst these movements, Wei Tu also felt a stirring of emotions. Since entering the cultivation world, he had kept a strict personal code and never mixed with female cultivators like Hu Yao or Yao Dao. As a result, his inner fire was strong, and just the smallest provocation made it difficult to control himself. He could hardly maintain his composure. Moreover, similar to Gongwen, seeing the noble Zhao Qingluo behaving this way stirred a strange desire within him. The two of them forgot themselves for a moment, until Zhao Qingluo reached to tear off Wei Tu's clothes. Wei Tu finally came to his senses. He bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to force himself to calm down. Then, like a snake avoiding danger, he quickly pulled away from Zhao Qingluo's body. That was too dangerous. I almost made a huge mistake. Wei Tu muttered to himself as he took out a tranquility talisman from his sleeve, sticking it to himself to force his emotions under control. The female yin and male yang both had an effect on foundation establishment. If he had ruined Zhao Qingluo's body, not only would it ruin her path, but it would also leave traces of his aura on her. These traces would be difficult to remove. At that point, even if the aphrodisiac powder had sealed Zhao Qingluo's spiritual sense and five senses, he wouldn't escape the pursuit of the Qiyue Zhao clan. Taking advantage and ruining someone's body, there was a huge difference. Furthermore, Wei Tu didn't believe that after ruining Zhao Qingluo's body, she would follow him forever. Aphrodisiac powder? She's detoxing her body? No wonder I was so uncontrollable just now. At this moment, Wei Tu glanced at Zhao Qingluo, who was lying on the ground, and when he saw the white mist evaporating from her body, he suddenly understood his earlier actions. It wasn't that he had lost control, but rather that both he and Zhao Qingluo had been affected by the aphrodisiac powder. After confirming Zhao Qingluo's condition, Wei Tu thought for a moment and then stepped out of the cave. He sat down at the entrance, using his spiritual power to begin removing the spiritual imprint from Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. He was indeed a person of deep loyalty and affection, but he was not a fool. Zhao Qingluo's disgrace had already happened, and he certainly wouldn't expect her to thank him afterward and give him a foundation establishment pill or other spirit items. That would be far too dangerous. Entrusting his life to others was not the behavior of a wise person. Moreover, the storage bag belonging to Zhao Qingluo had been taken from Gongwen. It wasn't as if he had forcibly robbed Zhao Qingluo. Not to mention, he had saved her life. Fortunately, it seemed that the blood demon elder had already worn away part of the spiritual imprint Zhao Qingluo left in her storage bag, so Wei Tu didn't need much effort. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he easily opened Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. So this is the foundation establishment pill. Wei Tu found a purple sandalwood box, carefully placed in the corner of the storage bag. Opening it, he found a pill the size of a broad bean inside. The pill was a deep purple color and emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. It didn't look like much. However, when Wei Tu sniffed the pill lightly, he immediately felt his spiritual power within his dantian beginning to stir. It must be the foundation establishment pill. Wei Tu resealed the sandalwood box, feeling a sense of excitement building within him. There could be no other pill that would cause his spiritual power to react so strongly. Other than the foundation establishment pill, what else is in Zhao Qingluo's storage bag? Wei Tu hesitated, unsure if he should return the other items in her storage bag. He thought for a moment and then made his decision. Wei Tu took out the Beastmaster token and summoned the wind-cleaving eagle. He then took Zhao Qingluo and flew to another valley, 20 miles away. Upon arriving in the valley, Wei Tu left a message on the rock wall. Junior, this one has old ties with the Zhao family. Passing through here, I killed 2 demons and saved your life. As a reward, I took a foundation establishment pill from you. Foundation establishment pills were rare everywhere, not just limited to Qi refinement cultivators. Thus, by writing this in the tone of a senior, he didn't think it would raise any suspicions. As for the name, Wei Tu didn't leave one. Without a name, it would be difficult to expose the truth. Saving your life, taking your foundation establishment pill. This should be fair, Wei Tu thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Qingluo lying on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. Next, Wei Tu returned to the original valley and, using several earthquake talismans, erased all traces of his presence, covering the marks he had left behind and scattering the special pill powder gum one had made to erase the aura. Previous chapter, next chapter. After dealing with the aftermath, Wei Tu returned to the valley where Zhao Qingluo lay and placed the storage bag embroidered with the character Zhao beside her. Inside Zhao Qingluo's storage bag, aside from the Foundation Establishment pill, there were also 2 magic artifacts, over 30 mid-grade spirit stones, more than 200 low-grade spirit stones, and some miscellaneous items. The total value, at the very least, exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. However, Wei Tu had no intention of taking these extra items. There were 3 reasons for this. First, taking the Foundation Establishment pill could be justified as repayment for saving her life. It was within the bounds of reason. But if you were to take the entire storage bag, that would be outright robbery. Once Zhao Qingluo woke up, it would be easy for her to turn extreme, leading to an irreconcilable grudge between them. Even though the miscellaneous items weren't worth much, their sentimental or practical value to their original owner was another matter entirely. Leaving a way out ensured that future encounters would not be disastrous. He had already taken the most precious and crucial item, the Foundation Establishment pill. There was no need to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself over the rest. Second, as a talisman master, Wei Tu earned more than enough spirit stones through his craft to sustain his cultivation. The only thing he lacked in the chi refinement realm was this one Foundation Establishment pill. Possessions that couldn't be immediately converted into usable resources brought him only risk, not benefits. With a late bloomer destiny at his back, he could steadily grow stronger. There was no need to complicate his path for a petty gain, putting himself in needless danger. Third, storage bags belonging to members of powerful families, along with their artifacts and belongings, were rarely so easy to take. Most of them contained tracking formations left behind by their sects or clans. At the moment, the Zhao clan of Qiyue had yet to send anyone searching for Zhao Qingluo, likely because 4 days was still too short a time. But if she were to disappear for too long, it would be a different story. Lastly, another crucial point. He had deliberately left behind the so-called high-ranking cultivator's inscription on the valley's rock wall to mislead any investigators, shifting suspicion toward someone else. Anyone capable of eliminating Blood Demon Elder and Gung, one would logically be at least at the Foundation Establishment realm, and such a cultivator wouldn't bother with a little extra loot. In other words, very few chi refinement cultivators would have the discipline to forsake such a large sum of valuables. Thus, taking only the Foundation Establishment pill, while leaving the rest behind, was the safest and most low-risk choice for Wei Tu. After placing the storage bag down, Wei Tu did not immediately leave. Using a burrowing talisman, he hid himself 5 zhong, approximately 16 meters, underground, keeping watch over Zhao Qingluo's reaction when she woke up. If she were to fly into a rage, feeling humiliated and harboring hatred, then, for the sake of his own safety, Wei Tu wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her on the spot. If it came to that, all previous hesitations would be meaningless. Time passed. A day later, under Wei Tu's watchful gaze, Zhao Qingluo regained consciousness. She first scanned her surroundings. Seeing that her clothes were intact and her body was free of any expected violations, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, Zhao Qingluo noticed the storage bag beside her and the inscription left on the rock wall. She remained dazed for a moment, then muttered, "How fortunate." Afterward, she crossed her legs and began meditating to restore her spiritual energy, showing no concern for the missing Foundation Establishment pill. Upon seeing this, Wei Tu nodded to himself. He withdrew his presence, carefully burrowing his way out of the valley. Only when he had traveled over 10 miles away did he finally reveal himself. Since he now had the wind-cleaving eagle, Wei Tu didn't immediately head back to Danqiu Mountain. Instead, he left the wind-cleaving eagle in the Demon Wolf Mountain range, instructing it to conceal itself carefully before returning to Danqiu Mountain. Spirit beast bags, much like storage bags, were spatial artifacts. However, because they had to contain living creatures, their price was often several times higher than a regular storage bag. Generally speaking, Only Foundation establishment cultivators had the financial resources to afford such a non-essential artifact for carrying spirit beasts. Upon returning to his courtyard on Lark Street, Wei Tu bolted the door shut and retrieved 2 storage bags from his robes. One was taken from Blood Demon Elder, and the other belonged to Gungwen. Wei Tu's spiritual sense probed into Gungwen's storage bag, and upon seeing that the spatial field inside was slowly collapsing, he sighed in regret before hastily removing the contents one by one. Storage bags, as magic artifacts, weren't so easily destroyed. However, since Gungwen self-destructed his divine sense imprint before dying, it had caused irreversible damage to the bag's internal space. Based on Wei Tu's estimate, the space inside Gungwen's storage bag would completely collapse within a month. But there's a silver lining. Gungwen, that old fox, didn't want to leave me any spoils before he died, so he self-destructed his divine sense imprint on the storage bag, but that actually made it effortless for me to unlock it. Wei Tu chuckled. This time, Gungwen's cunning backfired on him. Had he not self-destructed his imprint on the bag, Wei Tu would have needed several days to break through its seal. By then, it would have been too late. Without understanding the effects of the lust-inducing powder, he might have rashly killed Zhao Qingluo, taken the treasure, and fled as a fugitive, a decision that would have greatly increased his chances of death. Gungwen's act of desperation inadvertently gave him another path to choose. Aside from these 7 jade slips and 63 spirit stones, there's nothing else of real value in Gungwen's belongings. Well, that makes sense. He risked his life to rob Zhao Qingluo for a final gamble. There's no way he would have had extra spirit stones lying around. Wei Tu carefully laid out the 7 jade slips he had retrieved from the valley onto his desk. Only now did he have the time to examine their contents in detail. The first 4 jade slips seemed to be a set of high-grade first-tier alchemy inheritance records. They were probably given to him by Alchemist Shu, the second-tier alchemist. Wei Tu separated the 4 identical pale yellow jade slips and placed them aside. Then, he focused his gaze on the 3 remaining jade slips, each with a different design. One contains a compilation of Gungwen's personally developed pills, including the lust-inducing powder. Another details the formula for the purple essence pill. He had already checked 2 of the 3 unique jade slips back in the valley. After a brief pause, he picked up the last strangely shaped black jade slip. Thousand Faces Phantom Art. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed as he read the golden text inscribed at the beginning. He hadn't expected this black jade slip to contain a cultivation technique. After scanning through its contents, Wei Tu immediately recalled how Chu Yin had disguised herself as Yuchiyu and infiltrated Lark Street courtyard more than 10 years ago. Back then, he had marveled at how flawlessly she had disguised herself, with no noticeable traces of her true identity. Now, after reading this cultivation manual, all his doubts vanished. Thousand Faces Phantom Art, a specialized transformation technique from the cultivation world, could allow a practitioner who reached the 2nd level to alter their appearance and body shape, mimicking another person. Its only drawback was that it couldn't completely mask the practitioner's spiritual aura. The technique could only help with disguising physical features, but couldn't entirely erase one's original presence. Even so, this is an extraordinary technique. Wei Tu carefully stored away the black jade slip, deciding that he would start practicing it in the near future. His cultivation in heavenly fragrant silk technique had already enhanced his fragrant silk nose beyond the manual's original limits. Perhaps, if he mastered this art, it could evolve similarly, providing unexpected benefits. Unlike Gungwen, Blood Demon Elder's storage bag is perfectly intact. This old devil has been on the run for decades. His fortune must be massive. Wei Tu picked up Blood Demon Elder's storage bag and began the tedious process of erasing the divine sense imprint left behind. Compared to Zhao Qingluo's storage bag, the imprint on this one was much stronger. It was stubbornly resilient. It took Wei Tu nearly 2 full days to completely wipe out the imprint. When he finally sent his spiritual sense inside, his expression twitched slightly. This Blood Demon Elder is actually quite poor. The expected vast fortune was nowhere to be found. Despite having a storage bag twice the size of Gong Wen's, the amount of spirit stones inside was pitiful. Only slightly more than Gong Wen's, around 140 spirit stones. 100+ spirit stones wasn't exactly a small amount, but for a highly skilled demonic cultivator, it was shockingly low. However, after some thought, Wei Tu quickly understood why. Blood Demon Elder had been raising 2 high-grade first-tier spirit beasts, their power equivalent to 2 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Spirit beasts were notoriously expensive to maintain. The fact that Blood Demon Elder still had over 100 spirit stones left actually meant he had been quite good at managing his resources. Honestly, if he were rich, why would he still be a robber? Wei Tu scoffed internally. Like mercenaries, bandit cultivators spent almost all their spirit stones to increase their power. It was rare for them to accumulate wealth and leave behind riches for others to loot. Still, Wei Tu wasn't particularly interested in Blood Demon Elder's spirit stones. Magic artifacts, jade slips, and rare materials. Those were far more valuable. His gaze shifted toward the pile of jade slips, pill bottles, and several bloodstained pouches stacked in the storage bag. Half a day later, Wei Tu finished sorting through the miscellaneous items in the storage bag, excluding the spirit stones. Regarding jade slips, Blood Demon Elder had a considerable number, but their quality was far inferior to Gong Wen's collection. Most were low-tier cultivation techniques for Qi refinement cultivators, such as Golden Essence Technique and Flame Marrow Art, neither particularly valuable nor rare. However, 2 blood-colored jade slips stood out. Their quality was decent, but they were demonic cultivation techniques, completely useless to Wei Tu. The real surprise came when Wei Tu examined the artifacts. Aside from the blood-colored scythe, which Blood Demon Elder had wielded, a high-grade magical weapon, he also found 2 mid-grade magical artifacts. 1. Heavy Water Orb, a weapon capable of both attack and defense. 2. Violet Iron Shield, a defensive artifact with sturdy resistance. For Wei Tu, these were significant gains. Carefully, Wei Tu opened a jade box. His hands trembled slightly with excitement as his eyes landed on a 3-foot-long crimson ginseng root inside. Foundation Establishment Spiritual Material, Dan Yuan Ginseng. Wei Tu muttered under his breath, unable to contain his astonishment. He hadn't expected Blood Demon Elder to secretly carry a Foundation Establishment spiritual ingredient. Although this ginseng was one of the lesser-ranked materials among the 13 primary ingredients needed for refining Foundation Establishment pills, its value was undeniable. At the very least, it was worth 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Wei Tu pondered. I was initially worried that taking a Foundation Establishment pill without a known source would raise suspicion. After all, I have no legitimate way to acquire one. But now, with this Dan Yuan ginseng, combined with the future Foundation Establishment spiritual material promised by Ko Hong Ying, I can exchange them in the market for an openly acquired Foundation Establishment pill. With a legitimate source, no one will question how I obtained it. Most importantly, if I can secure 2 Foundation Establishment pills, my chances of advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm will be almost guaranteed. Wei Tu felt a surge of excitement. His geomagnetic spirit body was equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual root, but that only made his daily cultivation faster. When it came to Foundation Establishment, however, he was still considered a low-grade spiritual root cultivator. A cultivator with low-grade spiritual roots had, at best, a 50% chance of successfully breaking through, even with the aid of a Foundation Establishment pill. A mere 50% probability. But with 2 Foundation Establishment pills, that percentage jumped to over 70%. After organizing his spoils, Wei Tu stored all the illicit goods in Blood Demon Elder's storage bag, keeping it close to his person. Then, he left Lark Street Courtyard to gather information. 4 days had passed since Zhao Qingluo had escaped her predicament. As he walked through the streets, Wei Tu originally intended to investigate Gong Wen's cave residence, but he hesitated. What if Zhao Qingluo was also investigating? Meeting her now might raise her suspicions. Instead, he changed course and headed toward Hu Yao's residence in the slums. Inside the main hall, Hu Yao poured a cup of tea, her tone laced with amusement. Wei Daoist, it's been over 10 years since you last visited me. Why the sudden interest today? Wei Tu remained composed. No special reason. He shook his head, avoiding a direct question about Geng Wen's recent actions. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Once Hu Yao served the tea, Wei Tu finally got to the point. Hu Daoist, I once heard from the late alchemist Wang that Gong Shulan possessed a foundation establishment spiritual material. He planned to bring up Gong Shulan first before leading the conversation toward Geng Wen. That way, his interest in Geng Wen wouldn't seem suspicious. Upon hearing Gong Shulan's name, Hu Yao's expression shifted slightly. Her usual warm demeanor cooled. She set down the teapot, lowering her head briefly before looking up with a half-smile. Oh, and what, Wei Daoist, are you thinking of doing? Trying to seize this opportunity for yourself? Wei Tu noticed the change immediately. Is there a rivalry between them? He quickly recalled. Alchemist Wang had abandoned Hu Yao for Gong Shulan. Perhaps that was why her attitude changed. Wei Tu feigned indifference. Just asking. He casually waved off the notion before steering the conversation toward Geng Wen. I heard that Geng Wen has been plotting against Gong Shulan for that foundation establishment treasure. If he actually succeeds, I fear my days would be numbered. He knew that Hu Yao was already aware of the grudge between him and Geng Wen. In fact, it was Hu Yao herself who had passed on information through Tong Pei Pei when Zhao Qing Luo had stormed Geng Wen's cave residence. Hearing this, Hu Yao's expression softened slightly. She leaned back, casually swirling her teacup before speaking. Wei Daoist, you no longer need to worry about Geng Wen seeking revenge. 2 days ago, Geng Wen's entire cave residence was completely destroyed by a foundation establishment cultivator from the Qiyue Zhao clan. Even his master, alchemist Xu, was implicated and punished by the Zhao clan. Wei Tu pretended to be stunned. Why did that happen? Previous chapter, next chapter. Hu Yao chuckled and explained that Geng Wen must have lost his mind. He actually dared to conspire with Blood Demon Elder to ambush and kill Zhao Qing Luo, attempting to steal the foundation establishment pill from her. Zhao Qing Luo? How is she? Wei Tu played along. Zhao Qing Luo is naturally fine. Hu Yao gave Wei Tu a sidelong glance and said, according to rumors in the marketplace, a passing foundation establishment cultivator happened to intervene and save Zhao Qingluo's life. She wasn't particularly suspicious of Wei Tu's curiosity. After all, both Geng Wen and Zhao Qingluo had ties to him. Hearing this, Wei Tu let out a silent sigh of relief. Things had unfolded in the most favorable way for him. Everyone now believed that the person who saved Zhao Qingluo was a foundation establishment cultivator, not a mere qi refinement cultivator like him. If a foundation establishment expert stepped in, then Geng Wen must have been doomed. I suppose I can finally sleep easy now. Wei Tu chuckled lightly. Farewell, Hu Daoist. After chatting for a bit longer, Wei Tu ended the conversation and got up to leave. Hu Yao escorted him to the door. How strange. Why would Wei Daoist suddenly inquire about Geng Wen today? Standing by the entrance, Hu Yao lingered for a moment, her gaze following Wei Tu's departing figure. For over 10 years, he hadn't once visited. Yet today, he showed up out of the blue, asking about Geng Wen. And coincidentally, Geng Wen had died outside the city after failing to ambush Zhao Qingluo. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's just a coincidence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hu Yao shook her head. Wei Tu was only at mid-stage qi refinement, and his profession as a talisman master kept him holed up in the marketplace. His combat experience was far from extensive. If he had encountered Blood Demon Elder even once, he would have been slaughtered on the spot. There was simply no way he could have been involved in the battle between Blood Demon Elder, Geng Wen, and Zhao Qingluo. Knowing he was no longer in danger, Wei Tu returned to his courtyard in Lark Street. He ate, drank, and went about his daily routine as usual. Meditation, cultivation, and talisman crafting. His schedule remained unchanged. Whenever he felt like celebrating, he would indulge in a spiritual banquet at Jingyun Pavilion to reward himself. Of course, Wei Tu secretly kept tabs on the movements of the Chiyue Zhao clan. Since he had the perfect cover of selling talismans, no one suspected him when he occasionally inquired about the Zhao clan's activities. Just like that, time flowed by peacefully. Wei Tu mentioned to Tong Pei Pei and Helian Xiong that he was planning to relocate his residence. His explanation was simple. The spiritual energy density in my current courtyard's cultivation room is too low. Neither of his neighbors was surprised by his decision. 2 years ago, Wei Tu had advanced to a mid-grade, first-tier talisman master. While not as wealthy as an alchemist, array master, or artifact refiner of the same level, talisman masters still out-earned most late-stage qi refinement cultivators. In Danxiu Mountain, most late-stage qi refinement cultivators owned independent courtyard-style residences. For someone like Wei Tu, upgrading to a better cultivation abode was perfectly normal. Wei Tu moved swiftly. Within a few days, he secured a grade-B upper-tier cave dwelling and relocated. Compared to Lark Street, this new abode had denser spiritual energy and was a private, standalone courtyard. However, he didn't let his old residence go to waste. Instead, he rented it out to Fu Zhizhou, Snowfall Courtyard. The name isn't bad. Wei Tu glanced at the plaque hanging at the entrance of his new residence, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he stepped inside. Of course, his reason for moving wasn't just about the spiritual energy density. More importantly, Lark Street's courtyard had poor privacy. Things weren't as simple as before. After acquiring Blood Demon Elder and Gung when storage bags, he now possessed spiritual materials and cultivation techniques that couldn't withstand scrutiny. He was no longer clean like before. Besides, there's also you. Wei Tu lifted the hem of his robe and let the wind-cleaving eagle hidden in his sleeve fly out. The wind-cleaving eagle was arguably his third greatest gain after the Foundation establishment pill and the spiritual materials. Its combat power far surpassed that of ordinary late-stage qi refinement cultivators. If not for this spirit beast's assistance, taking Zhao Qingluo's storage bag and killing Blood Demon Elder would have been far more difficult. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this powerful ally. If it left the wind-cleaving eagle in Demon Wolf Mountain for too long, he feared that his control over it via the Beastmaster's token would weaken over time. That's why, after 3 months, once he had settled into his private courtyard, the first thing he did was bring the wind-cleaving eagle into Danxiu Mountain. Upon being released, the wind-cleaving eagle spread its golden wings and soared through the air, circling over the beast house Wei Tu had prepared for it, letting out several sharp cries. Fortunately, Snowfall Courtyard had a soundproof formation. Wei Tu wasn't worried about outsiders overhearing the eagle's cries. At that moment, his gaze shifted toward the courtyard's entrance. A letter. In the mailbox, he spotted a sealed envelope. His expression flickered slightly. Wei Tu activated his spiritual sense, directing the wind-cleaving eagle to retrieve the envelope and bring it to him. A letter from Hong Ying. Wei Tu took the letter and noticed the familiar Mirror Water Pavilion emblem stamped on the envelope. This is good news for Hong Ying, but I wonder if she has truly let go of her resentment. After reading the letter, Wei Tu sighed inwardly. The contents were simple. It was about revenge. After the mourning period for her father ended, Ko Hong Ying had issued a mission within Mirror Water Pavilion, seeking the injured first-tier Qingye snake that had wounded Ko Liang. The task was swiftly taken up, and soon enough, valuable information surfaced. Someone confirmed that a demonic cultivator known as Blood Demon Elder, who had been hiding in Zheng Kingdom, possessed a Qingye snake. Upon learning this, Ko Hong Ying followed multiple leads and eventually uncovered the failed ambush on Zhao Qingluo. When she reached out to Zhao Qingluo for confirmation, she discovered that Blood Demon Elder had already been slain by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, her father's death was avenged. Her resentment was lifted. She reassured Wei Tu and the other elders not to worry about her anymore. At the end of the letter, she expressed gratitude to Wei Tu for his efforts in pursuing her father's killer and stated that if she ever got the chance, she would repay the mysterious Foundation establishment senior who had avenged her father. Hong Ying probably never imagined that the one who avenged my brother was me, her third uncle. Wei Tu shook his head. Since Blood Demon Elder was involved, he had deliberately kept the truth from Hong Ying, choosing instead to let it remain hidden. Yet unexpectedly, her mission within the sect had eventually led her to the truth anyway. By sheer coincidence, she learned that the Qingye snake had been slain and Blood Demon Elder was dead. A twist of fate. Had it not been for the inscription I left on the rock wall, Hong Ying might have never known that her father's killer had already been dealt with. Wei Tu pondered. When he carved those words on the valley wall, he had done so purely to mislead any future investigators, to shift suspicion away from himself. He hadn't expected it would also help resolve Hong Ying's inner turmoil. Fortune favors me, and Hong Ying as well. Wei Tu mused. Foundation establishment was no easy feat. A cultivator needed more than just a foundation establishment pill. They also had to overcome 3 major hurdles. These were the physical hurdle, the chi transformation hurdle, and the mental hurdle. The physical hurdle required a cultivator's body to be strong, full of vitality, and free of internal injuries. It was also called the age barrier. As long as a cultivator was under the age of 120, this was generally not a problem. The chi transformation hurdle involved refining one's chi refinement stage energy into true foundation establishment stage spiritual power. This tested the cultivator's foundation. The deeper their foundation, the higher their chances of success. The mental hurdle, however, was the most dangerous of all. Unlike spiritual power, divine sense undergoes a profound transformation during this stage, and all of a cultivator's thoughts are magnified. It was incredibly easy to be afflicted by inner demons. If Hong Ying had still harbored resentment, she would have been at risk of succumbing to heart demons during foundation establishment, causing her breakthrough to fail. And if she failed, the reward she had promised Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou would become impossible to fulfill. Both of their investments would have been wasted. That was why Wei Tu believed. Fortune favors me, and favors Hong Ying as well. By mid-April of the following year, Helian Xiong and Tong Pei arrived at Wei Tu's residence for a visit. Wei Tu commanded the wind-cleaving eagle to hide, then stepped outside to greet his former neighbors and invited them into the main hall. What brings the two of you here today? After they were seated, Wei Tu noticed a red wedding invitation in Helian Xiong's hand. He was taken aback. 2 years ago, when he had treated them to a banquet at Jingyun Pavilion, Helian Xiong showed little interest in Tong Pei's affections. She had feelings for him, but he did not seem to reciprocate. Could it be that my moving away made a difference? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. He wondered whether his absence had allowed their relationship to develop more smoothly, so much so that within a year, they were now getting married. As you can see, Tong Daoist and I will soon be joined as Dao companions. Helian Xiong explained. I will certainly attend. Wei Tu nodded and accepted the invitation. He didn't pry into why their relationship had progressed so quickly. The cultivation world was not like the mortal world. Asking too many questions could invite trouble. 15 minutes later, Helian Xiong took Tong Pei's hand and bid Wei Tu farewell, leaving Snowfall Courtyard. Wei Tu reunited with Fu Zhizhou, who had just returned from Demon Wolf Mountain. Over drinks, Fu Zhizhou casually revealed how Helian Xiong and Tong Pei's relationship had developed. Several months ago, Helian Xiong had ventured into Demon Wolf Mountain to hunt a high-tier, first-tier demonic beast, the Thunderhorn Tiger. However, the intelligence he had gathered was incorrect. The Thunderhorn Tiger's cave also housed a female tiger. He had failed to retreat in time and was severely wounded by the beast. Upon returning to Danxiu Mountain, Tong Pei personally tended to his injuries. Through this experience, the two grew close. Eventually, Helian Xiong decided to marry Tong Pei. If it weren't for that incident, Brother Helian wouldn't have settled down so soon. Fu Zhizhou took a sip of spirit wine and remarked. Wei Tu nodded in understanding. Among late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, Helian Xiong's strength and talent were among the best. Wei Tu observed Helian Xiong closely. Among late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, Helian Xiong was one of the few with real potential to reach foundation establishment. If Helian Xiong had been like Wei Tu, a cultivator with a trade, such as a talisman master, then getting married wouldn't have made much difference. But Helian Xiong wasn't. He was a higher blade. He frequently ventured into Demon Wolf Mountain, constantly walking the line between life and death. Once he had a family, he would inevitably become more cautious in his actions. His income and spirit stones would likely drop, and with that, his chances of reaching foundation establishment would be significantly reduced. Helian Xiong and Tong Pei Pei's wedding was held as scheduled. The venue was set at Cloud Sparrow Street Courtyard. After considering his relationship with his former neighbors, as well as his own status, Wei Tu discussed it with Fu Zhizhou and ultimately decided on his gift. 1 low-grade, first-tier talisman. 2 basic talismans. The total cost was roughly 1 spirit stone, but the market value was 3 spirit stones. A generous gift for such an occasion. Seeing this, Helian Xiong invited Wei Tu to sit at the guest of honor table. As Wei Tu approached, he noticed something unusual. Several cultivators at the table were fawning over an elderly man seated in a place of prominence. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. He studied the old man's features carefully and realized he bore a strong resemblance to a foundation establishment cultivator recorded in Cultivator Almanac. Ren Feng, one of the 32 rogue foundation establishment cultivators in Danxiu Mountain. Wei Tu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Helian Xiong to have a connection with a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone be able to invite him to the wedding. After sitting down, Wei Tu chose not to approach Ren Feng. Instead, he behaved like the other cultivators at the table, eating quietly without making a fuss. He didn't believe that ingratiating himself during the wedding banquet would make Ren Feng take notice of him, let alone offer him any kind of mentorship. Near the end of the banquet, Ren Feng walked over to Helian Xiong. He patted Helian Xiong on the shoulder and withdrew a pill bottle from his sleeve, pressing it into Helian Xiong's palm. Years ago, I owed your father a debt. He saved my life in Demon Wolf Mountain. Today, I give you a condensed foundation pill as repayment for that favor. Ren Feng's voice was calm and indifferent. Without waiting for a response, he flicked his sleeves, transformed into a streak of red light, and vanished from Cloud Sparrow Street Courtyard. As his words echoed through the hall, silence followed. The cultivators at the guest of honor table, especially those who had been fawning over Ren Feng, felt their faces burn with embarrassment. They had tried so hard to curry favor, yet the esteemed foundation establishment cultivator barely acknowledged them. Instead, he had given Helian Xiong a rare and valuable pill. Condensed foundation pill? That's a condensed foundation pill. It didn't take long for the crowd to react. All eyes turned to the pill bottle in Helian Xiong's hand, filled with envy. The condensed foundation pill was the second most valuable pill for Qi refinement cultivators, just below the foundation establishment pill. Its value was immense. Now, no one was sure whether Ren Feng was being cold and distant, or if he was actually a man of deep gratitude. After all, the favor owed to Helian Xiong's father might not have been all that significant, but the pill he left behind was undeniably priceless. As the banquet wrapped up, the attending cultivators gradually took their leave. Just as Wei Tu was about to leave, he heard, "Taoist Wei, please wait a moment." Helian Xiong had called out to him. Wei Tu paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow. "Taoist Helian, what is it? Please, come inside to talk." Helian Xiong gestured, inviting Wei Tu into the inner hall. Once inside, Tong Pei Pei, still in her bridal attire, served them tea. Wei Tu took his cup and sat down. Helian Xiong took a sip, then spoke in a low voice. "Taoist Wei, do you know why I entered Geng Wen's cave residence years ago, risking offense just to seek refuge with you?" Wei Tu set down his cup, eyes calm. He had an idea. Before he could respond, Helian Xiong answered his own question. "Because Taoist Wei is too solitary. Aside from Brother Fu, you rarely interact with others." Wei Tu understood the implication. Helian Xiong was saying that he had deliberately gotten involved with Geng, one as a means to force an interaction with Wei Tu. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. Daoist Helian, are you saying? From a moment, Helian Xiong had chosen to move into Cloud Sparrow Street courtyard. Wei Tu had suspected that he had ulterior motives. However, since the situation had never escalated into conflict, he hadn't bothered to confront it. Later, Helian Xiong had generously purchased talismans from him, so Wei Tu had simply let the matter go. But now, Helian Xiong had brought it up himself. Helian Xiong leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. My family possesses a secret foundation establishment method, a method that does not require a foundation establishment pill. Wei Tu's pupils contracted slightly. What? A method to establish a foundation without a foundation establishment pill? For the first time, Wei Tu's expression shifted to one of shock. Previous chapter, next chapter. Strictly speaking, foundation establishment pills were not an absolute necessity for a cultivator to break through to the foundation establishment realm. However, without the assistance of a foundation establishment pill, the success rate of reaching foundation establishment was minuscule, especially for cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots. For them, attempting to break through without the pill wasn't just a matter of 1 in 10 succeeding. It might not even be 1 in 100. The cultivation world had been progressing over countless generations. For low-grade spiritual root cultivators, this era was a fortunate one. It was precisely because of the existence of the foundation establishment pill that foundation establishment was no longer reserved solely for those with exceptional talent. Thus, when Helian Xiong spoke of a foundation establishment method that does not require the pill, what he truly meant was that there was an alternative method that significantly increased the probability of a cultivator breaking through without one. Wei Tu remained silent for a few breaths, appearing deep in thought, as if contemplating whether to inquire further about this mysterious method. But in reality, despite his curiosity, he had no real longing for it. After all, he already possessed a foundation establishment pill in his storage bag. There was no need for him to gamble on some unverified method to achieve his breakthrough. The conventional method, using the pill, was a well-documented, tried-and-true path proven by countless cultivators before him. Wei Tu was certain that if Helian Xiong had a foundation establishment pill himself, he wouldn't even consider his so-called ancestral foundation establishment method. Instead, he would wait until his qi refinement cultivation was at its peak, then find a secluded place to break through using the pill. Alternative methods were only for those with no hope of obtaining a foundation establishment pill. What exactly is this alternative foundation establishment method? Wei Tu asked, playing along. Seeing a flicker of interest in Wei Tu's eyes, Helian Xiong nodded inwardly. While Wei Tu had more wealth than he did, that advantage was limited. Given his cultivation level, it was highly unlikely that he would ever obtain a foundation establishment pill through normal means. There were only 2 legitimate ways to acquire one. 1. A cultivator could exchange 2 foundation establishment spiritual materials with one of the 3 major sects in return for a pill. 2. A cultivator could gather the necessary ingredients and collaborate with others to hire a second-tier alchemist to refine the pill. The second method, while slightly less demanding than the first, still required at least 1 foundation establishment spiritual material and an enormous amount of spirit stones to convince a second-tier alchemist to take on the request. Second-tier alchemists held a status even higher than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. For qi refinement cultivators, forming connections with such figures was nearly impossible. As for killing someone to steal their pill, that was not exactly a proper method. With that in mind, Helian Xiong's lips curled into a smile. After a brief pause, he explained, this alternative method is called the Demonic Soul Foundation Establishment Method. It involves using the soul essence of a second-tier demonic beast to push a qi refinement cultivator to the breakthrough threshold. My Helian ancestors had 3 members successfully reach foundation establishment using this method. Seeing a trace of skepticism on Wei Tu's face, Helian Xiong quickly added, I know it sounds difficult to believe, but this method has been proven. It is not mere rumor. Taoist Hellion. Wei Tu placed his teacup down, his expression turning calm and composed. You have deliberately sought me out, invited me to your home, and revealed this method to me. You must need something from me. Please tell me what it is that you require, and why you have chosen to approach me specifically. Wei Tu had already considered the possible reasons why Hellion Xiong would target him. Among them, his only true distinction was his expertise in talisman crafting. However, he still couldn't see how this demonic soul foundation establishment method had anything to do with talismans. Seeing Wei Tu's composed demeanor, Hellion Xiong couldn't help but admire his ability to maintain his composure, even when facing such a temptation as foundation establishment. After a moment, Hellion Xiong began to explain. This method does not require talismans directly, he admitted. However, Taoist Wei should understand how difficult it is for cultivators like us to obtain the soul essence of a second-tier demonic beast. Wei Tu nodded. Second-tier demonic beasts were on par with foundation establishment cultivators. Attempting to seize a second-tier demonic beast soul essence for a foundation establishment breakthrough was no different than challenging a foundation establishment cultivator head-on. A near-impossible feat for Qi refinement cultivators. My ancestors once formed an alliance with a second-tier talisman master, who helped them create a high-grade first-tier talisman. This talisman is called the Demon Refining Talisman. With this talisman, we can temporarily amplify the soul essence of a first-tier demonic beast, pushing it to the level of a second-tier essence. Hellion Xiong paused for a moment before continuing. As for why I have chosen you, Taoist Wei, the reason is simple. Wei Tu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his expression calm as he listened to Hellion Xiong's explanation. The first reason, Hellion Xiong began, is because of your expertise in talisman crafting. You are already a mid-grade first-tier talisman master, and in a few decades, you will likely reach high-grade first-tier. By then, you'll have the ability to craft the Demon Refining Talisman, a talisman vital to this method. The second reason, Hellion Xiong's tone lowered slightly. It has to do with your personality and how you handle matters. You're a cautious person, someone who keeps secrets well. Even if you choose not to assist me, you wouldn't recklessly expose this information and bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. Hellion Xiong's words were measured and deliberate. It was easy to find a high-grade first-tier talisman master, but finding one he was acquainted with, someone who wouldn't leak sensitive information, was much harder. His invitation to Run Yifeng, the foundation establishment cultivator at his wedding, had served two purposes. One was to repay a debt owed by his father. The other was a test for Wei Tu. If Wei Tu had eagerly flattered Run Yifeng at the wedding banquet, Hellion Xiong would never have chosen him for this matter. After Hellion Xiong finished speaking, Wei Tu was silent for a brief moment. Then he asked two questions. 1. Why not ask Run Yifeng, or another foundation establishment cultivator, to hunt down a second-tier demonic beast and extract its soul essence? 2. If the Demon Refining Talisman was so crucial to his family, why didn't they stockpile it for future use? If you cannot answer these two questions satisfactorily, Wei Tu said with a hint of coldness in his voice, then I will have to decline this offer. Of course, this was merely a strategy to gain Hellion Xiong's trust. Wei Tu had already considered the answers on his own. When he first heard about this alternative foundation establishment method, he knew he couldn't afford to ignore it. After all, he only had one foundation establishment pill, but he had two children. Even though he had told Wei Yin and Wei Erlang that he wouldn't be providing them with resources, he still had to prepare for the future. Supporting both of them equally would mean sacrificing his own cultivation progress. But knowledge was different. A foundation establishment method was something that could be passed down. Inside the courtyard on Lark Street, Hellion Xiong let out a bitter chuckle. Taoist Wei, you overestimate my relationship with Uncle Run. My father only assisted him once in the past. That favor isn't nearly enough to persuade him to hunt a second-tier demonic beast for me. Second-tier demonic beasts are far stronger than first-tier ones. Most of them have innate bloodline abilities, making them much harder to kill. As for why my family hasn't stockpiled demon refining talismans, Helian Xiong sighed. While talismans last longer than pills, they do deteriorate over time. Their effectiveness weakens, and if a demon refining talisman loses its potency, it won't be able to elevate a first-tier demonic beast's soul essence to second tier. Both explanations were reasonable, especially the second one. As a talisman master, Wei Tu was well aware of the shelf life of talismans. Unlike alchemy, which classified pills into fine grades, talismans were simply divided into low, mid, and high-grade first-tier levels. The demon refining talisman, though categorized as high-grade first-tier, was actually among the best of its kind, much like the golden light talisman that Gungwen had once used. Only top-tier high-grade talismans possessed enough power to temporarily boost a demonic beast's essence to foundation establishment level. But such talismans were 1. Extremely difficult to craft. 2. Difficult to store long-term without losing effectiveness. At this moment, Tong Peipei spoke up. If Taoist Wei agrees to study and refine the demon refining talisman, I will also pass down my family's talisman inheritance to you. It was an added incentive, because she feared Wei Tu might refuse otherwise. Hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes flashed with interest. He nodded in agreement. 15 minutes later, Wei Tu left Lark Street Courtyard with 2 jade slips in his possession. One contained Tong Peipei's talisman inheritance. The other contained the demon refining talisman's crafting method. As for the demonic soul foundation establishment method, Helian Xiong had not given it to him yet. Instead, he promised that once Wei Tu successfully crafted a demon refining talisman, he would hand over the details. Back at Snowfall Courtyard, Wei Tu glanced at the crafting method for the demon refining talisman. Then he set it aside. He knew how to prioritize his tasks. Right now, his main focus was reaching the peak of qi refinement and preparing for his own foundation establishment breakthrough. Improving his talisman crafting skills could wait. Even if he did spend time drawing talismans, he would focus on fulfilling Ko Hongying's sect mission rather than experimenting with the demon refining talisman. 3 years passed. Inside the cultivation chamber of Snowfall Courtyard, Wei Tu sensed his spiritual energy had surged significantly. He couldn't help but smile. 67 years old, Qi Refinement 7th Layer. Unlike Fu Zhizhou, because he had successfully switched to a new cultivation method, his foundation was incredibly stable. Thus, the minor bottleneck from mid-stage Qi Refinement to late-stage Qi Refinement did not appear for him. The difficulty of advancing from the 6th to the 7th layer was no different from his previous breakthroughs. After stabilizing his spiritual energy for a few days, Wei Tu emerged from seclusion. At that moment, the wind-cleaving eagle let out a sharp cry, dropping a letter into Wei Tu's palm. Perhaps because it knew it was a prisoner of war, the wind-cleaving eagle did not dare to act high and mighty while staying at Snowfall Courtyard. It often did small tasks to curry favor with Wei Tu. Baibao Pavilion Auction? Seeing the contents of the invitation, Wei Tu's eyes flickered. It seemed that he was now considered a significant figure in Danxiu Mountain. He had received an invitation to the once-in-5 years auction of Baibao Pavilion. Baibao Pavilion was one of the largest commercial houses in Danxiu Mountain Marketplace. Every 5 years, it held an auction. During each auction, Baibao Pavilion would send invitations to notable figures in Danxiu Mountain. When he lived at Lark Street Courtyard, Wei Tu had never received such an invitation. Might as well take a look. Wei Tu opened the invitation and saw that the auction was scheduled for 7 days later. After months of solitude, he felt it might be a good idea to attend. After obtaining the treasures of Blood Demon Elder, he had enough protective artifacts and didn't need to spend spirit stones to decorate himself further. If there was anything he lacked, it was just condensed foundation pills and some qi refinement breakthrough pills. Condensed foundation pills are essential for breaking into foundation establishment, so I can consider purchasing them. But as for breakthrough pills, they aren't necessary. Wei Tu closed the invitation deep in thought. He was still wary of alchemical poisonings, having witnessed how Gungwan had used a poison pill to secretly harm Blood Demon Elder. Blood Demon Elder had been incredibly powerful, and yet he died in such a humiliating way. A few years ago, if the internal conflict between Gungwan and Blood Demon Elder had resulted in Blood Demon Elder surviving, Wei Tu would never have dared to show himself, let alone engage in battle with him. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. That morning, Danshio Mountain saw numerous cultivation abodes that had been closed off for years finally open their doors. Hundreds of cultivators stepped out, merging into the crowd heading toward Baibao Pavilion, which was located midway up Danshio Mountain. Wei Tu was among them. As the crowd moved, Wei Tu observed young nobles riding spirit horses, arrogantly pushing through the masses, as well as Foundation establishment cultivators soaring through the air. But the majority of cultivators, like himself, walked on foot, neither fast nor slow. Upon entering Baibao Pavilion, he passed through a grand hall and a long corridor before reaching the auction venue, a 3-story jade pavilion. The entrance was wide open. Wei Tu followed an attendant inside. The 3 floors of the pavilion were all connected. The second floor was an open viewing terrace, furnished with rows of rosewood seats. The third floor consisted of private booths. Wei Tu, as a mid-grade first-tier talisman master, had received an invitation from Baibao Pavilion. However, it wasn't high enough to grant him access to a private booth. Scanning the area, Wei Tu chose a secluded corner and sat down. While this corner seat was not particularly prominent, it still allowed him to clearly see both the auction platform and the flow of people coming and going. As time passed, Wei Tu noticed many well-known Foundation establishment cultivators entering the hall. Just then, "Third brother," a slightly surprised voice called out near his ear. Wei Tu looked up and saw Fu Zhizhou, so he motioned for him to sit together. "Fourth brother, are you here for something specific?" he asked out of curiosity. Baibao Pavilion's auctions generally only invited late-stage, Qi refinement cultivators and above. Other cultivators had to buy tickets if they wanted to attend. Thus, unless they were planning to make a purchase, ordinary cultivators wouldn't spend spirit stones just to spectate. From Fu Zhizhou's spiritual aura, Wei Tu could tell that he was still a Qi refinement 6th layer and had yet to break through. However, compared to 3 years ago, Fu Zhizhou's foundation was much more stable. His spiritual pressure was already approaching the 7th layer. "There is a purifying Qi pill up for auction. Alchemist Chun told me that if I take a purifying Qi pill, I can finally cleanse my body of the remaining impurities from the blood-nourishing pill." Fu Zhizhou took a seat and explained. As they chatted, a young woman in white robes arrived, escorted by an attendant. She flew directly to a private booth on the 3rd floor. When Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou saw her face, they both momentarily froze. "Zhao Qingluo," she broke through to Foundation establishment, Fu Zhizhou said with a hint of envy. Even though he had always known that someone like Zhao Qingluo, a cultivation prodigy from an immortal clan, was destined to reach Foundation establishment soon, seeing it happen in person was something else entirely. Previous chapter, next chapter. Wei Tu, who was sitting nearby, let out a silent sigh of relief. He had taken Zhao Qingluo's Foundation establishment pill, and though he had justified it to himself as repayment for saving her life, a lingering guilt had remained. He had worried that his actions might have hindered Zhao Qingluo's cultivation path, even though, by logic, it was fair compensation for her survival. Still, he had taken it without asking. Now that he saw that Zhao Qingluo had successfully reached Foundation establishment, the guilt in his heart dissipated. Soon after, the rosewood seats in the 2nd floor hall of Baibao Pavilion were nearly full. Among the attendees, there were many mysterious cultivators cloaked in robes, their faces hidden. Through his observations, Wei Tu noted that at least 7 Foundation establishment cultivators were seated in the private booths on the 3rd floor. Could it be that there's something at this auction valuable enough to attract so many Foundation establishment cultivators? Wei Tu took out his invitation, flipped it over, and scanned the auction catalog. It seems similar to past auctions, nothing particularly rare. The final 3 featured items must hold some hidden surprises. He pondered. Other than that, he couldn't think of any reason why 7 Foundation establishment cultivators would be interested in attending this particular auction. After all, Baibao Pavilion held an auction every 5 years, and the items were usually similar in value. A quarter of an hour later, a mature, alluring woman, dressed in a revealing outfit, gracefully stepped onto the auction platform. She gave a small bow and smiled. "I am Lu Hong, and I will be hosting today's auction. On behalf of Baibao Pavilion, I extend my gratitude to all our esteemed guests for attending." After the brief introduction, she did not waste any further words. She lifted the red silk cloth covering the jade platform, revealing the first auction item, a deep black, or the size of a walnut. A mid-grade first-tier iron essence, weighing 3.6 gene. An excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. The starting bid is 13 spirit stones. Each bid increment must be no less than 2 spirit stones. Lu Hong announced with a smile. 17 spirit stones. A cultivator immediately called out. Iron essence was a common material in the cultivation world, with a stable market price. A piece of this weight typically sold for around 30 spirit stones. If one could purchase it below market price, they would make a small profit. Baibao Pavilion often included such items to entice bidders and stimulate participation. I bid 21 spirit stones. 23 spirit stones. The bidding continued fiercely, and the auction hall's energy was gradually rising. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou also placed bids for the iron essence. If free spirit stones were being handed out, they saw no reason to act aloof and let the opportunity slip away. 27 spirit stones. Finally, a gray-robed elder won the bid and claimed the iron essence. At this price, reselling it would only bring a small profit. For most cultivators present, further bidding would not be worthwhile. The second item in today's auction is a pair of fire pulp fruits, cultivated by the He family of Shangjiang. These fruits are delicious and can enhance one's cultivation. They are an excellent choice for personal use or as gifts for esteemed guests. Each fruit offers a boost equivalent to that of a qi enhancement pill. Lu Hong unveiled the red silk cloth again. Instantly, a rich, fragrant aroma filled the entire hall. Fire pulp fruits? Several cultivators swallowed involuntarily, their eyes gleaming with interest. Besides their exquisite taste, spiritual fruits also had another great advantage. They provided the same effects as medicinal pills, boosting cultivation. Additionally, consuming spiritual fruits did not carry the risk of pill toxins accumulating in the body. However, spiritual fruits were often more expensive than equivalent grade pills. For example, the starting bid for this pair of fire pulp fruits was 10% higher than that of a qi enhancement pill. Thus, even though the starting price wasn't overly high, the number of interested bidders was relatively low. Wei Tu was tempted. He was currently at Qi Refinement 7th layer, and if he consumed both fire pulp fruits, he could likely reach the 8th layer within a decade. Advancing in late-stage Qi Refinement was far harder than in the early or mid-stages. It was common for cultivators to remain stuck in a bottleneck for decades. However, Wei Tu ultimately did not place a bid. Spiritual fruits were expensive and had low cost-effectiveness. They were mostly purchased by wealthy cultivators. Buying such luxuries would only make him stand out unnecessarily, drawing unwanted attention. Wealth is best accumulated in silence. Before reaching Foundation establishment, he had no desire to attract unnecessary scrutiny. Besides, the cultivation technique recorded in the jade slip was nothing special, just an ordinary qi refinement technique. There wasn't much remarkable about it. However, within the jade slip, there was something far more valuable, a method to craft a unique magical artifact. This artifact was called Qi Pouch, a flesh-refining artifact. Once refined, it would function as an additional dantian within a cultivator's body, capable of storing up to 40% of their total spiritual power and nurturing magical artifacts inside. The depth of one's spiritual power could be the deciding factor in battles between cultivators of the same level. But that wasn't what Wei Tu valued most about the chi pouch. What truly caught his attention was its ability to aid cultivators in breaking through to foundation establishment by assisting them in overcoming the chi transformation hurdle. The three major hurdles of foundation establishment were: 1. Physical hurdle, testing the body's endurance, vitality, and resistance to inner injuries. 2. Chi transformation hurdle, refining chi into true foundation establishment spiritual power, a process that required both a strong foundation and an abundant spiritual reservoir. 3. Mental hurdle, the battle of the mind and will, where one had to resist inner demons and intrusive thoughts. The chi transformation hurdle was particularly harsh. If a cultivator's foundation was weak or their spiritual power insufficient, they wouldn't be able to condense their energy into true spiritual liquid for foundation establishment. However, with the extra energy stored in the chi pouch, even a slightly weaker foundation wouldn't be a problem anymore. The stored spiritual power inside the chi pouch would be enough to help with the chi condensation process, making it much easier to successfully step into foundation establishment. Of course, this didn't mean the chi pouch was only useful for weaker cultivators. Even for those with a strong foundation, having more spiritual power during the chi condensation process would only make their breakthrough smoother and more refined, further solidifying their foundation for future cultivation. The stronger the foundation, the greater the potential for progress after foundation establishment. And it's not even difficult to refine. The materials are easy to find. The hardest material to acquire is just the stomach of a high-grade spirit beast with a matching attribute. Wei Tu carefully examined the refining process and the list of required materials for the chi pouch, and was pleasantly surprised. If it had been too difficult to refine, then obtaining this crafting method would have been nothing more than a useless burden. Immortal Master Wu left this inheritance for me, so that second brother could pass this favor to me. This chi pouch is valuable to me. I am willing to offer 50 spirit stones along with 2 mid-grade first-tier talismans in exchange for its crafting method. After a brief moment of thought, Wei Tu stepped into his living quarters, retrieved a bag of spirit stones, and placed it alongside 2 talismans in front of Wei Fei. The chi pouch crafting method was already fully documented in the jade slip that Wei Fei had given him. But just because Wei Fei treated him with full trust didn't mean Wei Tu would take advantage of it. Even between brothers, fairness and integrity were essential. That wasn't just a principle for others, but also a principle for himself. One must act with honor in all things. This is too much, Wei Fei said, visibly shocked as he looked at the pile of spirit stones before him. He quickly waved his hand, refusing the payment. But Wei Tu simply shook his head and pressed down on Wei Fei's hand, preventing him from pushing the bag back. Second brother, if this chi pouch refining method were to be auctioned at Baibao Pavilion, it could easily be a grand finale treasure in the auction. Me purchasing it for 50 spirit stones and 2 mid-grade talismans is already a great deal for me. I'm still the one who owes you a favor. Wei Tu's words were part truth, part exaggeration. The chi pouch was an extremely useful artifact, one that could enhance a cultivator's foundation in all aspects. If it were placed in an auction house, it would easily be worth over 1,000 spirit stones. So in that sense, he was definitely getting the better end of the deal. However, for an individual cultivator, the chi pouch wasn't worth that much. The reason the chi pouch could be valued at over 1,000 spirit stones was because cultivation sects and factions would be willing to pay such a high price for it. If a sect obtained this crafting method, they could mass-produce the artifact for their disciples, securing both financial gain and a long-term power boost. For these organizations, it was a strategic investment worth every spirit stone. But for an individual cultivator, the chi pouch wasn't worth that kind of price. There were also alternative methods. Instead of refining the chi pouch, one could simply use pills to assist in breakthroughs. And these pills were far cheaper than the cost of refining the chi pouch. Not to mention, even after obtaining the crafting method, Actually refining the artifact would require an investment of over 100 spirit stones. Thank you, third brother. Wei Fei wasn't foolish. He understood what Wei Tu was doing. By offering him 50 spirit stones, Wei Tu was making a clear statement. 1. He was being fair and not taking advantage of Wei Fei. 2. He was extending a helping hand. When Wei Fei finally accepted the spirit stones, Wei Tu let out a sigh and spoke again. Just like I advised you back in the mortal world, I suggest that you share the Qi pouch refining method with fourth brother Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hong Ying as well. It's mutually beneficial. Not only will it help them on their path, but it will also help you walk further down your own. He had a close personal relationship with Wei Fei, which was why he gave him 50 spirit stones and 2 mid-grade first-tier talismans. When it came to Ko Hong Ying and Fu Zhizhou, the price wouldn't be any less than 50 spirit stones each. With 150 spirit stones in total, Wei Fei would have enough resources to sustain himself through the Qi refinement realm without much difficulty. I'll listen to you, third brother. Wei Fei responded cheerfully. The last time they reunited, he had been worried about falling behind too much, but he never expected that Immortal Master Wu's inheritance would turn out to be so generous. By selling the Qi pouch crafting method to the rest of the righteous society, he could use those spirit stones to catch up in cultivation. It wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Fu Zhizhou had been stuck at the 6th level of Qi refinement for years. When giving Ko Hong Ying the Qi pouch crafting method, make sure she signs a spiritual contract, agreeing not to resell it privately. Wei Tu reminded him at the right moment. Unlike the 3 sworn brothers, Ko Hong Ying wasn't a rogue cultivator. She had sect backing and a foundation establishment master. She didn't have to worry about the potential dangers of selling the method for profit. Greed is a powerful force. The possibility of gaining over 1,000 spirit stones could have a direct impact on Ko Hong Ying's path to foundation establishment. I understand. Wei Fei smiled knowingly. He had absolute trust in Wei Tu because of their 40 years of brotherhood. He knew Wei Tu's character well. But when it came to Ko Hong Ying, he wouldn't be so naive as to give away the method without any precautions. 2 months later, Wei Tu received 2 letters, one from Wei Fei, the other from Ko Hong Ying. Both letters were about the Qi pouch crafting method. Wei Fei mentioned that Ko Hong Ying agreed to sign the spiritual contract and had paid him 80 spirit stones for the method. Wei Tu wasn't surprised at all. From the last gathering, when Ko Hong Ying asked the 3 uncles to help her advance to foundation establishment, it was clear she had ambition. In fact, her real goal might not even be foundation establishment, but golden core. While some pills could provide similar effects to the Qi pouch, the Qi pouch's effects could stack. With both combined, Ko Hong Ying's potential would increase even further. For that reason alone, she wouldn't let go of the Qi pouch so easily. Aside from mentioning her deal with Wei Fei, Ko Hong Ying's letter also revealed her intention to refine the Qi pouch. She wanted Wei Tu to connect her with his in-law, Baibao Pavilion's pavilion master, Mei Yuanfeng, to forge the Qi pouch for her. Specialization matters. Mei Yuanfeng was a well-known top-grade first-tier artifact refiner from Baishur Lake, renowned for his skills. More importantly, his reputation was solid. Of course, the real advantage for Ko Hong Ying was being able to establish a connection with Mei Yuanfeng. After some thought, Wei Tu wrote back. He told Ko Hong Ying to wait for now and to start gathering materials for refining the artifact. When the next gathering came, they would visit Mei Yuanfeng together to request the Qi pouch's refinement. After all, the next 10-year gathering was only 2 years away. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During this time, aside from Tong Pei Pei occasionally visiting to ask about Wei Tu's progress with the demon refining talisman, nothing noteworthy happened. After packing his belongings, Wei Tu set out with Fu Zhizhou, leaving Danxiu Mountain and heading toward Baishur Lake Marketplace. Their first stop was Nanhang City. As they arrived, Fu Zhizhou stopped walking. "Third brother, you go home. I won't be going back," he said. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Last time, didn't you meet with Liner and settle some things?" He remembered at Cole Yang's funeral, Fu Zhizhou and his son, Fu Lin, had reunited at the morning hall. Afterward, Fu Zhizhou claimed he had family matters to deal with and asked Wei Tu to leave first. But now, Fu Zhizhou shook his head and sighed, refusing to explain further. Seeing this, Wei Tu didn't press the matter. He simply nodded, then turned and walked into Nanhang City. Even a fair judge struggles to settle family disputes. Though he and Fu Zhizhou were sworn brothers, family matters were too complicated to meddle in. Upon arriving at the Wei family estate, Wei Tu reunited with his family. After settling in, he found a chance to ask his niece and nephew, Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan, about the Fu family. After Uncle Ko's funeral, Fu Lin left Nanhang City with Fu Erlang and Fu Sanmei. No one knows where they went. Wei Xiuan said in a low voice. Why did the three of them leave home? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Back then, when Fu Lin knelt before him, Wei Tu could tell. The eldest son of the Fu family had a resolute Dao heart, no less than his father. Fu Lin had first settled in Baisher Lake Marketplace, but now he had fled once again. This would clearly delay his cultivation path. The reason was probably more than just father-son conflict. It's because Fu Lin has started cultivating demonic techniques, Wei Xiuan whispered. Demonic techniques? Wei Tu's gaze sharpened, and he muttered, No wonder. At the last gathering, Wei Xiuan had already mentioned that Ko Hong Ing avoided Fu Lin, even refusing to meet him under the pretense of being in seclusion. At the time, Wei Tu had been puzzled. Why would Ko Hong Ing do such a thing? After all, she didn't seem like someone who would blindly follow power or abandon acquaintances due to their misfortune. But if Fu Lin had already begun cultivating demonic techniques back then, everything made sense now. At the last gathering, Ko Hong Ing had revealed her cultivation level, Qi Refinement 7th level. With her cultivation, noticing traces of demonic cultivation in Fu Lin wouldn't have been difficult. Her avoidance of Fu Lin was likely to prevent suspicion, not because she looked down on a fallen peer. Demonic cultivators in Zheng Kingdom were hunted down without mercy. 5 days later, June 13th, the members of the Righteous Society gathered once again. But this time, compared to 10 years ago, Ko Yang was missing. Ko Hong Ing wore a sorrowful expression. The three brothers sighed, pouring a cup of wine onto the ground as a tribute to Ko Yang's spirit in the afterlife. Afterward, each of them shared their progress in cultivation and what they had learned over the past decade. Wei Fei stole a glance at Fu Zhizhou, his face filled with satisfaction as he announced that he had broken through to Qi Refinement 6th level. 2 years ago, when he visited Wei Tu's Snowfall Courtyard, he had already reached Qi Refinement 5th level. With Wei Tu and Ko Hong Ying's support, he had been able to buy a blue water pill, allowing him to easily advance to Qi Refinement 6th level. Then, it was Wei Tu's turn. Qi Refinement 7th level. Wei Tu spoke simply. As soon as the words fell, Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou, who had already expected this, remained calm. But Ko Hong Ying, who had been training in her sect, was clearly shocked. At the last gathering, it had taken Wei Tu 10 years to advance just one level, reaching Qi Refinement 5th level. But this time, in another 10 years, his progress had surged, and he had broken through 2 levels. She knew that advancing from Qi Refinement 6th level to 7th level was a major hurdle. Breaking into late-stage Qi Refinement was no small feat. And now, she had only reached the 8th level, meaning she was just one step ahead of Wei Tu. Congratulations, Uncle Wei. Ko Hong Ing suppressed her thoughts, smiled, and congratulated him. What? 4th brother, you've reached Qi Refinement 7th level. When Fu Zhizhou revealed his cultivation level, Wei Fei, who had been smug just moments ago, was utterly stunned. He blurted out in disbelief. He had thought that after reaching Qi Refinement 6th level, he would no longer be the weakest. But he hadn't expected Fu Zhizhou to still be one step ahead, no longer stuck at the 6th level. Fu Zhizhou, seeing Wei Fei's reaction, didn't mind at all. He simply laughed heartily, brushing the matter aside. Back in Immortal World, He had known that Wei Fei harbored a sense of rivalry toward him. At first, this feeling might have affected their relationship, but by now, it was just a minor aspect of their cultivation journey. Finally, it was Ko Hongying's turn. After sharing her cultivation progress and insights, her eyes flickered, and she turned toward Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, bringing up the refinement of the Qi pouch artifact. If there's an opportunity, Uncle Fu should consider refining this artifact. With its support, you won't have to worry about your foundation being too weak when breaking into foundation establishment. She reminded him, I'll think about it when the time comes. Fu Zhizhou shook his head. After spending most of his spirit stones on healing, he was already struggling financially. He had no resources left to refine the Qi pouch and reinforce his foundation. After the banquet, as everyone left the private room, Ko Hongying lifted her skirt slightly and followed closely behind Wei Tu, keeping half a step behind. She began transmitting voice messages to him, discussing the specifics of refining the Qi pouch. I've gathered almost all the materials. For some, I even have 2 sets prepared. Uncle Wei, are you ready on your end? Ko Hongying inquired. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded, pulled out a list of organized materials from his sleeve, and handed it to her. Previous chapter, next chapter. The two compared the spirit materials they had collected. After tallying them up, they found they had just a little more than 2 full sets. Next, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying assessed the value of the materials each lacked. Ko Hongying compensated Wei Tu with 4 spirit stones. Seeing that they had gathered everything necessary, Wei Tu wasted no time and called over Wei Xiuwen, instructing him to take them to see Mei Zhen. Mei Yuanfeng was a top-grade first-tier artifact refiner, his status among Qi refinement cultivators second only to Foundation establishment cultivators. If they wanted to reach him, going through Mei Zhen would be the best route. Half an hour later, Mei Zhen agreed to Wei Tu's request without much hesitation. The last time she had met this father-in-law, his generosity had left a lasting impression. This was important. It proved that Wei Tu was not the kind of person who would try to take advantage of Baibao Pavilion. My father is a top-grade artifact refiner, and many cultivators seek him to refine artifacts. If you want to cut in line, you might need to pay extra spirit stones. Mei Zhen gave them a heads up, explaining her father's normal rates and the additional cost for skipping ahead. I'll cover the extra spirit stones, Ko Hongying said, her beautiful eyes glancing at Wei Tu. She was approaching Qi refinement perfection and needed the Qi pouch refined as soon as possible to store her spiritual power. But Wei Tu was different. He still had at least 20 years before reaching Qi refinement perfection. There was no need for him to rush the refinement of his Qi pouch at the cost of extra spirit stones. Thus, it was only fair that she bear the additional cost. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. He didn't insist on splitting the cost. This time, Ko Hongying was using the Wei Mei family connection to get in touch with Mei Yuanfeng for priority service. This meant that the Wei family's goodwill was being spent. In the future, Wei Tu might have to repay this favor. Even if he also needed the artifact urgently, the extra cost should mainly be borne by Ko Hongying. The next day, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, led by Mei Zhen, arrived at the refining workshop behind Baibao Pavilion and met Mei Yuanfeng. A Qi pouch. Mei Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow upon hearing what they wanted refined. It was clear he had heard of this artifact before. Dear in-law, would you be willing to adjust the spiritual contract? Instead of keeping the method confidential, could I include it in my Mei family's inheritance? Mei Yuanfeng looked at Wei Tu, the one making the final decision. Typically, when an artifact refiner worked on a unique artifact for a client, they signed a confidentiality contract. The contract prevented the refiner from disclosing the method or making similar artifacts for others. There were different levels of these contracts. Some ensured the refiner took the technique to their grave, while others only prevented them from using it for a set number of years. Originally, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying had chosen the strictest confidentiality contract, one that permanently barred Mei Yuanfeng from refining the Qi pouch again or revealing its method. Now, Mei Yuanfeng was suggesting a modification. He wanted to include the Qi pouch refinement technique in his Mei family's legacy. May Taoist, are you familiar with the origins of the chi pouch? Wei Tu didn't answer right away. Instead, he changed the topic. The chi pouch was an exclusive artifact of the Hongri sect, a cultivation sect that existed in Zheng Kingdom thousands of years ago. After Hongri sect was destroyed, the technique for making the chi pouch was lost. That said, there's a chance the three major sects still have secret knowledge of it. Mei Yuanfeng stroked his beard as he explained. Hongri sect. Wei Tu noted the name in his mind. He speculated that Immortal Master Wu might have had a strong connection to Hongri sect. This artifact technique was passed to me by a trusted Taoist friend. If Mei Taoist is willing to pay a fair price for it, I can see if my Taoist friend is open to selling the method. Wei Tu responded. Spiritual contracts were just commercial agreements. They weren't absolute constraints. If Mei Yuanfeng went ahead and incorporated the chi pouch technique into Mei family's legacy, there wouldn't be much Wei Tu could do. But the fact that Mei Yuanfeng informed him beforehand and offered to renegotiate the contract showed professional integrity. Of course, Wei Tu wasn't sure whether this courtesy was because they were in-laws. Right now, what mattered was securing a good price for Wei Fei. 200 spirit stones. Mei Yuanfeng stated his price without hesitation. And I guarantee that this technique will remain exclusive to my Mei family. The chi pouches I craft will only be available to my descendants. They will not be sold publicly. This price was already quite high. Moreover, Mei Yuanfeng had given his guarantee. After thinking for a moment, Wei Tu agreed on Wei Fei's behalf. The chi pouch is a high-grade artifact, and since it is a flesh-type artifact, it is difficult to refine. For each one, the cost will be 50 spirit stones per person. After signing the contract, Mei Yuanfeng briefly reviewed the refinement method for the chi pouch and stated the refining fee. Wei Tu and Ko Hongying paid the required spirit stones. They agreed to return in 3 months to pick up their artifacts. Here are 200 spirit stones. With that, Mei Yuanfeng took out 2 top-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Wei Tu. A single top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the 2 top-grade spirit stones, Wei Tu couldn't help but admire Mei Yuanfeng's integrity. After leaving their materials, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying did not linger in the artifact workshop and quickly departed. 3 months later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying met again and went to Baibao Pavilion to collect the chi pouches refined by Mei Yuanfeng. Wei Tu noticed that his chi pouch was slightly better than Ko Hongying's. After brief thought, he understood why. Artifact refinement had a sequence. Since Mei Yuanfeng was closer to him, he had prioritized refining Ko Hongying's chi pouch first as practice. However, after seeing that Ko Hongying didn't seem to mind, Wei Tu suppressed these thoughts and stopped dwelling on it. Leaving Baibao Pavilion, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying walked together, chatting along the way. Since Kuliyang's passing, Wei Tu noticed that Ko Hongying spoke with him much more frequently than before. In the past, Ko Hongying would only send him a letter every 2 to 3 years. But now, she wrote to him every few months, sharing her experiences at Mirror Water Pavilion. Uncle Wei, I have almost accumulated enough sect contribution points. In 10 years, I should be able to start preparing for foundation establishment. By then, I might not have time to attend our next Righteous Society gathering. When their conversation shifted to foundation establishment, Ko Hongying paused and expressed her concern. She worried that if she skipped the next gathering, the others in Righteous Society might think she had grown arrogant after advancing in cultivation and no longer cared about them. You don't need to worry about that, Hongying. I'll explain everything to second brother and fourth brother. Wei Tu reassured her. The further one walked down the cultivation path, the lonelier it became. When Kuliyang was alive, he handled all these matters for her. But now that he was gone, Ko Hongying had no choice but to face these social obligations alone. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Hearing this, the sadness on Ko Hongying's face disappeared, and she gave Wei Tu a deep bow, her face lighting up with a smile. The two parted ways. Wei Tu left Baishur Lake Marketplace, disappearing into the thick fog. I don't know why, but whenever I see Uncle Wei or talk to him, I always feel a sense of peace. Maybe this is why he became the backbone of righteous society. Ko Hongying watched Wei Tu's broad back as he departed, lost in thought. She didn't even realize when she started valuing his opinions so much, writing to him often, seeking his advice. Everything seemed to have changed subtly over time. 7 days later, Wei Tu returned to Danxiu Mountain. As soon as he reached his cave dwelling, the first thing he did was begin refining his chi pouch. The chi pouch in his palm was the size of a walnut, glowing deep green. Ever since he switched to lesser spring and autumn art and condensed the geomagnetic spirit body, his spiritual power had leaned more toward the wood attribute rather than the earth attribute. Thus, when refining his chi pouch, he specifically chose a wood attribute beast stomach as the main material. After an initial refinement, Wei Tu did not hesitate and directly swallowed the chi pouch. Under the catalysis of his spiritual power, the chi pouch took root near his dantian, slowly absorbing his internal energy. The small, dry chi pouch, initially the size of a walnut, gradually expanded as it absorbed his spiritual energy. 3.5%. The chi pouch can store up to 3.5% of my spiritual power. After 1.5 months, Wei Tu had completely filled the chi pouch with his spiritual power. He estimated that the chi pouch's stored energy equaled 35% of his total chi refinement stage level 7 power. By the time I reach chi refinement level 9, the chi pouch's storage will probably drop to only 20% of my total energy. But even 20% is still a huge boost. It will greatly enhance my potential for foundation establishment. Wei Tu was pleased. After refining his chi pouch, Wei Tu spent his days alternating between meditation and crafting talismans, specifically illusion wood talismans. This was the final sect mission Ko Hongying assigned him. 3 to 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wei Tu easily completed the illusion wood talisman mission. Hongying has reached Chi refinement level 9. She's about to attempt foundation establishment. The month after handing in his talismans, Wei Tu received a letter from Ko Hongying. In the letter, she informed him that she had broken through to Chi refinement level 9 and, after polishing her spiritual power for 2 more years, would begin preparing for foundation establishment. Wei Tu wrote back, offering his early congratulations on her upcoming foundation establishment breakthrough and her transition into a foundation establishment cultivator. Previous chapter. Next chapter. 5 years have passed. Another Baibao Pavilion auction. Wei Tu, after sending the letter, noticed a new invitation from Baibao Pavilion at the door and thought to himself. A few days later, Wei Tu attended the auction. This time, fewer foundation establishment cultivators attended, only 2. The auctioneer was still Luo Hong. When it was time to auction spiritual fruits, this time, Wei Tu did not hold back and bid for the silver luan fruit, a high-grade first-tier spiritual fruit. The other cultivators who were competing for the spiritual fruit were surprised for a moment when they saw that Wei Tu, a well-known talisman master, had won the bid. They quickly lost interest and moved on. Talisman masters could make money easily. At 70 years old, nearly 80, Wei Tu's potential was low. The fact that he purchased the spiritual fruit was likely because he had taken too many pills and needed to use this silver luan fruit to avoid the side effects and enhance his cultivation. 5 years was a small watershed. A 60-something cultivator at Chi refinement level 7 was considered a potential middle-aged cultivator. However, a 70-something cultivator at Chi refinement level 7 was regarded as someone with very low potential in the eyes of others. Back at Luoxua Courtyard, Wei Tu consumed the silver luan fruit, which was worth 25 spirit stones, and used its energy to successfully break through to Chi refinement level 8. A few days later, Tong Pei Pei visited as usual to inquire about Wei Tu's progress on the demon refining talisman. A few days ago, I barely managed to draw a demon refining talisman, but the failure rate is too high. I drew almost 100 before one succeeded. Wei Tu took out a dark red talisman from his sleeve and placed it on the table. It had been 8 years since Hellion Xiong entrusted him with the task of refining the demon refining talisman. 8 years was neither long nor short. He couldn't continue delaying things with Hellion Xiong and his wife without showing any progress. After all, there were other talisman masters on Danqiu Mountain. If he took too long without any results, Hellion Xiong might give up on him and find a more reliable talisman master. Wei Tu was still quite interested in the Demon Soul Foundation establishment method and didn't want to lose the opportunity to acquire this uncommon method. Thus, after completing Ko Hongying's sect task, he had devoted the past 2 years, besides his own cultivation, almost entirely to drawing the demon refining talisman. You succeeded in refining the demon refining talisman? Tong Pei Pei asked in surprise, already prepared for the usual result of no progress. Being a talisman master herself, it was not hard for her to recognize the difficulty of drawing a demon refining talisman. The demon refining talisman was a high-difficulty talisman even among high-grade talismans. When Wei Tu accepted Hellion Xiong's request, he was only a middle-tier first-grade talisman master. At that time, drawing high-grade talismans was already challenging, not to mention the demon refining talisman, which was far more difficult. Upon realizing this, Tong Pei Pei was secretly startled and gasped. The fact that Wei Tu succeeded in drawing the demon refining talisman meant that his skills in talisman crafting had already reached the level of a top-grade first-tier talisman master, or were close to it. To be considered a talisman master of a certain level, one must have stable output of talismans of that level. It was just a fluke. Wei Tu humbly replied, "I'm not yet a top-grade first-tier talisman master." This statement was true. With his late bloomer destiny, he was different from ordinary talisman masters. As long as he focused on a specific type of talisman, he could master it with enough time. In other words, as long as he could draw a specific talisman, his late bloomer destiny would allow him to gradually master its creation and become proficient in drawing it. However, over the past several years, as his geomagnetic spirit body became more solidified, his focus had gradually shifted from improving his talisman skills to his cultivation. The two were mutually exclusive. While he had reached Qi refinement level 8, his progress in talismans had slowed significantly. He was still a middle-tier, first-grade talisman master, not yet at the top grade. In a few years, fellow Wei will definitely become a top-grade talisman master. Tong Pei Pei smiled. Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Wei Tu. Back when she had argued with Wei Tu in the slums, she had apologized to him because of his talent in talisman crafting. But she never expected that after several decades, Wei Tu would be so far ahead of her. She was still a low-grade talisman master, while Wei Tu, as expected, would be a top-grade talisman master in just a few more years. I will take this demon refining talisman for now. Tong Pei Pei took the demon refining talisman in her hand, bowed gracefully, and left. This talisman was still just a high-grade talisman, not yet at the peak level, so it couldn't be used to catalyze demon souls. She took it just to congratulate Hellion Xiong. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 8 more years had passed. Wei Tu had reached the age of 83. It's been 5 years since Hongying entered closed-door cultivation. I wonder, has she succeeded in foundation establishment, or has she failed? In the Luoxue courtyard's training room, after feeding the wind-cleaving eagle its spiritual food, Wei Tu calculated the time and thought to himself. 5 years ago, Ko Hongying had sent him a letter saying she was entering closed-door cultivation to break through to foundation establishment. At that time, he had expected to see her as a foundation establishment cultivator at the next gathering 3 years later. However, upon arriving at Baishur Lake Marketplace, he learned that Ko Hongying was still in Mirror Water Pavilion and had not left the sect. Now, another 3 years had passed. Wei Tu couldn't help but feel worried about Ko Hongying's current situation. This worry was not just due to familial concern, but also due to financial considerations. If Ko Hongying failed in her foundation establishment, it would mean that the investment he and Fu Zhizhou had made in her would have been in vain. The 20 years of investment he made in her were, by no means, a small amount. However, at that moment, The wind-cleaving eagle seemed to sense something. It took off from Wei Tu's shoulder and flew toward the direction of the door. Screech! The eagle let out a few calls and gently dropped a letter with the Mirror Water Pavilion seal into Wei Tu's hand. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. She has finally passed this hurdle. Wei Tu opened the letter, and his previous worries instantly vanished. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ko Hongying's success in Foundation Establishment meant that the investment he had made over the past 20 years would finally bear fruit. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there came a knock at the door. It must be fourth brother, Wei Tu thought to himself. After making sure the wind-cleaving eagle was hidden, he got up and walked to the door of the cave. Hongying has established her foundation, Fu Zhizhou said excitedly from outside. The four brothers, since they first established their goal of cultivating immortality. It had been 60 years. 60 years. Finally, one of them had truly embarked on the immortal path and became a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although Ko Hongying was not one of their four brothers, she was the daughter of Suo Liang and a member of their alliance, so she could be seen as the continuation of their original immortal cultivation pact. Wei Fei's cultivation method. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou's insights. Their help in guiding her toward the immortal path. If not for these coincidences, even though Ko Hongying had a middle-tier spiritual root, she would have faded into the mortal world and would not have been able to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Ko Hongying's achievement in Foundation Establishment could be said to be the first fruit of their four brothers' immortal cultivation alliance, after going through many obstacles. Foundation Establishment. When Wei Tu heard Fu Zhizhou's words, his calm demeanor was slightly stirred. He kept repeating the words in his mind, and his tone gradually became more satisfied. With the Foundation Establishment pill and his late bloomer destiny, Wei Tu had never had unrealistic expectations about Foundation Establishment. Thus, when he heard that Ko Hongying had succeeded, he wasn't as excited as Fu Zhizhou. But after being influenced by Fu Zhizhou's words, he suddenly realized what Ko Hongying's Foundation Establishment meant to the four of them. 60 years of immortal cultivation, and now Ko Hongying had become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This was not just her success, it was also the success of their alliance. The seed sown back then had finally blossomed today. We will also have this day. Foundation Establishment will not be just for Hongying. After the excitement, Fu Zhizhou looked at Wei Tu and said these words. A few days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou packed their bags and set off for Baishur Lake Marketplace to attend Ko Hongying's Foundation Establishment ceremony. Before leaving, both of them prepared a congratulatory gift. What is this? Please stop. When passing by Yulong Manor, a carriage drove up to them and stopped in front of the horses Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou were riding. Is there something you need, sir, to stop us? Wei Tu reined in the reins and scanned the inside of the carriage with his spiritual sense. He saw an older man in official robes, his expression unhappy. When he was still in the mundane world, he had known that some high-ranking officials knew of the existence of cultivators. Now, this older man in official robes had stopped them, seemingly recognizing that they were cultivators and wanted something from them. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence. In the immortal world, such things happen from time to time. However, ordinary people would usually present some treasures when making requests, so Wei Tu remained patient and approached to inquire. Are you Wei? The older man in official robes opened the carriage curtains, leaned halfway out, and looked at the leader, Wei Tuesday. His voice trembled as he spoke. I indeed go by the surname Wei. But how did you know my name? Wei Tu was slightly surprised upon hearing this, and his tone softened. The fact that this official could say his surname meant they had some connection, but he couldn't figure out who this official was. He didn't remember this official at all. Wei Xiong. It's been over 60 years. The official in the robe sighed and revealed his identity. I am Shi Zhen, the second place of the Shannon Dao examination in the 27th year of Qingyan, Shi Zhen. Shi Zhen. Hearing this name, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged a glance and immediately showed signs of surprise. The reason for their reaction was simple. In the 27th year of Qingyan, Wei Tu had passed the martial exam and was appointed as a martial official. You are the one who lost the martial champion position to Yu Hong. Wei Tu thought for a moment and finally remembered who Shi Zhan was. Back then, to keep a low profile, he intentionally gave up the martial champion position, letting others win the top spot. He ended up with 7th place. During the exam, he had expected Shi Zhan to take 1st place, but unexpectedly, Yu Hong had used his family's power to snatch the top spot from Shi Zhan. 60 years later, Wei Tu never thought he would run into Shi Zhan again. 60 years apart, back then, we were both carefree youths. Now, Shi has grown old. Shi Zhan sighed deeply. He had been in government for many years and had learned some things about immortality, but he never expected that the true immortal he would meet was a fellow exam taker from 60 years ago. Previous chapter, next chapter. At this moment, Wei Tu, though no longer youthful, appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and full of vitality. However, he had already grown frail, with patches of age spots beginning to appear on his skin. This stark contrast caused even Shi Zhan, who had experienced years in the bureaucracy and witnessed many ups and downs in life, to shake his head and sigh. Brother Shi, after all these years, how is it that you still remember my face? Wei Tu voiced the question that had been bothering him. Although he and Shi Zhan were of the same generation, they had only met once. He found it hard to understand how, after so many years, Shi Zhan could still remember him and immediately recognize him from a crowd. Brother Wei, back then, you intentionally lost in the competition. Although you acted well enough to fool most people, you couldn't deceive me, the one who truly fought against you. Upon hearing Wei Tu's question, Shi Zhan's melancholy faded significantly. He stroked his beard and smiled, explaining. It wasn't merely Wei Tu's act of deliberately hiding his skills that made Shi Zhan remember him. What truly imprinted him was the fact that after losing to Yu Hong for the top spot in the martial examination, he had to endure 20 years of political suppression. Had Wei Tu not concealed his abilities, Shi Zhan's own path might have mirrored Wei Tu's. Given his own experiences, how could he not remember Wei Tu so profoundly? Back then, I could distinguish between grudges and resentment, but I still held some resentment against you, believing you were the one who sabotaged my official career. But now, that's no longer the case. In my twilight years, to meet you and Brother Fu is a pleasant experience in life. Shi Zhan shook his head and smiled. Afterward, he signaled for his servant to drive the carriage to a nearby spot, laid out a mat on the ground, and invited Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to sit and reminisce about the past. From Shi Zhan's demeanor, Wei Tu felt that his openness was not feigned, given that Shi Zhan was already nearing the end of his years. At such a stage in life, those who were close to death often became more compassionate. After a moment's thought, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou got off their horses and sat across from Shi Zhan. Shi Zhan was aware of his limits, and he didn't probe Wei Tu for any secrets of the immortal world. Instead, he focused mainly on sharing his own experiences from the past few decades. From Shi Zhan's stories, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou learned that the Mountain South Rebellion over 40 years ago had been an opportunity not just for them, but also for Shi Zhan to turn his fate around. After the examination, Shi Zhan had faced suppression from the influential Yu family of Mountain South and was sent to a remote village to serve as the county officer. However, this very turn of events had prevented the White Flower County from being taken by the rebel forces immediately. Sensing the dire situation, Shi Zhan rallied the county soldiers and led a small army to aid Qingfeng City. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the city had already fallen. Later, Shi Zhan moved to Luonandao, where he participated in the war between the countries of Feng and Zheng. He achieved numerous feats and gradually rose through the ranks. Now, Shi Zhan had attained the status of a 4th-grade official and managed military affairs for 2 provinces. If I hadn't met you and Fu brothers, I would have considered my life somewhat acceptable, but now, seeing both of you, I feel differently, Shi Zhan continued, his face taking on a slightly melancholic expression. From being a humble martial artist to becoming a 4th-grade military official, His life had been quite legendary in the mortal world. Local records and official history books might one day mention his deeds. He would be remembered, but compared to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, he felt rather insignificant. Cultivators, after all, were in a completely different realm from mortals. They were not comparable. Brother Wei, I know it's shameless, but I would like to ask for a chance for my descendants to receive some guidance on the immortal path. Could you assist in this? Before parting ways, Shizhen deeply bowed and asked Wei Tu for this favor. Of course. Wei Tu nodded and agreed. For him, this was a small favor, nothing worth refusing. Shizhen and he had known each other for many years, even though they were both from different paths. Wei Tu asked Shizhen to bring out some paper and a brush. Then, he used his spiritual power to write down the immortal cultivation technique, the 5 yuan spirit body, on the paper which he had learned from the martial luck pavilion. Once the technique was written down, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou did not linger much longer. The two of them mounted their horses and headed toward Baishir Lake. How I wish, Shizhen muttered to himself, his gaze lingering on Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou's departing figures. He sighed, his heart heavy with thought. 7 days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived at Baishir Lake, where they met up with Wei Fei, who had arrived ahead of them. The three of them crossed Baishir Lake and began to ascend the mountain path behind it. Unlike the Taishan sect, which had set up its main gates in another location, the Mirror Water Pavilion's entrance was located at the rear mountain of Baishir Lake. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wei Tu took out the invitation from Ko Hong Ying and handed it to the disciple on guard. Please wait for a moment, fellow Taoist Wei. The disciple's attitude changed from casual to respectful as soon as he saw the respectful inscription for Wei Tu on the invitation. A quarter of an hour later, a woman dressed in pink appeared, flying down toward them. Senior Ko is currently unavailable, but I will lead the three of you to Jinyu Tower. The woman in pink bowed respectfully before speaking. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou, who had just been happily celebrating Ko Hongying's foundation establishment, instantly fell silent. His expression shifted slightly. They were all elders to Ko Hongying, and her not greeting them personally could be interpreted as neglecting them. Wei Tu shook his head at the scene in front of him. Without a word, he patted Fu Zhizhou's shoulder lightly, signaling him not to pay attention. Please lead the way, fairy, Wei Tu said, clasping his hands in greeting. The woman in pink gave a slight nod and stepped forward, guiding the way. As they walked, she began to explain the origins of the scenery along the path, detailing how the architecture of Mirror Water Pavilion harmonized with the surrounding landscape. Unlike the tightly packed streets of the marketplace, the buildings of Mirror Water Pavilion were scattered among the peaks, serving more as scenic accents. Along the way, beautiful female cultivators were gathered in dense clusters, resembling a sea of flowers in bloom. It was almost too much for the eyes to take in. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, like many others, quickly collected their thoughts and focused on walking without being distracted. Wei Tu had intended to remind Wei Fei to be cautious and avoid embarrassing themselves in front of others, especially given the matter with Master Wu's disciple. He had kept it on his mind. However, to his surprise, when he looked at Wei Fei, he saw that his expression was calm and collected, just like his own and Fu Zhizhou's. Seems like second brother understands the situation, Wei Tu thought to himself. Before long, they arrived at the Golden Jade Tower. The Golden Jade Tower was the place of Master Qin's sect, where the celebration for Ko Hongying's foundation establishment was held. It was a 7-story tower located near the lake, rising several dozen zhang high. In the sunlight, the Golden Jade Tower, with its golden beams and jade bricks, shone brightly, resembling a crystal tower radiating golden light. As Wei Tu and his companions entered, dozens of cultivators waiting on the first floor immediately turned their gaze towards them. Their expressions were curious, with a hint of disdain. The three of them were clearly not dressed like members of the Mirror Water Pavilion, which was a sect led predominantly by female cultivators, though male cultivators did exist there. Just as they were about to ask about their identities, a graceful young woman in blue descended the stairs. Her arrival silenced the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads respectfully and greeted her with Ko Jinren. It was none other than Ko Hongying. She nodded in acknowledgement and said, "No need for formalities." Then, she approached Wei Tu and the others. With a slight bow, she greeted them warmly. Uncle Wei, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Wei Fei. The cultivators around them were taken aback. They hadn't expected these three to be Ko Hongying's elders. Previously, they had looked down on them for their obvious outsider appearance, but now they understood. Ko Hongying led them to the 4th floor of the tower, which was where she received close friends and relatives. Earlier, I intended to greet you all personally when I heard you were here, but a senior brother came by unexpectedly. To avoid any inconvenience, I had Sister Gong take care of your welcome, she explained. With that, she settled them comfortably and seemed to realize that her earlier arrangements were not ideal. She sent a telepathic message to explain further. Hearing this, the three of them relaxed slightly. Soon, more guests arrived, familiar faces of cultivators, most at the later stages of qi refinement. During the banquet, Wei Tu overheard a few of them whispering about him and his companions, though their words were not mocking but filled with envy for Ko Hongying's good fortune. Normally, for someone like junior sister Ko, it would take at least 20 to 30 years, even with the help of seniors. But thanks to the support from her elders, she managed it so much quicker. I wish I had such reliable elders to help me out. These words reached Wei Tu's ears, easing some of his concerns about Ko Hongying's intentions. If she had truly been someone without loyalty, she would have never shared these details with others. After the banquet, Ko Hongying personally saw them off, telling them, "I've ascended to Foundation establishment today, and the promise I made to you more than 20 years ago will not be forgotten. Uncle Wei and Uncle Fu can rest assured." She handed Wei Tu a jade slip. "This contains my experience from breaking through to Foundation establishment. It's not worth much, but it's a token of my gratitude. If Uncle Fu or Uncle Wei Fei wish for a copy of my experience, please ask Uncle Wei to help." Then, after a brief pause, she added, "Also, Uncle Wei, I still have some leftover spirit herbs from my Foundation establishment process. Please accept them as a gift." After a moment of hesitation, Ko Hongying handed him a jade box. Inside is half a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, a gift from my master. It has remarkable effects on Foundation establishment. Please use it wisely, but remember, keep this a secret to avoid attracting unwanted trouble. Previous chapter, next chapter. Next, Ko Hongying took out some unused qi refining pills from her possession and distributed them to Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei. However, there was a difference in the quality of the pills she gave them. The pills given to Fu Zhizhou were rare and precious. The ones given to Wei Fei were more ordinary, only fulfilling basic courtesy. Wei Fei did not mind. He laughed and accepted the pills. Over 20 years ago, at a gathering, he had refused to help Ko Hongying complete a task for her sect. Now that she was looking out for him, he considered it as a gain for himself. While they were chatting, a pale blue flash of light suddenly sped toward them. "Junior Sister Ko." The flash stopped, revealing a slender, black-clad male cultivator. The black-clad male cultivator greeted Ko Hongying, then cast a cold glance at Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei, his face showing signs of displeasure. But then, as if realizing something, a forced smile appeared on his face. "Three Dao friends come to Mirror Water Pavilion, and as Junior Sister Ko's senior brother, I failed to greet you in time. My apologies. My apologies." The black-clad cultivator's forced smile lingered as he emphasized senior brother in his speech. Wei Tu immediately understood. This senior brother Zhu was the one who had been bothering Ko Hongying, the reason why she had not personally greeted them. The tone in his voice showed that he already considered Ko Hongying his possession. He was also warning them to keep their distance from her. A 56-year-old female cultivator at Foundation establishment is rare in the Immortal path. She could be considered a golden core seed. Naturally, she would attract others' attention, he continued with a sly tone. Wei Tu immediately realized the cause behind the tension. The life expectancy for Foundation establishment cultivators was 400 years. Ko Hong-ing establishing her foundation in her 50s showed high potential. Among cultivators of her age, she was considered exceptional, with a high chance of advancing to Golden Core. Senior brother Zhu must have had ulterior motives, wanting to win her favor. Not only would he gain a beautiful woman, but he would also gain a future Golden Core cultivator for his family. Wei Tu coldly thought, although women dislike clingy men, this senior brother, Zhu, has no idea about our relationship with Ko Hong-ing. His warning is meaningless. Wei Tu knew that Ko Hong-ing wouldn't fall for senior brother Zhu, especially since he and Fu Zhizhou were her close family, and her position was not as vulnerable as it appeared. Senior brother Zhu, these are my elders. Please mind your tone. Ko Hong-ing quickly turned serious, warning her senior brother and signaling him to show more respect. Senior brother Zhu's face changed as he realized his mistake. His earlier arrogance faded, and he apologized. This was my fault. He then presented a jade box to Wei Tu with a pained expression, acknowledging his mistake. This is my apology gift, senior brother Zhu added, presenting a jade box, knowing full well that Wei Tu was the elder of the three. Ko Hong-ing subtly communicated with Wei Tu and urged him to accept the gift. Thank you, Taoist Zhu. Wei Tu took the jade box with a polite nod, placing it in his sleeve. Later that day, after about a quarter of an incense stick, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Wei Fei left Mirror Water Pavilion. Once outside, Wei Fei immediately collapsed, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Foundation establishment pressure is too hard to bear. Damn that Zhu Renjia, he grumbled. The Zhu cultivator had released his foundation establishment pressure to intimidate them. Wei Fei had managed to endure it, but had been visibly weakened afterward. You two seem fine. How come? Wei Fei looked surprised as he recovered, noticing that both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had been unaffected. Foundation establishment pressure is nothing. Fu Zhizhou glanced at Wei Fei dismissively. Wei Fei, realizing he had been mocked, turned to Wei Tu for an explanation. Second brother, isn't Immortal Path cultivation similar to martial cultivation? If you lay a solid foundation, even if the opponent is higher level, the pressure is like a breeze against the mountainside, Wei Tu explained with a smile. Fu Zhizhou had been at a similar stage in martial cultivation before, and his calmness in the face of pressure was a testament to his solid foundation. Wei Fei laughed awkwardly, his discomfort slightly easing as they continued to walk towards their destination. If the foundation establishment period could be solely dominated by pressure, with Qi refining cultivators simply submitting, the immortal cultivation world would have far fewer stories of adversity and killings. High-level pressure only has significant effects on cultivators with unstable foundations. When Zhu Renjia's pressure fell on Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu only felt a slight discomfort, without significant distress. Foundation. Wei Fei paused for a moment. Then his expression turned thoughtful. I hope second brother pays attention to this. Wei Tu sighed inwardly as he watched the interaction. In his view, among the three of them, if there were no unexpected changes, only he and Fu Zhizhou had a chance of reaching the next stage, breaking through to foundation establishment. The bottleneck from 20 years ago had been both a setback and a stroke of luck for Fu Zhizhou. Although it had taken almost 10 years for Fu Zhizhou's breakthrough speed to stagnate, he had only just reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. But his foundation was now strong enough to rank among the top cultivators of the same level. Additionally, with Ko Hong-ying's foundation establishment, Fu Zhizhou's investment had paid off. Soon, he would receive a foundation establishment pill. With the foundation establishment pill and the help of the demonic soul foundation establishment method that he would soon acquire, Fu Zhizhou's chance of successfully breaking through to foundation establishment was high. In contrast, Wei Fei lacked a foundation and had no investments. Even if he successfully reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement and obtained a foundation establishment pill, his chances of successfully breaking through were slim. At this point, although Wei Fei had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he was still far behind Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, who had already distanced themselves from him. This was not something that a few hundred spirit stones from the chi pouch could make up for. Foundation establishment treasures, such as the Foundation establishment pill, were far more valuable than the method for crafting and chi pouch. A person who is diligent will not be let down by heaven. Every sip and every bite is predestined. Wei Tu thought of these two sayings. Back then, all four of them were cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots and had no hope of foundation establishment. So, Wei Fei had abandoned the path early on, enjoying life in the secular world. Only he and Fu Zhizhou remained diligent, taking steady steps. Time had passed, and now both he and Fu Zhizhou had a chance to reach foundation establishment. But Wei Fei, due to his earlier lack of effort, found it difficult to reverse his fate, even if he was fortunate enough to receive opportunities. The choices made over 40 years ago didn't have a good or bad outcome. But there was a difference between victory and defeat. If he and Fu Zhizhou failed in their pursuit of the immortal path, then Wei Fei's choice would seem wise. But now, the outcome was the opposite. 7 days later, Wei Tu returned to Danxiu Mountain. After arriving back at Danxiu Mountain, Wei Tu checked his belongings and decided to sell some talismans and the apology gift from Zhu Renjie at the Baibao Pavilion auction. The jade box Zhu Renjie gave him contained a first-tier medium-grade magical weapon, the Ghost Head Mother and Child Blade. Had he been at the mid-stage of chi refinement, Wei Tu might have considered refining the Ghost Head Mother and Child Blade for self-defense. But now, Wei Tu only wanted to reach foundation establishment. Selling the Ghost Head Mother and Child Blade was the best way to gather spirit stones for the Foundation Establishment Pill. The price of a Foundation Establishment Pill on the market was around 1,200 spirit stones. Although Wei Tu could afford it with his current wealth, he would need to sell some precious items that couldn't be traced back to their origins. 2 years later, at the Baibao Pavilion auction, the Ghost Head Mother and Child Blade was sold for 163 spirit stones. The accumulated talismans were also sold for over 300 spirit stones. If sold individually, the talismans would have brought in more than 100 extra spirit stones, but they were hard to sell quickly in the market. The same kind of talisman would saturate the market in the local area. So, the only option was to auction them off. The cultivator who bought Wei Tu's talismans was from the Shengjiang family. Wei Tu recognized this family. The first time he attended a Baibao Pavilion auction, Lu Hong had auctioned off the fire pulp fruit, which came from this family. After the auction ended, a representative from the Shengjiang family found Wei Tu, wanting to discuss purchasing more talismans. In 40 years, the beast tide of the Demon Wolf Mountains will come once again. My family's spiritual land borders the Demon Wolf Mountains. We need to prepare more talismans. The representative's name was He Junpeng, and after explaining his purpose, he candidly revealed the reason behind his large-scale talisman acquisition. Your Jinglong talisman, Earthquake talisman, and Revitalization talisman are urgently needed by my family. I hope you can lower the price a little. If possible, my family would also be willing to introduce other families' business to you. He Junpeng said, the beast tide of the Demon Wolf Mountains? Wei Tu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this news. This common knowledge was new to him as a free cultivator. After all, 500 years was too far off in the future, and there were still over 40 years before the beast tide. He Junpeng continued, what price would Dao Friend Wei accept for these talismans, if you'd be willing to introduce these business opportunities? Wei Tu, of course, would not reject a business that came knocking on his door. After negotiating terms with He Junpeng, he sold the remaining talismans in his possession for 200 spirit stones. Next, over the course of the next 5 years, Wei Tu interacted with several small foundation establishment families, like the Shengjiang family, that were based near the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Through selling talismans, he had finally managed to save up enough spirit stones to purchase the Foundation Establishment Pill. During this period, the 10-year gathering arrived. Wei Tu made a decision. Just like Ko Honging did last time, he wrote a letter to cancel his attendance. Ever since he began selling magical tools and talismans at the Baibao Pavilion, many people had started to take an interest in him. It was too dangerous for him to leave Danxiu Mountain now. Daoist Wei, I heard that the Xianyao Mountain's secret realm has recently unearthed a palace, which might contain Foundation establishment materials. One day, the manager of Baibao Pavilion, Shun Yao, approached Wei Tu, wanting to invite him to go on an adventure to search for Foundation establishment materials. In recent years, Wei Tu had been tirelessly selling his possessions and accumulating spirit stones, making it obvious to everyone that he was preparing for Foundation establishment. Therefore, the attraction of Foundation establishment materials to Wei Tu was easy to understand. The Xianyao Mountain's secret realm? Wei Tu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Shun Yao, the smooth-talking manager of Baibao Pavilion, to be a cultivator with such intentions. Apart from the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, which was an area open for exploration, there were other smaller secret realms within Zheng Kingdom that could be explored. The Xianyao Mountain's secret realm was one of the largest treasures, second only to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Many Foundation establishment cultivators often ventured there for exploration. Had Xin Yao come a few days earlier, Wei Tu might have hesitated to call him a cultivator looking to rob others. But unfortunately, just a few days ago, Ko Hong Ying had sent him a letter mentioning her failed search for Foundation establishment materials in the Xianyao Mountain secret realm. Manager Shin's goodwill is appreciated, but I am too cautious and dislike going on adventures. Wei Tu politely declined. He paused for a moment and added, rather than looking for Foundation establishment materials in the Xianyao Mountain secret realm, I would prefer to purchase them from other cultivators at a high price. There were other cultivators in Danxiu Mountain with Foundation establishment materials, not just Gong Shulan. Very well. Shun Yao's expression stiffened, and he sighed before cupping his hands and bidding farewell. After Shun Yao left, Wei Tu immediately went to Fu Zhizhou's residence to advise him to be cautious these days and to avoid going out. He was worried that Shun Yao and other cultivators with ulterior motives might use their connection to Fu Zhizhou and him to lure them outside. While advising, Wei Tu also informed Fu Zhizhou of his plan to break through to Foundation establishment within the next 10 years. I understand. Fu Zhizhou immediately nodded in agreement, without a trace of hesitation. Although staying in Danxiu Mountain for 10 years would have a significant impact on his future cultivation, brothers didn't count such small matters. Since Fu Zhizhou began to act as a scribe for Wei Tu, had it not been for Wei Tu's life-saving talismans, he would not have survived so many times in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Third brother, even if Hong Ying finds Foundation establishment materials in the next 10 years and gives them to you, if there is only one set of Foundation establishment materials, it still can't be exchanged for a Foundation establishment pill. Fu Zhizhou asked with a trace of confusion. 2 sets of Foundation establishment materials were required to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill in the 3 major sects, which was common knowledge among free cultivators. If there was only one set of Foundation establishment materials, it could only be pooled with other cultivators to ask a second-tier alchemist to refine the Foundation establishment pill. However, this method generally took a long time, and without a few decades, it was difficult to gather enough materials for the pill. I already have 1 set of Foundation establishment materials, Wei Tu softly revealed, taking out a jade box containing Dan Yuan ginseng. Foundation establishment materials, while rare, were not something to hide from others. Fu Zhizhou, being a trusted person, immediately understood upon seeing the Dan Yuan ginseng. Third brother, don't worry. I will keep this secret and won't tell anyone, Fu Zhizhou swore. Afterward, Fu Zhizhou didn't ask any more questions about the origin of the Dan Yuan ginseng. Everyone had their own opportunities. If you dug too deep, even the closest brothers could become enemies. Time passed quickly. 4 more years went by. One day, Wei Tu, with a heart full of expectations, walked to the secluded meditation room at the falling snow courtyard and sat down cross-legged. Half an hour later, a faint spiritual pressure emanated from his body. 92 years old, 7th layer of qi refinement. Wei Tu opened his eyes, revealing a slight trace of weariness that quickly vanished. Then he took a spirit-testing talisman from his sleeve and pressed it to his forehead. In the mirror, Wei Tu saw the talisman on his forehead emit earth green and blue lights, forming a fist-sized glow. Probably in about 20 more years, my spiritual root will reach the medium grade. By then, my chance of success in foundation establishment will increase by more than 10%. Wei Tu thought to himself. Cultivators with different spiritual roots had different chances of success when using a foundation establishment pill. For a low-grade spiritual root, the success rate of using a foundation establishment pill was under 50%. For a medium-grade spiritual root, the success rate could reach about 60%. However, if Hongying sends me the foundation establishment spirit herbs, after exchanging them with Taishian sect, I'll have 2 foundation establishment pills. The probability of success will be over 70%. Plus, this half-snow lotus can increase the probability by half. Wei Tu silently thought to himself. He now had 2 choices. One was to wait for the late bloomer fate to improve his spiritual root to a medium-grade spiritual root. The other was to break through directly. Save those 20 years. Let's wait and see. If Hongying doesn't send the foundation establishment spirit herbs soon, and the time to my medium-grade spiritual root is not long, then delaying until my spiritual root improves, and then breaking through would also be fine. Wei Tu thought to himself, if there were only a few years difference, improving the spiritual root first, and then breaking through would be the better option. But just at that moment, a knock on the door came from outside the snowfall courtyard. Uncle Wei, it's me. The knock was followed by the sound of Ko Hongying's voice. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Tu immediately felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking to himself, double happiness comes at once. At this moment, the only reason Ko Hongying could be coming to Danqiu Mountain to find him was to deliver the foundation establishment spirit herbs she had promised in the spiritual contract. Wei Tu signaled for Wind-Cleaving Eagle to hide, then stood up, walked out of the cultivation room, and opened the courtyard door. This is the foundation establishment spirit herb I promised. Uncle Wei, cold smoke fruit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ko Hongying took out a jade box from her storage bag and placed it on the table. As soon as the jade box was opened, a fist-sized ice blue fruit immediately emitted a cold aura, lowering the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. Wei Tu took the cold smoke fruit and cupped his hands to Ko Hongying in thanks. From their correspondence, he knew that since Ko Hongying's foundation establishment 11 years ago, she had not rested for a moment, continuously helping him search for foundation establishment spirit herbs throughout Zheng Kingdom. For a foundation establishment cultivator, to do such a thing was not an easy task. Ko Hongying accepted his thanks, drank the tea Wei Tu had poured for her, and then said, Uncle Wei, I won't stay long. I'm also delivering the promised reward to Uncle Fu today. After finishing her sentence, Ko Hongying stood up, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Wei Tu called out to stop her. Uncle Wei, is there something else? Ko Hongying turned around, showing a surprised expression. She knew Wei Tu's personality. He wasn't the type to cling to family ties. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, then took out the Dan Yuan ginseng he had been secretly keeping and placed it on the table. Now that I have 2 foundation establishment spirit herbs, I would Li Ko Hongying to do me a favor and take me to Taishian Sec's office to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. He spoke. A scattered cultivator holding 2 foundation establishment spirit herbs could go to the market office to exchange them for a foundation establishment pill. This was the official rule established by Taishian sect, as well as by the Mirror Water Pavilion and the Green Bamboo Mountain, the 3 major sects. However, Wei Tu knew well that no matter how good the regulations were, there would always be loopholes. As a low-tier, scattered cultivator, going to Taishian sec's office to exchange for a foundation establishment pill, whether successful or not, would attract the covetous eyes of cultivators both inside and outside Taishian sect. But the identity of the person exchanging it would make all the difference. No cultivator would dare touch a foundation establishment cultivator from the Mirror Water Pavilion. As for why he didn't go to the Mirror Water Pavilion to exchange, Wei Tu also had his own considerations. Ko Hongying had her own sect elders in the Mirror Water Pavilion, and these people were also in need of foundation establishment pills. What if someone bypassed Ko Hongying and used some reason to intercept this foundation establishment pill exchange? He would have no way of dealing with it. Having Ko Hongying help him exchange for a foundation establishment pill at Taishan sect was the least risky approach. This is but a small favor. Ko Hongying, seeing that Wei Tu had another foundation establishment spirit herb, was surprised but nodded in agreement. After a short while, under Ko Hongying's lead, Wei Tu arrived at Taishan sect's office on Danqiu Mountain. "May I ask who this is?" Elder Lu, sensing a powerful pressure from Ko Hongying, broke out in cold sweat and stood up respectfully to inquire. "Foundation Establishment Cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion, Ko Hongying." Ko Hongying replied succinctly. "Mirror Water Pavilion Cultivator?" Elder Lu was surprised, wondering why a foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion had suddenly come to their Taishan sect's office. Is there a cultivator attempting to deceive Cultivator? He thought for a moment and asked. Danqiu Mountain was a market town, and it was common for Mirror Water Pavilion cultivators to come here to purchase spirit herbs. After thinking this through, Elder Lu's expression grew cold. He glanced at Wei Tu, who was standing behind Ko Hongying, and reprimanded. "Master Wei, did your talismans offend Cultivator?" He guessed that Wei Tu had offended Ko Hongying by not recognizing her and had been rude. Elder Lu misunderstood. Ko Hongying shook her head and explained, "Master Wei is a senior of my family. I brought him here to exchange for a foundation establishment pill to help him with his breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu immediately froze, racking his memory and finally recalling who Ko Hongying was. He had heard the name Ko Hongying. Decades ago, after Wei Tu had encountered rogue cultivators, he returned to Danqiu Mountain and told him that he had a niece in Mirror Water Pavilion. "My mistake. Please don't hold it against me, Master Wei." Elder Lu quickly lowered his posture and apologized to Wei Tu. Despite holding a position as an elder in a market town, his status was nothing compared to a foundation establishment cultivator from a sect. After his habitual apology, Elder Lu processed Ko Hongying's words and looked at Wei Tu, his gaze immediately changing. Foundation establishment pill. Elder Lu's heart trembled. He never expected that Ko Hongying would go so far for Wei Tu, even offering up foundation establishment spirit herbs to help him exchange for a foundation establishment pill. However, after brief thought, he realized something was off. If Ko Hongying was helping Wei Tu exchange for the pill, wouldn't it have been more convenient to go to Mirror Water Pavilion? The fact that they had come to Taishan sect instead likely meant that the foundation establishment spirit herbs had been gathered by Wei Tu himself, and Ko Hongying was merely assisting him. Suppressing the many thoughts racing through his mind, Elder Lu cupped his hands and respectfully said to Ko Hongying, "Please, Cultivator Ko and Master Wei, wait for a moment. I will send word to the sect immediately." The foundation establishment pill was no trivial matter. It was beyond his authority to handle. As they waited, Ko Hongying took out a jade bottle and handed it to Wei Tu, transmitting a message to him. "Uncle Wei, as soon as you exchange for the foundation establishment pill, you must immediately begin the breakthrough. Do not hesitate, lest unforeseen changes occur." This condensed foundation pill was originally meant as compensation for Uncle Fu, but, "Uncle Wei, you are in urgent need of it now, so it's best for you to take it first." Wei Tu nodded and did not reject Ko Hongying's goodwill, accepting the condensed foundation pill. Even if she had not offered it, he had intended to approach Fu Zhizhou to negotiate for it. Fu Zhizhou was still some time away from attempting foundation establishment and did not urgently need the condensed foundation pill. Half an hour later, a woman in a multicolored robe stepped on flowing clouds and descended at the entrance of the office. She had a delicate and elegant appearance, dressed in the Taoist robes of Taishan sect, with an ethereal presence. Cultivator Ko. The multicolored robed woman entered the office and nodded in greeting to Ko Hongying. "Cultivator Guan." Ko Hongying clearly recognized her and returned the greeting. After a brief exchange, Uncle Wei, you may present the Foundation Establishment Spirit Herbs now. Ko Hongying smiled. Wei Tu nodded and placed 2 jade boxes containing the Foundation Establishment Spirit Herbs on the table. This is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Cultivator Guan flipped her palm, revealing a jade bottle in her hand. She used her spiritual power to send it over to Wei Tu. Wei Tu caught the bottle, opened it, and upon seeing that it was identical to the one he had obtained from Zhaoqing Luo, he felt relieved. Cultivator Guan, please wait a moment. Ko Hongying called out to stop Cultivator Guan, who was preparing to leave. Does Cultivator Ko have another matter to discuss? Cultivator Guan stopped and asked curiously. I would like to trouble Cultivator Guan to arrange a secluded cultivation cave for my elder, where he can attempt his Foundation Establishment breakthrough. Ko Hongying made her request. This is a minor matter. Cultivator Guan nodded without hesitation. She retrieved a command token from her sleeve and handed it to Ko Hongying, saying, This is a cave residence in the core area of Danxiu Mountain, near a second-grade spiritual vein, sufficient for breaking through to Foundation Establishment. After speaking, Cultivator Guan transformed into a streak of light and left the Taixin sect office. Following this, under Ko Hongying's personal protection, Wei Tu was escorted to the core cultivation cave of Danxiu Mountain. Under the watchful eyes of many cultivators, Wei Tu used the command token to unlock the cave entrance and stepped inside. No one dared to intervene. No one dared to obstruct. He was completely safe along the way. This master will be residing in Danxiu Mountain for a few years. If anyone dares to disturb my uncle's breakthrough, do not blame me for being merciless. Ko Hongying's sharp gaze swept over the surrounding cultivators of Danxiu Mountain before she flicked her sleeve and left. The assembled cultivators exchanged glances. With a Foundation Establishment cultivator like Ko Hongying personally safeguarding him, who would dare to covet Wei Tu's Foundation Establishment pill? They could only stay as far away as possible. How did Wei Tu acquire Foundation Establishment Spirit Herbs? Could it be that the Foundation Establishment Spirit Herbs from Gongshulan ended up in his hands? Many cultivators arrived at a reasonable assumption. Wei Tu was a talisman master who had spent most of his time in Danxiu Mountain, rarely venturing outside. It was highly unlikely that he had obtained Foundation Establishment Spirit Herbs from a secret realm. The most plausible explanation was that he had acquired them from another cultivator, and the most likely candidate was Gongshulan. It seems we no longer need to keep watch over Gongshulan. The cultivators sighed inwardly. Inside the cultivation chamber of the cave residence, Wei Tu did not immediately consume the Foundation Establishment pill to break through. Instead, he first entered a meditative state to adjust his condition. Although reaching Qi Refinement 9th level meant that consuming the condensed Foundation pill and Foundation Establishment pill would directly allow him to break through, he preferred to delay the process for a few years to fully refine his Qi Refinement stage cultivation. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, until the 4th year, when Wei Tu's energy, spirit, and vitality had reached a peak state. He let out a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. He then formed a hand seal with the Lesser Spring and Autumn Art. In an instant, strands of spiritual energy from the spirit gathering formation beneath his meditation mat were drawn in, flowing into his major acupoints. His blood and qi fused with the spiritual energy, cleansing his meridians, limbs, and bones. Under the immense pressure of surging blood and qi, the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian began to slowly liquefy, coalescing drop by drop. At this moment, Wei Tu did not hesitate. He bit through the wax seal under his tongue, swallowing the condensed Foundation pill, using its medicinal power to solidify his foundation and gather qi into liquid form. Once the condensed Foundation pill entered his system, the blood and qi within Wei Tu surged violently. In an instant, the environment outside the cave residence changed dramatically. The surrounding spiritual energy, guided by his cultivation method, rushed madly toward the cultivation chamber, forming a vortex that continuously poured into his body. Previous chapter, next chapter. Under the immense influx of spiritual energy, the foundation establishment process within Wei Tu's dantian, which had nearly stagnated, suddenly accelerated once more. The gaseous spiritual power, under the effect of the condensed foundation pill, began converting into liquid at an astonishing pace, several times faster than before. Several days passed. 7/10 of Wei Tu's spiritual power had already transformed into liquid, leaving only the core 3/10 of his dantian yet to be fully converted. The effectiveness of the condensed foundation pill is ultimately limited. Relying solely on it to achieve foundation establishment is far too difficult. Wei Tu pondered. At this moment, the medicinal power of the condensed foundation pill was nearly exhausted, yet his dantian's spiritual power was still far from fully converted, let alone the 2/10 stored within his one chi pouch. Had he only possessed a single condensed foundation pill for his foundation establishment attempt, he might have already failed at this stage. Failure would mean total ruin. Fortunately, I have 2 foundation establishment pills. I won't be left helpless at this critical moment. Wei Tu sighed in relief. Having made his decision, he did not hesitate any longer. He took out one of the foundation establishment pills placed before him and swallowed it. While the condensed foundation pill and foundation establishment pill shared some overlapping effects, the former merely solidified a cultivator's spiritual power and promoted its liquefaction. It did not provide the comprehensive benefits of the latter. The moment the foundation establishment pill entered his stomach, its medicinal energy exploded within his body. A tingling sensation spread through his limbs and bones. His blood surged, and his bones began to fracture. His marrow expelled black impurities as his entire being underwent transformation. Pain, a searing pain that originated from deep within his bone marrow. The agony nearly made Wei Tu lose consciousness. Just as the pain became unbearable, Wei Tu swallowed the half portion of 1,000-year snow lotus that Ko Hongying had gifted him. The 1,000-year snow lotus was known for greatly alleviating the excruciating pain caused by consuming the foundation establishment pill. A short while later, suffering gave way to relief. Having endured the agony of bone cleansing and marrow refinement, the remaining gaseous spiritual power in his dantian once again resumed its transformation. 3/10, 2/10, 1/10. Every last trace of gaseous spiritual power had completely liquefied, taking on a faint azure hue. The spiritual power stored in the one chi pouch still hasn't transformed. I need more. Wei Tu hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth and took out the second foundation establishment pill he had kept hidden away. The 3 stages of foundation establishment. He had already passed the first stage, chi and blood refinement. Now, all that remained was for his liquid spiritual power to undergo its final transformation into true mystic power, thereby passing the mystic power stage. At this point, his chances of successfully breaking through had already exceeded 90%. As for the final divine sense stage, as a talisman master who had spent decades refining his spirit through talisman crafting, he was confident that he would pass without issue. Talisman masters constantly tempered their divine sense while inscribing talismans, making their spiritual awareness far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. However, the spiritual power stored in his one chi pouch had yet to undergo complete transformation. My spiritual root is still lacking. If not for this, a single foundation establishment pill would have been enough. A trace of reluctance appeared on Wei Tu's face. After a brief hesitation, he finally steeled himself and swallowed the second foundation establishment pill that he had obtained from Zhao Qingluo. Spiritual roots not only determined a cultivator's ability to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but also affected how efficiently their body absorbed medicinal energy. This was one of the key reasons why cultivators with different spiritual roots experienced varying success rates when taking foundation establishment pills. Take Ko Hongying, for example. Like Wei Tu, she had refined a one-chi pouch before attempting foundation establishment in order to enhance her foundation and potential. However, unlike him, she had achieved foundation establishment with the medicinal power of just one pill. The effects of a single foundation establishment pill had been sufficient for her to refine both her internal spiritual power and the reserves within her one-chi pouch, without requiring a second dose. Though foundation establishment pills were valuable, they paled in comparison to the lifelong potential gained from a stronger foundation establishment process. A single misstep in foundation establishment could lead to a lifetime of inferiority. The moment of foundation establishment was arguably the only opportunity for ordinary cultivators to alter their fundamental aptitude. Thus, Wei Tu chose to waste an extra foundation establishment pill to permanently refine his spiritual root, ensuring greater potential for the future. As the second pill dissolved in his stomach, the 2/10 of spiritual power stored within his one-chi pouch also began to transform, merging into the newly formed mystic power within his dantian. 3 days later, the liquid spiritual power in Wei Tu's dantian had grown by another 20%. It's done. Finally, I have stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Half a year later, upon witnessing his dantian's liquid spiritual power undergo its final transformation into bicolor mystic power, azure and yellow, a smile slowly emerged on Wei Tu's face. At the moment of successful foundation establishment, he could distinctly feel the qualitative change in his very existence. His life essence had undergone a fundamental evolution, setting him apart from the mortal state of chi refinement. That sensation, that feeling of boundless energy, as though he had regained the boundless vigor of his youth. 97 years old, foundation establishment realm. Wei Tu calculated his age and revealed a satisfied expression. At the start of his journey on the path of cultivation, he had estimated that even if he were fortunate enough to reach foundation establishment, it would not happen until at least 120 years old. To achieve foundation establishment before a full century had passed, while his age was still much higher compared to the true prodigies of the great sects, it was considered remarkably young among rogue cultivators. In my spiritual root, it has also advanced to mid-grade, thanks to the lingering medicinal effects of the foundation establishment pill. 15 years ahead of schedule, Wei Tu retrieved a spirit measurement talisman and placed it on his forehead. As he gazed at the reflection of his own image in a nearby mirror, he saw the talisman emit a glowing light, now almost the size of a full fist. His heart stirred. Before entering seclusion, Wei Tu's spiritual root had already been pushed to the peak of low grade under the effect of his late bloomer destiny, just one step away from evolving into mid-grade. Since foundation establishment pills possessed the power to cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, and he had consumed 2 of them in succession, under their potent medicinal effects, he had managed to break through the threshold of mid-grade spiritual root ahead of schedule. With a mid-grade spiritual root and the strong foundation laid by the one chi pouch, among the many rogue cultivators who achieved foundation establishment in Danqiu Mountain, my potential should be among the highest. It is at least on par with ordinary foundation establishment disciples of major sections. Wei Tu exhaled a long breath. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and freedom. The once distant goal of Golden Core Realm no longer seemed out of reach. 5 years passed. The entrance to Wei Tu's secluded cultivation cave had long since been abandoned, with only the occasional bird resting in its courtyard. No one would waste their energy monitoring an unknown rogue cultivator's foundation establishment progress. Thus, when Wei Tu finally emerged from seclusion, he found no one waiting outside his cave residence, not even Ko Hongying or Fu Zhizhou. This did not surprise him. After all, his breakthrough took 5 full years, and it was unrealistic to expect Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou to remain stationed outside the entire time. He took to the air, flying toward the Taishan sect office to return his cave estate token to Steward Liu before heading back to Luoxua Courtyard. Along the way, As Wei Tu flew through Danxiu Mountain, many rogue cultivators spotted him traveling freely through the skies. In an instant, the entire market realized. This once lowly talisman master, Wei Fu Shi, had successfully broken through and become a true foundation establishment cultivator. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the market. They spread the word not to curry favor, but to ensure they knew to avoid offending this newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator in the future. Congratulations to Uncle Wei on achieving foundation establishment. Not long after Wei Tu returned to Luoxue courtyard, Ko Hongying, who had been temporarily staying in Danxiu Mountain, paid him a personal visit to offer her congratulations. Fu Zhizhou accompanied her. Both had prepared congratulatory gifts. What are Uncle Wei's plans now that you've established your foundation? Ko Hongying took her seat and casually inquired about Wei Tu's next steps. Seeing Wei Tu's puzzled expression, as if he didn't understand the purpose behind her question, she hesitated for a moment before explaining. After reaching foundation establishment, a rogue cultivator's status rises significantly. You no longer need to abide by mortal registration laws, restricting migration. Additionally, sect and cultivation clans will now treat you as an honored guest. However, this is only a social elevation. In terms of cultivation resources, foundation establishment rogue cultivators are actually far worse off than chi refinement cultivators. Chi refinement rogue cultivator who diligently cultivates in a market town for over 100 years has a 70% chance of reaching late-stage chi refinement. But a foundation establishment rogue cultivator is different. The spiritual materials, inheritances, and pills needed for this realm are almost completely monopolized by major sects and cultivation clans. Acquiring them comes at a much greater cost than in the chi refinement stage. After saying this, Ko Hongying glanced at Fu Zhizhou before adding, "Of course, if Uncle Wei intends to follow Uncle Fu's path and become a blade for hire, then obtaining resources will be much easier." Wei Tu's expression turned contemplative. His previous strength and status had limited his knowledge of the broader cultivation world. Only after acquiring Immortal Master Wu's Jade Slip did he learn that this region was part of the Song cultivation world, where there existed the Seven-Nation Righteous Alliance, the 5 sects of the demonic path, and countless other factions. However, Immortal Master Wu had only reached chi refinement, meaning his knowledge of the foundation establishment realm was very limited. Thus, Wei Tu had almost no knowledge about the paths available to foundation establishment cultivators. Blade for hire. Wei Tu shook his head. "I don't have Fourth Brother's combat talent. Becoming a blade for hire doesn't suit me. Every profession required leveraging one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses. His late bloomer destiny meant that risking his life in constant battle would be a foolish choice. Furthermore, Fu Zhizhou's survival as a blade for hire was largely due to Wei Tu's talismans saving him numerous times. If Wei Tu himself became a blade for hire, he would not have that same luxury." Hearing this, Ko Hongying nodded slightly. She began explaining Zheng Kingdom's cultivation factions in greater detail. Zheng Kingdom has 3 great sects and 7 prominent cultivation clans. The 3 great sects are nascent soul-level factions, each with hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. Their inheritances are complete, and they do not lack talisman masters. As a result, their benefits for recruits are often limited. The 7 great cultivation clans, however, are different. Though they each have golden core patriarchs, their core strength lies in foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, they are constantly seeking to recruit foundation establishment rogue cultivators and offer far better compensation. Among them, for clans in particular actively seek to recruit talisman masters. Qiyue Zhao Clan, Hashan Huang Clan, Xiefeng Zheng Clan, Qisong Jia Clan. If Uncle Wei is considering joining a cultivation clan as an elder, I would advise against choosing the Qiyue Zhao Clan or Qisong Jia Clan. These 2 clans have had long-standing conflicts. In the next 100 years, the likelihood of all-out war between them is very high. If that happens, The best-case scenario is being forced to constantly relocate. The worst-case scenario is being dragged into battle and suffering casualties. Wei Tu nodded. He had some knowledge of the long-standing tension between these two factions. Besides that, there are smaller cultivation clans that also offer various inheritance paths. I have compiled a record of these minor clans and their details. As she spoke, Ko Hongying retrieved a jade slip from her sleeve and handed it to Wei Tu. Previous chapter, next chapter. Wei Tu took the jade slip and infused it with his divine sense, scanning its contents. Inside, Ko Hongying had compiled a list of 17 small cultivation families that possessed second-tier talisman master inheritances, along with an analysis of the pros and cons of joining each one. Among these families, Wei Tu spotted Xia Yimei clan, which was where his in-law, Mei Yuanfeng, belonged. Uncle Wei has reached foundation establishment at 100 years old, making him someone with considerable potential. Before this, he had already been capable of crafting first-tier high-grade talismans. He can afford to wait for the best offer rather than making a hasty decision about which family to join. After Wei Tu finished reading the jade slip, Ko Hongying added this remark. With that, Ko Hongying gave a graceful bow, bid farewell to Wei Tu, and left Luo Shui courtyard. Originally, she had come to Danxiu Mountain solely to deliver compensation to both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. However, she had unexpectedly arrived at the moment of Wei Tu's breakthrough and ended up staying at Danxiu Mountain for 5 years to protect him. Although these 5 years had not significantly hindered her cultivation, they had delayed several of her important affairs. Once Ko Hongying left, Wei Tu put away the jade slip and turned to Fu Zhizhou, making a solemn promise that he would repay the Foundation establishment pill within 5 years. Thank you, third brother. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou finally felt at ease. It was not that he doubted Wei Tu's integrity, but the Foundation establishment pill was simply too crucial for him. His entire hope of advancing to Foundation establishment depended on this pill. Shortly after, Fu Zhizhou also took his leave. With that, Luo Shui courtyard was once again left with only Wei Tu. A shame. I don't possess a second-tier talisman master inheritance. Otherwise, staying in the Danxiu Mountain marketplace like Pill Master Shu and others would have been a solid choice. Wei Tu gently rubbed the jade slip Ko Hongying had given him, deep in thought. Besides joining a cultivation faction, there was another viable path for Foundation establishment rogue cultivators. That was staying in a marketplace and becoming a true artisan, detached from any major sects or cultivation clans. Take Pill Master Shu, for example. As a second-tier alchemist, Pill Master Shu had yet to formally align himself with any faction, yet his wealth far surpassed that of most minor cultivation families. However, to follow in Pill Master Shu's footsteps, one had to first possess a second-tier cultivation skill. But compared to Pill Master Shu, joining a cultivation faction isn't necessarily a worse option. It's easier to thrive under a strong backer. Wei Tu reasoned. He did not believe that Pill Master Shu's supposed freedom was truly free, drifting between different factions without having absolute power. On the surface, it might seem like he was highly valued by everyone, but in reality, it meant being perpetually cautious, never offending anyone. Back when Gongwen was exposed for attempting to rob Zhao Qingluo, Zhao Qingluo had directly gone to Pill Master Shu to exact revenge. And Pill Master Shu, despite being a senior second-tier alchemist, had absolutely no way to resist. If Pill Master Shu had the backing of one of the 7 great cultivation families, would Zhao Qingluo have dared to attack him so openly? Definitely not. Besides, I have no deep secrets to hide. My path to advancement can withstand scrutiny, so joining a cultivation family as a guest elder shouldn't attract too much unwanted attention. Wei Tu reassured himself and finalized his decision to seek out a suitable cultivation family and join as an esteemed guest elder. The only secrets worth hiding were his loot from Blood Elder Mo and Gongwen, as well as the Foundation establishment pill he had taken from Zhao Qingluo. But those risks, Now that he had successfully reached foundation establishment, they were no longer worth worrying about. Different status, different treatment. Back when he was in the Qi refinement realm, Zhao Qing Luo had the power to decide whether he lived or died. But now, she would never dare to harm a foundation establishment cultivator, especially one who had saved her life. More importantly, joining a cultivation faction was also the most beneficial choice. Now that Wei Tu had reached foundation establishment, he not only lacked a second-tier talisman inheritance, but he also needed to switch to a second-tier cultivation technique to continue progressing. After feeding the wind-cleaving eagle, which had gone without food for 5 years, Wei Tu walked into the talisman chamber and began his closed-door session to refine talismans. Taking advantage of his newfound free time, he decided to finally complete Hellion Xiong's commission, the top-tier demon refining talisman. Before his foundation establishment breakthrough, despite spending several years crafting talismans, he had only focused on attack and defense talismans that could be easily sold for spirit stones. He had not yet attempted talismans with special functions like the demon refining talisman. Furthermore, the demon refining talisman was exceptionally difficult to create. Drawing an ordinary talisman was easy, but crafting a high-grade version capable of nurturing beast souls was far more complex. However, things are different now. With his cultivation now in the foundation establishment realm, the enhancement of his divine sense made drawing the demon refining talisman significantly easier than before. After half a month, Wei Tu finally succeeded in creating a high-grade demon refining talisman. He immediately sent out a talisman message to inform Hellion Xiong and Tong Pei Pei. The next day, Hellion Xiong personally came to visit. Unlike his previous casual demeanor, this time, Hellion Xiong appeared rather uneasy as he arrived at Luo Shui courtyard. "Senior Wei, did you really craft a high-grade demon refining talisman?" Hellion Xiong stood in the hall, his head slightly lowered, his voice filled with nervousness. He feared that Wei Tu had merely used the talisman as bait to lure him in, only to coerce him into handing over the demonic soul foundation establishment method. As he spoke, Hellion Xiong couldn't help but regret his past decision. Why had he chosen Wei Tu, of all people, to study the demon refining talisman? Back then, no matter how he looked at it, Wei Tu did not seem like someone who could achieve foundation establishment. Now, all Hellion Xiong could do was hope that Wei Tu was a man of integrity and that, after handing over the demonic soul foundation establishment method, he would be spared. "Friend Hellion, please take a look." Wei Tu, unaware of Hellion Xiong's inner turmoil, smiled slightly. He reached into his sleeve, pulled out a high-grade demon refining talisman, and placed it on the table beside him. A high-grade demon refining talisman? Seeing this, Hellion Xiong's expression shifted between delight and disbelief. "Now that I have successfully crafted the high-grade demon refining talisman for you, it's time for you to fulfill your end of the deal." Wei Tu's tone deepened. "The demonic soul foundation establishment method. I trust you haven't forgotten?" For Wei Tu, this method was useless. He had already reached foundation establishment. But for his close friends, it was extremely valuable. "Senior Wei, please examine it carefully." Hellion Xiong, no longer hesitating, took out a blood-colored jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Wei Tu. Taking the jade slip, Wei Tu immediately scanned it with his divine sense, carefully reviewing the demonic soul foundation establishment method while also analyzing its effects on cultivation. After half an hour, Wei Tu slowly shook his head and sighed. This alternative foundation establishment method was indeed, as Hellion Xiong had once described, it could slightly increase the success rate of advancing to foundation establishment. But the improvement wasn't significant. At most, it could raise the success rate by 2 levels. Compared to using a foundation establishment pill, it was far inferior. More importantly, even if a cultivator succeeded using this method, there were severe consequences. The biggest drawback was cultivators who established their foundation using this method would have their lifespan capped at 350 years. That was 50 years less than a normal foundation establishment cultivator. Friend Hellion, you never mentioned this drawback when we first discussed the demonic soul foundation establishment method. Wei Tu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Before reaching foundation establishment, he had seriously considered refining a high-grade demon refining talisman just to obtain this method. Had Ko Hongying not arrived in time to deliver a foundation establishment spirit fruit, forcing him to change his plan, he would have wasted valuable time refining this talisman, only to receive a flawed method in return, spending months for nothing and obtaining a technique that reduced lifespan. If he had still been in Qi refinement realm, he would have been absolutely furious. Senior Wei, we rogue cultivators, we don't have your kind of luck. Hellion Xiong forced a bitter smile. We don't have access to foundation establishment pills. Having this method at all is already a blessing. In other words, this was better than nothing. Despite knowing its flaws, rogue cultivators had no better option. Previous chapter, next chapter. Indeed, for rogue cultivators, simply having an alternative method for foundation establishment is already a great advantage. Who would worry about losing 50 years of lifespan? Wei Tu's expression softened. For most rogue cultivators, obtaining a single condensed foundation pill was already a challenge, let alone a foundation establishment pill for breaking through. Compared to a 20% increase in success rate, losing 50 years of lifespan was a minor price to pay. Hellion Xiong's failure to disclose this drawback beforehand was a deception, but it wasn't an unforgivable mistake. After all, everyone had their own secrets. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Tu retrieved 2 additional high-grade demon refining talismans, adding them to the one already placed on the table. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them toward Hellion Xiong. 3 high-grade demon refining talismans. This should be enough for your needs. Wei Tu sipped his tea. More than enough, Senior Wei. More than enough. Hellion Xiong's face lit up with joy upon seeing the talismans. Back when he made this deal, all he had given Wei Tu was the crafting method for the demon refining talisman and the 1-tier talisman Dao inheritance from his wife, Tong Peipei's family. The cost of all subsequent talisman refinement had been shouldered entirely by Wei Tu. Even if Wei Tu was a talented talisman master, the expenses he had incurred could not have been small. At the very least, he must have spent several hundred spirit stones, if not more, over 1,000. Now, Wei Tu had successfully broken through and stood at a higher position, yet he still upheld their deal, providing him with 3 high-grade talismans. This was far beyond Hellion Xiong's expectations. It was an incredible stroke of luck. Realizing this, Hellion Xiong gritted his teeth, hesitated briefly, then retrieved another jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over. Senior Wei, my ancestors have conducted extensive research on the demonic soul foundation establishment method. This jade slip contains techniques to mitigate its negative effects. Please accept it. The demonic soul foundation establishment method had 2 parts. The first half contained the foundation establishment process. The second half contained methods to reduce its drawbacks. Previously, the blood-colored jade slip Hellion Xiong had given Wei Tu only contained the first half. As for the second half, had Wei Tu attempted to coerce or extort him, Hellion Xiong would have never surrendered it. Methods to reduce the drawbacks? Wei Tu's eyes flashed with surprise. He had never expected such a gain. If not for his firm belief in acting with integrity, he might have completely missed out on this critical information. Just as he sent Hellion Xiong off, another visitor arrived at the gate of Luo Shui courtyard. A middle-aged man, dressed in merchant robes, stood outside. Congratulations, Senior Wei, on achieving foundation establishment at 100 years old. You are now the pride of Danxiu Mountain's rogue cultivators. The newcomer was none other than Shun Yao, the manager of Baibao Pavilion. In his hands, he carried a congratulatory gift, offering it with a respectful bow. This is all thanks to Fairy Ko lifting me up. Wei Tu graciously accepted the gift, attributing his success to Ko Hongying. He understood that most rogue cultivators in Danxiu Mountain likely believed that his foundation establishment was heavily aided by Ko Hongying. And honestly, he was fine with that. For Kohonging, this caused no harm. For Wei Tu, however, it was extremely beneficial. He invited Shun Yao inside, offering him spirit tea as a courtesy. Looks like Wei Tu still doesn't know that I originally invited him to Xianyao Mountain's secret realm to kill him. Seeing Wei Tu's warm hospitality, Shun Yao felt a sense of relief. He had been terrified that Wei Tu still held a grudge over the attempted ambush. Feigning composure, he took a sip of tea before pulling out a formal invitation. He leaned forward slightly, offering it to Wei Tu with both hands. Senior Wei, in half a month, Baibao Pavilion will be holding its once-every-5-year auction. This is your VIP invitation, granting access to the third-floor private booths. A private booth? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow as he accepted the invitation and ticket. At first, he had assumed Shun Yao came only to gauge his attitude, to see whether he harbored any resentment. He had not expected Shun Yao to personally deliver an invitation to the Baibao Pavilion auction. So this is what it means to be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Wei Tu mused inwardly. Before reaching Foundation Establishment, Shun Yao, a Baibao Pavilion manager, held far greater status than a mere talisman master like him. In Danqiu Mountain, Shun Yao was a prominent figure. There was no way he would waste his time running errands for a mere qi refinement cultivator. After chatting for a while, Shun Yao subtly shifted the conversation toward Baibao Pavilion's superior organization, Jiu Yun Merchant Guild. Although the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild isn't as powerful as the 3 great immortal sects or the 7 major cultivation clans, it is incredibly wealthy and influential. If Senior Wei is considering joining an immortal cultivation force, the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild would be a good choice. I would be honored to make the introduction. Shun Yao chuckled as he spoke. Wei Tu nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He understood that if Jiu Yun Merchant Guild truly wanted to recruit him, they wouldn't send someone of Shun Yao's status. A qi refinement cultivator had no authority to negotiate such matters. Without substantial offers, why would he carelessly state his stance? Shun Yao was merely testing the waters, a routine business strategy. Convincing a Foundation Establishment cultivator to join Jiu Yun Merchant Guild would bring significant personal benefits to Shun Yao. As for Jiu Yun Merchant Guild itself, Wei Tu had already gathered some information from Kohonging's Jade Slip. Jiu Yun Merchant Guild was a medium-sized commercial organization, jointly established by 3 Foundation Establishment families, with stores in multiple marketplaces, including Danqiu Mountain. Their offers for recruiting rogue Foundation Establishment cultivators were generally quite generous. However, Wei Tu had no intention of joining this merchant guild. The next realm after Foundation Establishment was Golden Core. Over the past several hundred years, every rogue cultivator who joined a Foundation Establishment family had failed to advance to Golden Core. Not a single one succeeded. All of them remained stuck at the Foundation Establishment stage, until they ran out of lifespan and perished. On the other hand, within the Golden Core families, at least 2 rogue cultivators had successfully advanced to Golden Core, rising to become elders and enjoying long lives of prestige. This was common knowledge in Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. Of course, if one traced back further in history, it wasn't entirely impossible for rogue cultivators who joined Foundation Establishment families to break through to Golden Core. However, Wei Tu wasn't willing to gamble on such slim odds. By joining a Golden Core family, he might not receive as many benefits or have the same authority as in a Foundation Establishment family. But the key advantage was that he would be on a greater platform, one where the possibility of advancing to Golden Core was real. By this point in their conversation, Shun Yao noticed Wei Tu was simply drinking tea, showing little interest. Sensing that further persuasion would be pointless, Shun Yao tactfully excused himself, rising to leave. Unlike when he saw off Helian Xiong, Wei Tu did not personally escort Shun Yao to the gate. Helian Xiong was at least a friend. Shun Yao, he was just an acquaintance. For a Foundation Establishment cultivator like Wei Tu to personally walk a qi refinement cultivator to the door, that would be beneath his status. Shun Yao kept his head bowed as he stepped out of Luo Shui courtyard. It was only after he left the premises that he finally straightened his back and took a deep breath. However, just as he lifted his gaze, he suddenly saw a white-robed young woman standing before him. Instinctively, Shun Yao bowed deeply once again. "Greetings, Senior Zhao." Shun Yao forced a smile, enduring the pain in his waist. The suddenness of the situation had nearly thrown his back out. Wei Tu has emerged from seclusion. Zhao Qingluo glanced at Shun Yao, her voice calm and indifferent. Half a year ago, news of Wei Tu's foundation establishment breakthrough had reached Qiyue Zhao clan. Since she had passed ties with him, the clan had assigned her the task of recruiting him. However, times had changed. Unlike their previous encounters, Zhao Qingluo couldn't simply barge into Luo Shui courtyard. This time, she was here to extend an invitation, not to give orders. Thus, she waited patiently outside the cave estate. Senior Wei has indeed emerged from seclusion, Shun Yao quickly replied. After Shun Yao left, Zhao Qingluo paused to think for a moment. Instead of immediately knocking on the door, she retrieved a talisman letter and sent it inside Luo Shui courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, the door opened. Seeing Wei Tu personally step out to greet her, Zhao Qingluo revealed herself, emerging from her concealment technique. Standing before Wei Tu, she smiled. It seems this princess came at just the right time, just as Master Wei was stepping out of seclusion. "My humble abode is unworthy of hosting you, Your Highness." Wei Tu cupped his hands. "Allow me to be your host instead. Let us dine in the private booth of Jinyan Pavilion." Inside his cave estate, the wind-cleaving eagle he had once stolen from Zhao Qingluo still resided. Wei Tu wasn't sure if Zhao Qingluo possessed abilities like his, ones that could track scents and identify past encounters. Thus, he had to be cautious. Even though he was fairly certain Zhao Qingluo wouldn't pose a direct threat, it was best to avoid unnecessary risks. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Qingluo found herself reminiscing. Decades ago, when she first met Wei Tu, he had said the exact same thing. "Then let us go, Master Wei." Zhao Qingluo nodded slightly and took the lead. "This time, allow me to be the host." Host? Wei Tu's eyebrows lifted slightly. Decades ago, Zhao Qingluo had always addressed herself as this princess, exuding arrogance. Now, she was humbly referring to herself as this humble woman. The stark contrast amused Wei Tu. For a moment, he couldn't help but recall the past, particularly the scene when Zhao Qingluo lost control under the effects of an aphrodisiac. The difference between then and now? Absolutely striking. The two of them arrived at Jingyun Pavilion's private booth. Zhao Qingluo ordered a lavish banquet. "Master Wei, I won't beat around the bush." She looked at him directly and got straight to the point. "I came here today to recruit you, to join Qiyue Zhao clan." Once seated, Zhao Qingluo laid out her offer without hesitation. "If Master Wei agrees, Qiyue Zhao clan will provide you with a complete set of Tier 2 Talisman Master inheritances. Additionally, concubines, a Tier 2 cultivation cave, techniques, magical artifacts, and everything else required for cultivation will be provided accordingly." Her offer was generous. Essentially, if Wei Tu agreed to join Qiyue Zhao clan, he would instantly obtain all the foundational elements of cultivation: Dao Companion, techniques, resources, and land. However, Wei Tu remained calm. Even without Ko Hongying's warning, the two most dangerous Golden Core families, Qiyue Zhao clan and Qisong Jia clan, were the first ones he had ruled out. He had no intention of getting caught in their feud. The higher the Zhao clan's offer, the more cautious Wei Tu became. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "My aptitude is mediocre." Wei Tu spoke carefully, politely declining her offer. Managing to reach Foundation establishment was already a stroke of fortune. "I wouldn't want to bring trouble upon Zhao clan." Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingluo did not grasp his subtle rejection. Her brows furrowed slightly. "Master Wei, reaching Foundation establishment at 100 years old. Even if you're not an exceptional genius, in a Golden Core family, you'd still be considered highly promising. There's no need for such humility." She waved a hand dismissively. Wei Tu felt momentarily speechless. After a moment of thought, he decided to be more direct. Your Highness, Zhao clan is at war with Qisong Jia clan. A battleground is no place for me. For any Foundation establishment rogue, cultivator looking to join a clan, the first factions they eliminate as options are Zhao clan and Qisong Jia clan. Zhao Qing Luo fell silent for a moment. I see. She sighed after a long pause. Before coming here, she had wondered why the clan leader had offered Wei Tu such a generous deal. Now she understood. To rogue cultivators, Qiyue Zhao clan was already seen as a sinking ship. Then, which clan does Master Wei intend to join? Zhao Qingluo's gaze sharpened slightly. Perhaps I can assist with planning your future. She recalled the clan leader's orders before she left. If Wei Tu refuses to join Zhao clan, then at least convince him to join one of their allied families. I haven't decided yet. Wei Tu shook his head, refusing to reveal his true intentions. Revealing too much to an acquaintance was a grave mistake. What about Hashan Huang clan? Zhao Qingluo asked directly. This Golden Core family is friendly with Zhao clan. Unlike us, they haven't engaged in any wars for decades. That family, I'll consider it. Wei Tu replied vaguely. The conversation stalled after that. The two of them silently ate their food. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingluo spoke again. Master Wei, as long as you don't side with Qisong Jia clan, I can personally guarantee that Zhao clan will purchase your tier 2 talismans in the future. Hearing this profitable proposition, Wei Tu finally softened his stance. Your Highness, we've known each other for years. I wouldn't want to stand against you. If I do join a faction, it won't be Qisong Jia clan. Hearing this clear answer, Zhao Qingluo was satisfied. She did not linger in Jingyun Pavilion's booth for much longer. Shortly after, she departed. The arrival of more invitations. Following Zhao Qingluo's departure, other envoys from various cultivation clans arrived at Wei Tu's doorstep. Each of these families presented generous offers. Even though their proposals weren't as extravagant as Zhao clan's, they were still highly attractive. The inheritances of a tier 2 talisman master and a tier 2 cultivation technique. These were standard incentives from every faction. Yet, Wei Tu refused to give any direct answer. Instead, he delayed, waiting for a better deal from one of the cultivation clans. The longer he held out, the higher the offers would climb. Time passed. Soon, the 5-yearly auction at Baibao Pavilion arrived. This auction featured an item that Wei Tu had long desired before reaching Foundation establishment. A condensing foundation pill. This pill was listed as one of the final highlights of the event. From inside a private booth on the 3rd floor, Wei Tu placed his bid. 1,100 spirit stones. A sudden silence fell over the 2nd floor main hall. Many cultivators looked around at each other in hesitation. Several who had previously bid now grew cautious. A Foundation establishment cultivator had entered the bidding. For a Qi refinement cultivator to compete against a Foundation establishment cultivator, that was asking for trouble. If the Foundation establishment bidder turned out to be vindictive, the losing bidder might lose more than just spirit stones. They might lose their lives. Previous chapter, next chapter. The surrounding cultivators were filled with resentment. A Foundation establishment cultivator like Wei Tu, who was already standing at the threshold of greater power, was actually competing against Qi refinement cultivators for a condensing foundation pill. There will be another auction in 5 years. Maybe another condensing foundation pill will be up for sale then. There's no need to offend a Foundation establishment cultivator over this. After a brief internal struggle, many cultivators backed down. Wei Tu was a newly established Foundation establishment cultivator, and no one could predict his temperament. At this moment, when his momentum was at its peak, competing against him for a condensing foundation pill was simply too risky. 1,100 spirit stones. Any higher bids? Last 9 breaths. 987. Time passed quickly. Luo Hong, the auctioneer, glanced across the 2nd floor hall at the Qi refinement cultivators. Seeing that no one was willing to speak up, She sighed silently and lightly dropped the auction hammer. This sale was a loss for Baibao Pavilion. From his private booth on the third floor, Wei Tu watched the scene unfold and smirked. He had taken advantage of his status to secure the condensing foundation pill at a lower price. Although this might offend Jian Merchant Guild, it was unlikely they would take direct action against him. Right now, he was a highly sought-after cultivator among various factions. A newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivator was a prized target for recruitment. His ignorance of the rules and slight overreach would be overlooked for now. After all, in the world of cultivation auctions, Foundation establishment cultivators weren't supposed to compete for lower-level Qi refinement resources. For example, if the condensing foundation pill had only been bid on by Qi refinement cultivators, its final price would have easily reached 1,300 spirit stones. But because Wei Tu interfered, Baibao Pavilion had to sell it at 1,100 spirit stones. However, I can only pull this stunt once. If I do it too often, Baibao Pavilion will hold a grudge. Wei Tu decided not to participate in the bidding for any more Qi refinement level items. With his current status, he wasn't going to squeeze every last spirit stone out of others. But the condensing foundation pill was a necessity. He needed to secure it as soon as possible to repay Fu Zhizhou and avoid delaying his foundation establishment. After the auction ended, Wei Tu made his way to the inner hall of the Jade Tower to collect his prize. Waiting for him was not the auctioneer Luo Hong, but a Foundation establishment cultivator who oversaw Baibao Pavilion's operations in Danxiu Mountain, Chai Ping. Master Wei has only recently advanced to Foundation establishment. Perhaps you're still unfamiliar with Baibao Pavilion's rules. Winning a condensing foundation pill at a low price in this way isn't exactly within our guidelines. That being said, consider the discounted price a congratulatory gift from Baibao Pavilion for your foundation establishment. Chai Ping's words were polite but meaningful. She handed the pill bottle to Wei Tu while subtly watching his reaction. I was too eager to obtain the pill and failed to consider Baibao Pavilion's rules. Wei Tu accepted her words gracefully. To a foundation establishment cultivator, 200 spirit stones was not insignificant, but it also wasn't enough to truly matter. Besides, he hadn't come to Baibao Pavilion just to buy the condensing foundation pill. He had also sold off most of his Tier 1 talismans, leaving only a few premium ones. When considering both purchases and sales, Baibao Pavilion had still profited from him overall. Seeing that Wei Tu wasn't arrogant or smug, but instead remained respectful, Chai Ping nodded inwardly. She reached into her robes and retrieved a golden invitation, extending it toward him. The 5-year Baibao Pavilion auction mainly attracts Qi refinement cultivators. For Foundation establishment cultivators like yourself, Jian Merchant Guild hosts a separate event. This is an invitation to Jian Merchant Guild's underground auction, held once every 20 years. If Master Wei is interested, you may attend. The items available at this underground auction are rare treasures, difficult to find elsewhere. Chai Ping spoke softly. An underground auction? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Since this auction carried the term underground, it was likely highly confidential. If he weren't a Foundation establishment row cultivator with a traceable background, Chai Ping probably wouldn't have extended him an invitation. The catalog of auction items is listed on the back of the invitation. If Master Wei is willing to join Jian Merchant Guild as an honored guest, every 3 auctions, aside from the grand finale item, you will be granted 1 auctioned item for free. Seeing the interest in Wei Tu's expression, Chai Ping was secretly pleased. She pressed the matter further, hoping to secure him for the guild, receiving a free auction item every 3 auctions. Wei Tu was stunned. He couldn't help but marvel at the deep pockets of Jian Merchant Guild. From what he saw, every item in the auction catalog was extraordinarily valuable, rarely seen outside. Each was worth at least thousands of spirit stones. Even a golden core family wouldn't casually offer such generous terms. Chai Dao's kind offer, I deeply appreciate. After a few moments of contemplation, Wei Tu shook his head and declined. He was well aware of his own worth. As a foundation establishment rogue cultivator with talisman mastery, he would naturally attract the interest of various cultivation clans. However, there was a limit to that interest. At best, he was a valuable support cultivator, but not to the extent that June Merchant Guild would lavish him with excessive rewards. His strategy had always been to negotiate the best possible terms within reasonable boundaries and join a golden core family that offered stability. But he wouldn't risk his life for the sake of a slightly better offer. He strongly suspected that Juyun Merchant Guild's high offer came with the same hidden dangers as Chiyue Zhao clan, perhaps even worse. At least the Zhao clan's risks were visible. Juyun Merchant Guild's offer, however, was more insidious. After extensive gathering of intelligence and weighing the pros and cons, Wei Tu finally made his decision. He would accept the invitation from Hashan Huang clan and serve as an honored guest cultivator. Hashan Huang clan's offer wasn't the most lucrative, but it had something that no other Golden Core family could match: a Tier 3 array master among its Golden Core ancestors. For centuries, because of this master's presence, Hashan Huang clan had been free from attacks by demonic cultivators, bandits, or rival clans. They had enjoyed peace. This was precisely what Wei Tu valued most: their security. To him, safety outweighed all other benefits. His late bloomer destiny meant that as long as he cultivated steadily, without unnecessary fighting or risk-taking, he had a strong chance of reaching the Golden Core realm. After making his choice, Wei Tu wasted no time. He sent a talisman message to Hashan Huang clan, informing them that he was willing to join as an honored guest. The message was sent in the morning. By afternoon, a response arrived. In a few days, I'll be leaving Luoxua courtyard and heading to Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu thought to himself. The spiritual energy in Luoxua courtyard was only comparable to a mid-tier one cultivation ground. It wasn't sufficient for his foundation establishment cultivation. Not to mention, he was also raising a wind-cleaving eagle. Staying here any longer would be a waste of time and resources. Just as Wei Tu finished packing his belongings, preparing to depart for Hashan Huang clan, an unexpected letter arrived. It was delivered to Luoxua courtyard. The sender's name was Wei Xiaowen. Xinghua is gone. Wei Tu tore open the letter. As he read the contents, his expression darkened. Previous chapter, next chapter. All lives come to an end. Wei Tu had long prepared himself for Xinghua's passing. Yet, when confronted with the reality of her death, he found the weight of a single sheet of paper to be unbearably heavy. The letter. Wei Xiaowen had written that Xinghua had passed away quietly in the night. There had been no suffering, no prolonged illness. She had simply faded away in her sleep. She lived to be 100. This is a joyous passing, just like my master. There's no need to grieve. Wei Tu tried to console himself. He walked to his talisman crafting desk, just as he always did when receiving letters from his children. Carefully, he placed this letter into his collection, storing it with the others. Then, he opened the formation barriers around his cave dwelling. The moonlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating half of his face. The cold, distant glow of the moon cast a shadow of sorrow upon him. A sudden fluttering of wings. The wind-cleaving eagle landed lightly on Wei Tu's left shoulder. It tilted its sharp, flattened beak slightly, its deep yellow eyes staring at him with curiosity. In the decades since Wei Tu had captured it, the eagle had never once seen this expression on his face. Not only that, this expression had lasted far too long. Keek, keek. The wind-cleaving eagle called out twice at the dawn's light. Then, flapping its powerful wings, it soared through the open window, circling above the courtyard. It flew from the entrance of the cave to the far end of the compound, making several rounds before folding its wings and landing on the talisman crafting desk. Wei Tu left Danxiu Mountain. But unlike before, this time he wasn't traveling alone. Beside Fu Zhizhou, a new figure had joined him, a red-faced elder. This elder was tall and thin, his face weathered and yellowed, his robes blue and scholarly, making him look more like a Confucian teacher than a cultivator. Yet his aura revealed his true identity, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Taoist Huang, I truly appreciate you accompanying me on this journey. As soon as they exited Danxiu Mountain, Wei Tu offered a deep bow of thanks, his expression sincere. The red-faced elder was none other than Huang Changkong, the representative sent by Hashan Huang clan to recruit Wei Tu. This time, Wei Tu wasn't just going back to the mortal world for a simple visit. He had made a decision to wear mourning garments for 1 full year in honor of his late wife. Qi Chui, traditional mourning attire for the deceased. Given this, he had sent a talisman message to Hashan Huang clan, informing them that he would delay his formal entry into the clan. But to his surprise, instead of expressing any displeasure, Huang Changkong had immediately replied with understanding. He had even volunteered to accompany Wei Tu on his journey back to the mortal world. Wei Tu understood his intentions. Huang Changkong wanted to evaluate his mortal connections and offer goodwill. Still, for a foundation establishment cultivator to personally travel to the mortal realm just to accompany him was a gesture Wei Tu truly appreciated. Master Wei, there's no need for such formalities. If you join a Shan Huang clan, then we are like family. It is only natural to assist one another. Huang Changkong waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Wei Tu need not dwell on it. Wei Tu nodded and refrained from further polite conversation. Instead, he sent a transmitted message to Fu Zhizhou and focused on traveling swiftly. The journey was silent and solemn. Wei Tu and Huang Changkong flew through the sky, while Fu Zhizhou rode a spirit horse, keeping pace behind them. Their journey was 5 days shorter than usual. Wei Tu rushed straight to the ancestral hall, where Wei Xiuwen was keeping vigil. The moment Wei Xiuwen saw him, his knees shifted forward. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead against the floor. Tears streaked his aged, yet resolute face. "Father, your unfilial son has failed you. I couldn't take care of Mother. She left in the night." His voice trembled with grief. "Father, Mother is gone." Wei Yin knelt beside him, wiping her tear-streaked face. One by one, other family members in the hall greeted Wei Tu. Some were from the Mei family, while others were descendants of the Ko and Fu families. No need for formalities. Wei Tu waved a hand gently. He stepped toward Xinghua's memorial tablet and took a handful of incense sticks. Lighting them carefully, he placed them into the bronze censer before him. After a moment of silent reflection, Wei Tu sighed softly. "Begin the funeral rites. According to mortal customs, the dead should be buried 7 days after passing. But since Wei Tu had been far away, the family had delayed the burial for several days to wait for him. With his command, the household musicians began to play. Drums, flutes, sound of pipes. The song they played was 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A joyous tune. Xinghua had lived to 100 years old. Among mortals, she was considered a woman of great fortune. In a tranquil, scenic spot, a solitary grave was erected. The gravestone inscription read, "Tomb of my late wife, Xinghua." Beside this newly placed grave, 3 simple thatched huts had been constructed. One belonged to Wei Tu. The other 2 belonged to Wei Yin and Wei Xiuwen. The mourning period. For a deceased wife, mourning lasts 1 year. For a deceased mother, mourning lasts 3 years. Although cultivators were considered beyond mortal laws, Wei Tu and his children had come from mortal roots. They had lived as mortals first, before stepping into the world of cultivation. Thus, it was only natural for them to adhere to mortal customs in this moment. After completing 7 days of mourning, Wei Tu urged Wei Yin and Wei Xiuwen to leave. His reasoning was simple. He had already reached foundation establishment. For him, 1 year was but a fleeting moment. It was a small sacrifice to honor his wife's memory. Apart from this year of mourning, Wei Tu also planned to use the time to study disciplines beyond talisman crafting. For example, the complete first-rank alchemy inheritance left behind by Gongwen. If possible, he hoped to gain proficiency in alchemy while still in the foundation establishment realm. Although he didn't expect to become a professional alchemist, at the very least, he wanted to produce his own pills for personal use. This way, He could avoid making the same fatal mistakes as Blood Demon Elder had in the past. However, to Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen, a year wasn't something they could afford to waste, especially since, by mortal traditions, they were supposed to observe mourning for 3 full years. Laws and traditions must be followed, but to be overly rigid is nothing more than stubborn foolishness. Wei Tu chastised them. He knew his children well. They had done all they could for Xinghua while she was alive, fulfilling their filial duties to the best of their abilities. After all, decades ago, Wei Yin had once bought an ice-profound, soul-sealing talisman for Xinghua, a talisman worth 100 spirit stones. That sum had been an immense fortune for their family back then. For her and Wei Shouwen, it had been a significant sacrifice. Now, was it truly necessary for them to observe the full 3-year mourning period? Wei Tu didn't think so. Hearing his reasoning, Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen hesitated. After a long pause, Wei Yin spoke first. "Father, if you believe that 3 years is too long, then I will follow your example and mourn for just 1 year. During this time, I can also ask for your guidance in talisman crafting." Wei Tu nodded approvingly. That is acceptable. 30 years ago, he had discovered Wei Yan's innate talent for talisman crafting. Since then, he had regularly instructed her through letters, hoping she would inherit his craft. Now, after all these years, Wei Yin had indeed reached the level of a first-rank lower-grade talisman master. She had even successfully drawn a first-rank mid-grade talisman before. She was just half a step away from becoming a first-rank mid-grade talisman master. Learning from books is one thing, but hands-on experience is another. Since Wei Tu would be free for the next year, he might as well use the time to personally instruct Wei Yin in her craft. Meanwhile, Wei Shouwen hesitated. "Father, then I shall take my leave first." Unlike Wei Yin, he wasn't a talisman master. His gold spiritual root made him suited for artifact forging, and Wei Tu could not teach him much in that regard. Hearing this, Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh, reminiscing about the past. "I still remember when Shouwen was born. During his first year grasping ceremony, he reached for a writing brush, so I named him Shouwen Cultivating Literature, but in the end, he chose a blacksmith's hammer instead." He chuckled, somewhat amused at the irony. Wei Yin, hearing this story for the first time, covered her mouth and giggled. Her laughter broke the somber atmosphere that had been lingering since their mother's passing. Under Wei Tu's personal instruction, Wei Yan's skills in talisman crafting progressed rapidly. In less than 2 months, she was already able to consistently produce first-rank mid-grade talismans. Yinner, talismans are only a minor art. Your cultivation is what truly matters. Back when I was still in the Qi refinement realm, crafting first-rank upper-grade talismans was difficult for me. But after reaching foundation establishment, crafting those same talismans became effortless. Wei Tu warned her sternly. Before his closed-door cultivation, Wei Yin had maintained a balance between cultivation and talisman crafting. However, after these months of focused training, he noticed that her cultivation progress had slowed considerably. Right now, Wei Yin was only at Qi Refinement 6th layer. For a 71-year-old cultivator, this was far from ideal. Wei Tu compared this to his own journey. He had started cultivation at age 43. At 63, he had reached Qi Refinement 6th layer. At 67, he had reached Qi Refinement 7th layer. Meanwhile, both Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen had started cultivation before the age of 30, more than 10 years earlier than he had. Even though he hadn't provided them with excessive resources, he had still guided them and taught them valuable lessons. By all logic, their cultivation should have been stronger than his own was at the same stage. Instead, they were lagging behind. This can't continue, Wei Tu thought. No matter what, each generation must surpass the previous one, not the other way around. Wei Yin lowered her head and pursed her lips. "Father, I understand." A few days later, Wei Shouwen returned for a visit. But this time, aside from bringing their usual meals and supplies, he also carried a small gift box. "Father, this was sent by Fu Lin from Mother's funeral. Last night, someone delivered it to our home. He lowered his voice slightly. Fu Lin, how did he hear about it? Wei Tu was visibly surprised. It had been over 20 years since Fu Lin had left Baishir Lake Marketplace. Since then, he had completely vanished. No news, no letters, nothing. For Xinghua's funeral, Wei Tu had only notified a small circle of people. It hadn't been widely announced. Could it be that he has spies in Baishir Lake? Or perhaps some members of the Fu clan are still in contact with him? Wei Tu frowned, lost in thought. But after a moment, he shook his head. No use dwelling on it. He reached for the small wooden box and opened it. Inside, he found 3 items. A high-grade spirit stone, a first-rank, upper-grade spirit apricot, a letter. Wei Tu unfolded the letter first. In it, Fu Lin described his current situation. He reassured Wei Tu that he, his younger brother, and younger sister were all doing well. He asked Wei Tu to pass this message to the others, so they wouldn't worry about him. At the end of the letter, Fu Lin mentioned the high-grade spirit stone. This is to repay the 10 spirit stones I borrowed from you all those years ago. A single high-grade spirit stone was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. He had repaid tenfold. Wei Tu's grip on the letter tightened slightly. He sighed. 10 times the repayment. Previous chapter, next chapter. Reborn Ash Road to Mastery Part 01 after reading Fu Lin's letter. He realized Fu Zhizhou had never told him the truth. Still, Wei Tu wasn't surprised. Both father and son had the same stubborn nature. The fact that they never fully talked things out was almost expected. Yes, father. Wei Yin and Wei Xuan both nodded. After that, Wei Tu gave Wei Yin strict guidance on how to use the spirit apricot. When breaking through from mid to late stage Qi refinement, you should avoid relying on breakthrough pills or spiritual fruits. This will strengthen your foundation. Only after reaching Qi refinement 7th layer should you consume the spirit apricot to help push through to Qi refinement 8th layer. His tone was firm, making sure his daughter understood. Building a stable foundation before advancing was a well-known principle in the cultivation world. However, few cultivators actually followed it. After all, not everyone would encounter a bottleneck like Fu Zhizhou, where excessive pill consumption led to 7 wasted years at Qi refinement realm. Most cultivators believed they could gamble on their luck, thinking that pill toxins and unstable foundations wouldn't affect them. But Wei Tu had seen it all. A moment's patience is not truly slow. Only those who build a solid foundation can truly soar later on. He passed his hard-earned wisdom onto his children. Wei Yin and Wei Xuan listened carefully, nodding with deep understanding. Unlike other cultivators, they had personally witnessed their father's cultivation journey. They had seen how Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou progressed over the decades. Now, Wei Tu had already reached foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Fu Zhizhou remained stuck at Qi refinement. The difference was clear as day. The remaining months of mourning passed swiftly. During this time, several old friends, including Wei Fei and Ko Hongying, came to Xinghua's grave to pay their respects. This time, Wei Fei was no longer as composed as he had been during Ko Liang's funeral. He met with Wei Tu inside the thatched hut. At first, his expression was dull and listless. Then, all of a sudden, he broke into uncontrollable sobs. Tears streamed down his face, and he wailed in anguish. Wei Tu knew exactly why Wei Fei was crying. It wasn't because he had any deep emotional connection with Xinghua. Rather, he was mourning for himself. Like Xinghua, Wei Fei was 3 years older than Wei Tu. This meant he had just reached 100 years old, half the lifespan of a Qi refinement cultivator. Xinghua had passed peacefully at 100 years old, a long and fulfilling life in the mortal world. But Wei Fei was still only a Qi refinement 8th layer. Among cultivators, reaching 2 full cycles of 60 years, 120 years, was considered a critical milestone. Beyond that point, even with the foundation establishment pill, the chances of success diminished drastically. Right now, Wei Fei was beginning to realize, if he wanted to have any hope of breaking through, he needed to maximize every possible advantage. He had to be extremely careful with his resources, training, and opportunities. Otherwise, He would never escape the limits of Qi refinement realm. Wei Fei had only two options left if he wanted to break through. 1. Within 20 years, he had to reach Qi refinement completion. 2. He had to obtain a condensing foundation pill to attempt foundation establishment. Both requirements weren't excessive, but the challenge lay in achieving both at the same time. Third brother, I regret it so much. I regret not making the same choice as you and fourth brother, settling in Danqiu Mountain and focusing solely on cultivation. Wei Fei's tears streamed down uncontrollably. If he had followed Wei Tu in Fu Zhizhou's path, he could have saved himself 10 years of wasted time. With those extra 10 years, he might have already fulfilled both conditions by now. But back then, he had feared hardship, had avoided the tough road, and instead chose the easy life of the mortal world. He had indulged in worldly pleasures, wasting away his time. Now looking back, he realized that he had destroyed his own path to immortality with his own hands. Hearing Wei Fei's lament, Wei Tu could only sigh. 10 years ago, at Ko Hongying's Foundation establishment celebration, he had already foreseen this outcome. Wei Fei had never invested in his future. He had never worked hard enough in cultivation. It was inevitable that he would end up in this predicament. Looking back over the past 100 years, Wei Fei was actually the one among their 4 sworn brothers, aside from himself, who had the best opportunities for cultivation. He had received 1. 2 immortal cultivation techniques, 2 blood food pellets, 3. Favor from a shamanic immortal master, who granted him a legacy, 4. The profits from the Qi pouch crafting method. These 4 strokes of fortune had lifted him from mortal existence into the cultivation world and helped him reach Qi refinement 8th layer. But ultimately, they were merely minor strokes of luck, far from being enough to change his fate completely. Wei Fei thought he had grasped multiple great opportunities, but in truth, he had squandered every single one. Meanwhile, the others, including Wei Tu, had no such blessings. Yet they had still seized their own chances, rising steadily through effort. Now, Wei Fei had been left behind. Second brother, this is the demonic soul foundation establishment method I obtained from Hellion Xion. The required refined demon taming talismans and monster souls I can provide for you. But the rest, you'll have to handle yourself. Once Wei Fei had finished crying, Wei Tu deliberated for a moment, then took out a jade slip and handed it to him. Over the years, Wei Fei had placed unwavering trust in him. Wei Tu had never forgotten that. However, his ability to help was limited. Achieving foundation establishment had already drained most of his resources. Even if he had the means, he wouldn't spoon-feed Wei Fei everything. He would only help as he had once helped Ko Liang. He would give him a crucial push at the right moment. But whether Wei Fei succeeded depended on himself. Demonic Soul Foundation Establishment. Wei Fei was momentarily stunned. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead, scanning its contents. As soon as he finished, his earlier hopelessness vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement. The Demonic Soul Foundation Establishment method could increase the chances of breaking through by 20%. It wasn't as good as a foundation establishment pill, but it was superior to the condensing foundation pill. With this method, even if he failed to obtain a condensing foundation pill within the next 20 years, he wouldn't be left completely without hope. And since Wei Tu had agreed to provide the crucial talismans and monster souls, it was almost as if he had just handed him a free condensing foundation pill. Second brother, you're already 100 years old. There's less than 20 years before you reach 120. In these 20 years, you must not slack off in cultivation. I can help you now, but I can't carry you forever. The Demonic Soul Foundation Establishment method is a substitute for the condensing foundation pill. But for safety, it's still best to have one on hand when the time comes. Wei Tu noticed that Wei Fei's attitude was already shifting back to his usual careless nature. His brows furrowed slightly, and he gave a stern reminder. Third brother, don't worry. In these 20 years, I'll definitely focus on my cultivation. I won't let you down. Wei Fei patted his chest confidently, making a bold promise. Then what about Yao Daoyu? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. For the past few decades, every time Wei Fei visited him, he never failed to make a trip to Yao Daoyou's residence. Was he really here to see Wei Tu? Or was he just using the trip as an excuse for pleasure, stopping by Wei Tu's place as an afterthought? 3 years, no. 5 years. I swear, for the next 5 years, I won't go looking for Yao Daoyou. Wei Fei gritted his teeth, making another vow. Hearing this, Wei Tu fell into thought for a moment, then gave a final piece of advice. A cultivator's yang essence is crucial for foundation establishment. Although you're no longer a virgin, maintaining a stable foundation for the next 20 years will still increase your chances of breaking through. Fine, I'll listen to you. For the next 20 years, I'll abstain completely. Wei Fei declared immediately. At first, he hadn't taken Wei Tu's words seriously. He thought abstaining from women wouldn't really make a difference. What was a tiny bit of extra success rate compared to his own enjoyment of life? But when he saw the faint disappointment in Wei Tu's expression, he hesitated, and suddenly, he couldn't bear to let Wei Tu down. So he firmly swore to follow his advice. Not long after Wei Fei left, another visitor arrived. Ko Hongying descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of Wei Tu's thatched hut. She stood beside the grave, dressed simply yet elegantly. Her long black hair swayed gently in the breeze, her snow-white complexion untouched by cosmetics, exuding an aura of pure, ethereal beauty. Previous chapter, next chapter. Hongying Maisie. Wei Yin stepped forward to greet her. In the immortal cultivation world, strength dictates status. Lower realm cultivators must address those of higher realms as senior, but that only applies to unfamiliar relationships. She and Ko Hongying had known each other since childhood, so calling her Hongying Maisie was perfectly natural. Not to mention, her father, Wei Tu, was now a foundation establishment true person. Ko Hongying, after presenting her offering, came back to her senses. She glanced at Wei Yin, who was dressed in mourning, sighed softly, and said, "My condolences." She had experienced the pain of losing parents before and knew the grief all too well. Some time ago, I went to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range and wasn't able to return in time. I hope Uncle Wei doesn't blame me. Approaching the cottage, Ko Hongying bowed slightly to Wei Tu, explaining her absence from the funeral. After she finished speaking, she patted her storage pouch, took out a spiritual item, and placed it down as a belated offering for the funeral. Cultivators are not like ordinary people. Time flows differently in the mountains. Missing the timing is no great matter. Wei Tu shook his head, expressing his understanding. Unlike during the Qi refinement realm, after Ko Hongying advanced to foundation establishment, she found herself even busier than before. These past 10+ years, Ko Hongying had been constantly on the move, not just to repay the debts owed to him and Fu Zhizhou, but also for her own cultivation path. Without a specialized skill, foundation establishment cultivators who belonged to a sect had no choice but to complete sect missions to acquire additional resources. Her situation was quite similar to Fu Zhizhou, the sword-for-hire cultivator, always busy, with little time for rest. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Wei Tu invited Ko Hongying into the cottage to sit. Standing to the side, Wei Yin took the initiative to heat water and brew tea, then poured a cup for both Wei Tu and Ko Hongying. Before long, their conversation shifted to the Hashan Huang clan. Uncle Wei's choice of the Hashan Huang clan is a good one. They have a golden core patriarch who is a third-rank formation master, making them the safest place in Zheng Kingdom aside from the three great sections. Ko Hongying nodded approvingly. What she admired most about Wei Tu was his steady, cautious nature, never rushing blindly forward. For a foundation establishment rogue cultivator, choosing the wrong family to join could impact their entire cultivation path for the rest of their life. The fact that Wei Tu could resist the temptation of immediate benefits and make a clear-headed decision already put him ahead of most cultivators. Halfway through their conversation, Ko Hongying learned that Wei Tu had met Zhao Qingluo half a year ago. A thought suddenly struck her, and she brought up another topic. "Uncle Wei, when you spoke with Zhao Qingluo that time, Did she mention who the Foundation establishment cultivator was that saved her back then? Her voice carried a trace of urgency. Over 30 years ago, Ko Liang had died, and she had locked her vengeance onto Blood Demon Elder, the one who controlled the Qingye snake. Not long after, she heard that Blood Demon Elder had been slain by a Foundation establishment cultivator, who had also saved Zhao Qingluo. When she learned this, she immediately wrote to Zhao Qingluo, asking for details about that incident, hoping to find the benefactor who had avenged her father. But to her disappointment, Zhao Qingluo knew little. She only confirmed that her savior was a Foundation establishment cultivator, but did not know their name, origin, or identity. Now, more than 30 years had passed. It was possible that Zhao Qingluo had found new clues. Hearing Ko Hongying bring this up, Wei Tu suddenly became alert, realizing a mistake he had unknowingly made. He and Ko Liang were sworn brothers. If he truly cared, he should have asked about the benefactor just as eagerly as Ko Hongying. Instead, he had completely ignored the matter, not mentioning it at all. That's true. Back then, after seeing Zhao Qingluo's disgraceful state, how could I bring up such a topic in front of her? Wei Tu sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that one day he would experience the net of heaven is vast, yet no one slips through. After considering for a moment, Wei Tu decided to reveal the long-buried secret from that year. He was worried that if he didn't say anything, Ko Hongying might go directly to Zhao Qingluo for answers, which could lead to her noticing something suspicious about him. If that happened, anything he said later would be far less convincing. Besides, things were different now. Now that he had reached Foundation establishment, this secret was no longer life-threatening to him. Ko Hongying was also someone he could trust. Revealing the truth earlier would be beneficial for everyone. Hongying, the one who killed the Qingye snake and saved Zhao Qingluo, was none other than me. As soon as he spoke these words, Ko Hongying and Wei Yin, who were sitting inside the cottage, were instantly stunned. They sat frozen for a long time, too shocked to react. Their first instinct was disbelief. Wei Tu had only been at mid-stage qi refinement back then, so how could he have slain a powerful demonic cultivator, something only a Foundation establishment cultivator could do? But after thinking carefully, they found the claim entirely plausible. As Wei Tu's niece and daughter, Ko Hongying and Wei Yin knew him far too well. Wei Tu was always steady and reliable, never one to boast or exaggerate. If he said something, it had to be true. The benefactor was Uncle Wei all along. After regaining her composure, Ko Hongying's expression was complicated. Her tone carried both surprise and a sense of relief. She didn't think Wei Tu was lying to her. After all, there was no benefit for him to deceive her at this moment. If he had wanted to lie, doing so before he reached Foundation establishment would have been far more advantageous. Now that they were both Foundation establishment true persons, there wasn't much she could offer him in return. Father actually killed Blood Demon Elder while still in Qi refinement. He accomplished something only a Foundation establishment cultivator could do. Wei Yin, standing to the side, was equally shocked. It was as if she was seeing a completely different side of her father, one that was unlike his usual self. Once the two of them had calmed down, Wei Tu coughed lightly and recounted the details of how he had killed Blood Demon Elder all those years ago. However, he did not take credit for the feat. Instead, he openly admitted the truth. Blood Demon Elder had been poisoned by Gongwon, not slain in battle. After explaining everything, Wei Tu took out the corpse of the Qingye snake, which he had kept in his storage pouch for over 30 years. Since Blood Demon Elder and Gong, when conspired to ambush Zhao Qingluo, they wouldn't have caused additional trouble by injuring my father. Father must have been severely wounded by the Qingye snake when it acted on instinct. Ko Hongying analyzed the situation layer by layer. Although the Qingye snake had been Blood Demon Elder's spirit beast, she didn't believe Blood Demon Elder had been the one to personally attack Ko Liang. If Blood Demon Elder had truly set out to kill Ko Liang, he wouldn't have escaped to Baishur Lake, only to die from his wounds in the marketplace, leaving behind an intact body. Previously, the only reason she had been fixated on avenging her father by targeting Blood Demon Elder was because she had needed a clear target for her revenge. Simply killing a Qingye snake wouldn't have satisfied her. However, that didn't mean the Qingye snake's death was insignificant. Uncle Wei truly was the benefactor who avenged my father. Please do not refuse this acknowledgement. Ko Hongying stood up and gave Wei Tu a deep bow, her attitude sincere. Back then, when Ko Yang had died, it was Wei Tu who had suggested opening the coffin to extract blood, using the poisoned blood to track down the culprit. Considering what had happened afterward, Wei Tu's encounters with Blood Demon Elder and Gongwon, it was clear that everything he had done was not merely for appearances. He had genuinely sought revenge for her father. That alone was reason enough for her to be grateful. Let alone the fact that Wei Tu had later killed both Gongwon and the Qingye snake, truly avenging Ko Yang. Very well. Hearing Ko Hongying's words, Wei Tu sighed softly and finally accepted the debt of gratitude. More than 30 years ago, when he had slain the Qingye snake, he had not expected Ko Hongying to repay him. He had simply acted out of brotherhood, avenging Ko Yang's death. Thus, he had never considered himself someone who was owed gratitude. Even now, if Ko Hongying hadn't brought up this matter and forced him to correct his oversight, he wouldn't have mentioned it. Zhao Qingluo, the aphrodisiac incident. Unlike Ko Hongying, Wei Yin's focus wasn't on avenging Ko Yang. Instead, she was far more interested in what had happened after Zhao Qingluo was drugged. As a daughter, she was naturally more curious about her father's romantic history. If someone saved me, touched me, and that person wasn't bad, I'd probably offer myself in return. Wei Yin mused privately. Even though Zhao Qingluo was a prodigy from an immortal clan, she didn't think her father was beneath her. After all, both were Foundation establishment cultivators, and Zhao Qingluo wasn't guaranteed to advance to Golden Core. Most prodigies from Golden Core families would ultimately peak at Foundation establishment. Without a great opportunity, they had no chance of reaching the Golden Core realm. It seems there's a chance Zhao Qingluo could become our second mother in the future. Wei Yin thought to herself. Now that her mother had passed away, she did not resent the idea of Wei Tu finding someone new, nor did she hold any bitterness toward it. As a husband, her father had already done everything possible. All these years, he had never forgotten his wife, had never taken concubines or remarried. Even after her death, he had observed mourning for an entire year, despite his status as a Foundation establishment true person. Wei Tu had no idea what Wei Yin was thinking. He had never harbored romantic feelings for Zhao Qingluo. Even if he did, even if Zhao Qingluo were willing to marry him, her arrogance and ignorance of the real world would make him retreat without hesitation. Of course, when it came to remarrying, Wei Tu did not deliberately avoid the idea. Everyone had emotions. On the long road of immortal cultivation, if he found someone with whom he could share his burdens, remarrying was not out of the question. Over 80 years ago, when first Madame Li Tongshi arranged for him to marry Xinghua, he had already awakened his late bloomer destiny, but he had still chosen to go through with the marriage. His reason for marrying Xinghua was simple. They had grown up together. She had always taken care of him, and she was the person he was closest to in the world. He was not someone with a cold, heartless nature. Beyond that, there was another reason. He did not believe in chasing unrealistic dreams. To him, the right path was to focus on the present, to make the best of each stage of life. That was the true way forward. Time passed swiftly. Another year had gone by. Wei Tu completed his one-year mourning period. This place shall serve as the ancestral land of the Wei family. From now on, all future descendants of the Wei clan shall be buried here. Under the 9 springs, your mother will be at ease, seeing her descendants flourish. Standing in front of the gravestone, Wei Tu took a final look at the inscription before turning his gaze to the 2 figures standing behind him, Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen. He solemnly gave them instructions. Understand, father. Wei Xiaowen stood respectfully, his face filled with remorse. His mother, Xinghua, had once dreamed of witnessing a flourishing household. 3 generations together, then 4, then 5, watching the Wei family grow strong, spreading its branches far and wide. But sadly, he had failed to fulfill that wish. Decades had passed since he married Mei Jun, yet he had not fathered a single child. It wasn't because he was incapable. Rather, as a cultivator, if Mei Jun were to bear children, it would deplete her vitality and severely hinder her chances of advancing to foundation establishment. Thus, he had postponed the matter time and time again. There was also another reason. Back when he had married Mei Jun, the daughter of the Xiaoyamei clan, he had entered the Mei family as a son-in-law, rather than bringing Mei Jun into the Wei family. Any child he fathered would bear the Mei surname, not Wei. If Senior Wei is willing to join the Xiaoyamei clan as an honored guest elder and allows Xiuan to take a concubine, then perhaps this issue could be resolved. Even his official status as a son-in-law could be reconsidered. Standing nearby, Mei Yuanfeng, who had come to bid farewell to Wei Tu, suddenly saw an opportunity. He spoke up, carefully broaching the topic. Times had changed. Now that Wei Tu had achieved foundation establishment, the Wei family, despite lacking spiritual land, could still be considered a foundation establishment lineage. Because of this, the Mei clan's stance toward Wei Xiuan had gradually shifted. Some of the Mei family elders had already decided to allow Wei Xiuan to choose the surname of his children. Whether they would be Mei or Wei was now up to him. If Wei Tu were to formally join the Mei clan as an honored guest, Mei Yuanfeng was certain that his family would offer even greater concessions. I have already pledged myself to the Hashan Huang clan as an elder. That will not change. Wei Tu smiled slightly and shook his head. His children would pave their own paths. Wei Xiuan had made the conscious choice to enter the Mei clan and become a son-in-law. That had been his own decision. Wei Tu would not interfere, nor would he sacrifice his own future for it. Besides, even if he did not join the Xiaoyamei clan, his current status would allow him, at a reasonable price, to have his grandchildren bear the Wei surname if he wished. There was no need to tie himself down to a declining clan. Mei Daoist, poaching a Hashan Huang clan elder right in front of me. Don't you think that's a little inappropriate? At that moment, a voice rang out. Huang Changkong suddenly appeared, stepping in front of Mei Yuanfeng. He wore an amused smile. Hashan Huang clan's elder Huang Changkong? The moment Mei Yuanfeng laid eyes on this red-faced old cultivator, his expression changed dramatically, his heart pounding in alarm. Among the 7 great cultivation clans of Zheng Kingdom, the Hashan Huang clan was a well-established force. Their foundation establishment elders were well known throughout the land. Mei Yuanfeng had never expected that Huang Changkong would personally intervene just to ensure Wei Tu's loyalty. To have gone to such lengths, and to have been caught red-handed while attempting to recruit Wei Tu right in front of him. Cold sweat dripped down Mei Yuanfeng's forehead. Huang Daoist, Mei Daoist is my in-law. There's no need to take this matter too seriously. Seeing the tension, Wei Tu took a step forward, attempting to defuse the situation. Since Wei Daoist has spoken, I will let the matter slide. Huang Changkong cast a sidelong glance at Mei Yuanfeng, his tone indifferent. With a flick of his sleeve, he withdrew the pressure of his spiritual aura. So this is the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator. Standing behind Mei Yuanfeng, Mei Jun turned pale. Before this moment, she had never fully grasped the significance of Wei Tu's advancement. But today, she finally understood what it meant to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Her father, Mei Yuanfeng, a highly respected top-grade first-tier artifact refiner, trembled before a foundation establishment cultivator. It was an undeniable hierarchical gap. From now on, I should start treating Xiuan with more respect. Mei Jin thought to herself. Though she was not overly domineering by nature, she had always relied on her Mei clan's backing to exert her authority in her marriage. Taoist Wei, the year is up. Shall we depart today? Huang Changkong paid no attention to the reactions of the Mei father and daughter. After reprimanding Mei Yuanfeng, he directly turned to Wei Tu to ask about his plans. A year ago, he had accompanied Wei Tu to Nanhang City. Now the time had come to leave. Wei Tu didn't say much. He glanced at his children, who had reluctant expressions, then nodded. Farewell, in-law. Mei Yuan Feng, while still shocked by the importance the Hashan Huang clan placed on Wei Tu, quickly composed himself and bid him farewell. Father, may your path in immortality be everlasting. Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen knelt and kowtowed as they said their goodbyes. They were already in their 70s, and although living in Baishur Lake Marketplace kept them safe from battle and bloodshed, allowing them to live out their natural lifespan, the reality was that once separated, they would have fewer and fewer chances to see Wei Tu in the future. This was something they had already anticipated. From now on, their meetings would be few and far between. Every time they saw each other might be the last time. Enough of this foolish sentiment. Once you two reach Foundation establishment, there will be plenty of time to reunite with me. Wei Tu's face was stern as he reprimanded them. He had given the demonic Soul Foundation establishment method not only to Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou, but also to Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen. At their current age, they still had 50 years before reaching 120 years old. In that span of time, with his capabilities, obtaining 2 condensed Foundation pills was not difficult. Back then, when he had allowed Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen to fend for themselves after reaching Xiantian Realm, it was because he had no means to support them. But the situation had changed. Now that he was at Foundation establishment, acquiring 2 condensed Foundation pills was an easy matter for him. For Wei Yin and Wei Shouwen, these pills would be crucial. As their father, since he had the ability to help, he naturally wouldn't stand by idly. With both the condensed Foundation pill and the demonic Soul Foundation establishment method, their chances of advancing, though not as high as his own had been, would far exceed those of ordinary rogue cultivators. Leaving Nanhang City, Wei Tu and Huang Changkong traveled westward. After nearly a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the border of Zheng Kingdom, where they saw a towering, mist-shrouded mountain range piercing the clouds. This is Yuna Mountain, home of my Huang clan. Our family name is tied to this place. Beneath this mountain lies a mid-grade, third-rank spiritual vein. It is the foundation of our Hashan Huang clan's golden core lineage. As the two stopped their flight, Huang Changkong sent a transmission talisman to the clan while proudly explaining the advantages of their territory to Wei Tu. As they conversed, a graceful woman holding a white jade formation disc emerged from the misty mountains. Third uncle, Taoist Wei. The woman greeted them with a bow. This is my clan's second young mistress, Huang Tsayu. Decades ago, she was married to a member of the Zheng family, but they were incompatible and later divorced. Now, she lives alone. Huang Changkong sent a voice transmission to Wei Tu, his tone filled with amusement. Over the past year, he had observed Wei Tu's character and knew that he was a man of deep emotions. Now that Wei Tu's wife had passed away, and Huang Tsayu happened to be single, he saw this as a perfect match, and he was more than happy to play the role of a matchmaker. Taoist Huang, you jest. I have no plans for remarriage at the moment. Wei Tu shook his head, politely declining Huang Changkong's suggestion. He had no interest in forced pairings. Still, as he spoke, he unconsciously took a glance at Huang Tsayu. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her dark hair elegantly pinned up, her features delicate yet mature, exuding an air of refined beauty. She possessed a charm that was different from that of a young maiden. She was elegant and poised, carrying a subtle, almost melancholic allure. Taoist Wei, my clan has a third-rank protective formation. Without the guidance of a formation disc, one cannot enter. Huang Tsayu infused spiritual energy into the white jade formation disc, which instantly emitted a soft, pale glow, parting the thick mist covering Yunhe Mountain, revealing a wide path. Following the guidance of the formation disc, the three of them moved along the winding mountain roads, passing several lakes and valleys before finally arriving at the Huang clan's ancestral grounds. Along the way, Huang Changkong, as Wei Tu's escort, began introducing him to the general structure of the Hashan Huang clan. As a Golden Core clan, the Huang clan was home to 2 Golden Core patriarchs and 15 Foundation establishment cultivators. Among these 15 Foundation establishment cultivators, 3 were guest elders, just like Wei Tu. Each of these guest elders had a special skill. One was a puppet master, one was an artifact refiner, and one was a formation master. Wei Tu was not surprised by this arrangement. Foundation establishment clans recruiting Foundation establishment row cultivators was often to ensure the family's security. An extra cultivator meant extra strength. However, Golden Core clans did not have this concern. As long as their Golden Core patriarchs remained, even if their middle-ranking cultivators perished, the family's foundation would not be shaken. Therefore, a Golden Core clan would only recruit Foundation establishment cultivators who possess specialized skills, cultivators who could bring tangible benefits to the clan. Our Huang clan originally had a second-ranked talisman master, but unfortunately, he passed away from old age 80 years ago. Huang Changkong sighed. With Brother Wei's arrival, our clan will no longer lack second-ranked talismans. He chuckled. With the foundation of the Hashan Huang clan, nurturing a second-ranked talisman master wouldn't have been difficult. However, a second-ranked talisman master wasn't a vital asset to a Golden Core clan. Rather than spending decades training one from within, it was often more cost-effective to recruit one externally. Cultivating the next Golden Core cultivator was the true priority of the Huang clan. Wei Tu had already demonstrated his talent in talismans back during his Qi refinement years, having successfully drawn high-grade, first-rank talismans. Such an exceptional talent only needed slight cultivation to easily reach the second rank. The Huang clan's estate was situated halfway up Yuna Mountain, resembling a fortress-like city. In terms of scale, it was no smaller than Danxiu Mountain. Like Danxiu Mountain, the lower slopes had been cultivated into vast spiritual fields, where spiritual grains and low-grade medicinal herbs were grown by the Huang clan members. The mountaintop, however, was dotted with several extravagant cave residences, each exuding an aura of grandeur and luxury. Wei Tu speculated that these mountaintop residences likely belonged to the Golden Core cultivators of the Hashan Huang clan. The only major difference between Yunhe Mountain and Danxiu Mountain was the presence of mortals. From the moment they set foot in the Huang clan's domain until they reached the clan affairs hall, Wei Tu saw many mortal clansmen of the Huang family walking the streets, tending to their daily businesses. There was an undeniable atmosphere of mortal life here. Unlike sex, families do not separate immortals from mortals. These mortals are all our kin, Huang Changkong explained. At that moment, as they moved along the streets amidst the bustling crowd, Wei Tu suddenly heard someone calling out behind him. Uncle Wei? Uncle Wei Tu. The voice was somewhat familiar. As soon as the words Uncle Wei Tu were spoken, Wei Tu became certain that someone was calling for him. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look. A few steps away, an elderly man with graying hair was pulling along a sturdy, honest-looking young boy, hurrying toward him. Huang Peng. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes and examined the old man, calling his name. After a moment of recollection, he finally remembered who he was. I never expected. The Huang clan of Qingmu County and the Hashan Huang clan actually share the same bloodline. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. This Huang Peng was none other than the son of his cousin, Huang Yuanshan. Back when he served as a military officer in the mortal world, his second aunt, Wei Hong, had often brought her grandson, Huang Peng, to visit the Wei residence. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, it had been a regular occurrence. Because of that, after so many years of visits, he had developed a familiarity with Huang Peng. Now that Huang Peng had appeared at Hashan Huang clan, he didn't need to guess. He could already tell that Huang Peng was a descendant of the Huang clan's main bloodline who had, for some reason, been relocated to Yuna Mountain. Uncle Wei, it really is you. I wasn't mistaken. How did you end up in the Huang clan? Huang Peng's voice carried undisguised astonishment. As far as he knew, the Hashan Huang clan, being a Golden Core family, was highly exclusive to outsiders. Only those who received a formal invitation from the clan were allowed entry. And the only outsiders they ever invited were Foundation establishment cultivators. But could Uncle Wei have reached Foundation establishment? After a brief moment of thought, Huang Peng found the idea impossible. Back when the Wei and Huang families had parted ways, Wei Tu had already been over 40 years old. There was no way he could have reached foundation establishment in just 60 years. What's this? Taoist Wei has ties to the mortals of my Huang clan? Huang Changkong was visibly surprised at the interaction. He had originally been considering arranging a marriage between Wei Tu and Huang Xiyu, using marital ties to permanently bind Wei Tu to the Hashan Huang clan. However, to his great surprise, Wei Tu already had familial ties to their clan. My second aunt married into the Huang family as a concubine, Wei Tu explained. Ah, so that's the connection. Huang Changkong laughed heartily upon hearing this, and then explained how Huang Peng had ended up in Yuna Mountain. The reason was rather straightforward. It all traced back to the war between the Qisong Jia clan and the Qiyue Zhao clan many years ago. The Hashan Huang clan had always maintained a strong alliance with the Qiyue Zhao clan. To protect their mortal kin from reprisals, the Hashan Huang clan had sent cultivators to relocate their scattered mortal descendants to Yunhe Mountain, where they could be safely resettled. Coincidentally, Huang Leoi, Wei Tu's uncle by marriage, was a descendant of the Hashan Huang clan, and thus, he too was among those who had been relocated to Yunhe Mountain. Grandmother's memorial tablet is at home. If Uncle Wei has time, you're welcome to come pay respects. Huang Peng, though suppressing his excitement, spoke up after Wei Tu and Huang Changkong finished their conversation. From Huang Changkong's words, he had realized something shocking. Wei Tu was now a foundation establishment cultivator, a figure who, in Yunhe Mountain, was far beyond his reach. Of course, Wei Tu nodded. The past misunderstandings between him and his second aunt, Wei Hong, had long been resolved. Paying respects to one's elders was only natural. This is my address. You are welcome anytime, Uncle Wei. Huang Peng took the initiative, leaning forward and handing Wei Tu a small wooden plaque with both hands. Wei Tu accepted the plaque and responded with a simple all right. Chung Fu, hurry up and greet your granduncle. At that moment, Huang Peng nudged the honest-looking youth beside him and scolded him lightly. It had been more than 60 years since their families had last met. If they didn't take the opportunity to acknowledge their ties now, they might never get another chance. Granduncle, the youth, Huang Qingfu, immediately dropped to his knees and performed a 3-kneel, 9-bow ritual before Wei Tu. Seeing this, Wei Tu felt a surge of emotions. More than 80 years ago, when his cousin Huang Yuanshan was ashamed of his status as a servant, he had avoided acknowledging their family ties. Even later, when Wei Tu had become a military officer, Huang Yuanshan's attitude remained reluctant at best. But now, Huang Yuanshan's son and grandson were going out of their way to cling to this connection, fearing that Wei Tu might reject them instead. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. After a moment, once Huang Qingfu had completed the ritual, Wei Tu let out a small sigh and acknowledged their ties once more. Even setting aside his relationship with his second aunt, Wei Hong, there was another simple fact. He was now an elder of the Hashan Huang clan, and with that status, he couldn't ignore this familial bond. By recognizing it, he was no longer just an outsider to the Huang clan cultivators. Instead, he became a relative, someone tied by marriage to the Hashan Huang clan. After all these years, reuniting with family is a joyous occasion. Huang Changkong chuckled, meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. This was one of the 4 great joys in life. And today, Wei Tu hadn't just encountered an old friend. He had reunited with kin. After parting with Huang Peng and his son, Huang Changkong continued leading the way, bringing Wei Tu to the clan affairs hall to handle residence registration and other formalities. Guest Elder Hall. Half an hour later, after completing the necessary procedures, Wei Tu left the clan affairs hall and headed toward the Guest Elder Hall, where the Huang clan's recruited foundation establishment cultivators resided. Like the clan affairs hall, the Guest Elder Hall was located in the core region of Yunhe Mountain, where the spiritual energy was rich and abundant thanks to the presence of a mid-grade, second-ranked spiritual vein. Are you Talisman Master Wei? Just as Wei Tu arrived at the entrance, A woman in a pink dress emerged from the guest elder hall and greeted him with a slight bow. I am Yue, the steward of the guest elder hall. I am responsible for managing daily affairs for Talisman Master Wei and the other esteemed elders. Yue introduced herself politely. The guest elder hall was built in the style of a large courtyard complex, featuring both a front hall and inner courtyards. At the back, there were 5 small private residences, each designed for an individual guest elder. Glancing over, Wei Tu immediately noticed that 3 of the 5 residences had their formation barriers activated, which meant 3 guest elders already occupied those residences. They must be the other 3 guest elders recruited by the Huang clan. He thought to himself, Talisman Master Wei may freely choose any of the available residences. Once you've settled in, if you require any furnishings or supplies, you may inform me. Yue stopped walking and gestured toward the 2 remaining unoccupied courtyards. As for the other 3 guest elders, there will be a clan gathering in 3 years. At that time, they will emerge from seclusion, and you will have the opportunity to meet them. Noticing Wei Tu's curiosity, Yue added this detail. A gathering in 3 years. Wei Tu quietly noted the date. I'll take this courtyard. Wei Tu pointed to the most secluded of the 2 remaining courtyards. Whether it was drawing talismans or cultivating, he preferred a quiet environment. Now that Talisman Master Wei is settling in, you may also choose a new name for your courtyard. Yue reminded him. Renaming the guest elders' residences helps strengthen their sense of belonging. This was a practice the Huang clan had maintained for centuries. That won't be necessary. Wei Tu shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. He pointed at the plaque above the entrance of his chosen courtyard and smiled. This Fushin residence must have belonged to the previous talisman master recruited by the Huang clan. The name is fitting, so there's no need to change it. The name Fushin Residence, Talisman Heart Residence, served as a constant reminder. It warned him that if he ever grew complacent, he might end up just like the previous talisman master, an elder who eventually withered away in Yunhe Mountain, dying of old age. But unlike his predecessor, Wei Tu had no intention of spending his entire life within the Huang clan, nor did he plan to grow old and die in Yunhe Mountain. After settling into Fushin residence, the following day, Wei Tu made his way to the Hashan Huang clan's library pavilion to claim the benefits promised to him. Back when he was at Danxiu Mountain, the Huang clan had promised him a second-rank cultivation method and a set of second-rank talisman master inheritance materials. Now that he had broken through to foundation establishment, it was time for him to switch to a second-rank cultivation method, a matter he wouldn't neglect. After presenting his identity token to the library elder for verification, Wei Tu was granted access to the library pavilion. From the outside, the library pavilion didn't seem particularly large, but upon entering, Wei Tu immediately realized that it had been enhanced by a spatial formation. The inside was several times larger than what was visible from the outside. The library pavilion was divided into 3 floors, each dedicated to different cultivation realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. Cultivation manuals, as well as various immortal cultivation disciplines, were stored accordingly. On the first floor, there were quite a few Huang clan cultivators flipping through books and jade slips. However, Wei Tu didn't linger. After a brief glance around, he directly ascended to the second floor. Compared to the vast number of texts on the first floor, the second floor contained significantly fewer books. Only 3 sandalwood bookshelves lined against the walls. The space was empty, with not a single person present. Wei Tu walked over to the shelf labeled Cultivation Methods and began searching for a suitable second-rank technique. During his Qi refinement stage, he had first cultivated the Earth Yuan body from the 5 Yuan Spirit Body Manual before switching to Lesser Spring and Automart, which allowed him to condense a geomagnetic spirit body. Lesser Spring and Automart was recommended to him by Qin Jinren, the master of Kohongying. Being a foundation establishment cultivator, Qin Jinren had broader vision and insight. He advised Wei Tu to switch to Lesser Spring and Automart not only because it had a direct continuation into foundation establishment level cultivation, but also because it was compatible with other Earth and would attribute techniques, making it easier to transition into different methods if necessary. In short, when it came to choosing a new cultivation method, Wei Tu didn't have to worry too much. The Huang clan actually possesses the follow-up manual for Lesser Spring and Autumn Art. After scanning through the bookshelf for a while, Wei Tu's eyes lit up upon seeing a jade slip labeled Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, Foundation Establishment Level. He infused his spiritual sense into it and examined its contents, a smile forming on his lips. Although switching from Lesser Spring and Autumn Art to another method wouldn't have been difficult, finding its direct follow-up was still a stroke of luck. With that settled, Wei Tu walked over to the bookshelf labeled Immortal Cultivation Disciplines, where the talisman inheritance manuals were stored. However, unlike the cultivation methods, the Huang clan's collection of talisman-related materials was rather sparse. There were only 4 second-rank talisman inheritances available. This one should do. After some careful consideration, Wei Tu chose an inheritance that contained 2 second-rank high-grade talismans, Wood Thunder Talisman and Water Thunder Talisman. A good talisman inheritance followed a structured system, with low-rank talismans serving as stepping stones to higher-rank ones. Learning low-rank talismans first made mastering higher-rank talismans much easier. If one tried to study high-rank talismans in isolation, the time and effort required would often far exceed the combined time needed to first learn the low-rank versions and then transition upward. For example, Demon Sealing Talismans. The time it took Wei Tu to perfect a high-quality Demon Sealing Talisman was several times longer than what he had needed for other first-rank high-grade talismans. The reason? Demon Sealing Talismans were not part of a system. There was only a single formulation for them. Thunder Talismans, however, were a special category of talismans. Any talisman that bore the name Thunder Talisman was undeniably powerful, often standing at the top of its rank in sheer destructive capability. After advancing to Foundation Establishment, the flight capability of Wei Tu's geomagnetic yuan light was no longer as effective in suppressing cultivators of the same realm. Because of this, choosing Thunder Talismans as an offensive measure had become a necessity for him. Of course, geomagnetic yuan light is far from useless. It's just that in its current form, it lacks power. Wei Tu thought about the Tier 2 spiritual material Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood, which was required to enhance geomagnetic yuan light. Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood was a necessary material recorded in the Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, crucial for advancing geomagnetic yuan light to the next level. By absorbing the properties of Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood, geomagnetic yuan light would evolve to gain primordial weight restriction, a natural forbidding force that not only restricted metal-type artifacts, but also created an overwhelming pressure capable of immobilizing opponents in an instant. This technique was considered one of the strongest abilities available within the Foundation Establishment realm. Leaving the library pavilion, Wei Tu was given 2 identical jade slip copies of the text he had chosen. Since switching cultivation methods required a certain amount of time, he decided to first visit Huang Peng's residence to reconnect with his relatives. Wei Tu retrieved the wooden token that Huang Peng had handed him the day before. After inspecting it closely, he realized that it was similar to his own identity token, a residence pass for Huang Peng's home in Yuna Mountain. The engraved details on the token included Huang Peng's address and the members of his household. Following the directions on the token, Wei Tu left the inner city of Yuna Mountain and made his way to a secluded alleyway in the outer city. Arriving before a worn-down, dust-covered residence, he knocked on the door. "Granduncle, you've arrived." A boy in his early teens, Huang Chengfu, had seemingly been waiting at the door. As soon as he heard the knock, he immediately opened the door, bowing respectfully to Wei Tu. "Where is your father?" Wei Tu swept the interior of the house with his spiritual sense, but didn't sense Huang Peng inside. "My father is a traveling merchant. He goes out to conduct trade during the day and only returns in the evening." Huang Chengfu lowered his head as he answered. "Though your family has fallen on hard times, your traditions remain strong. One day, you'll surely rise again. Wei Tu's eyes showed a trace of approval as he spoke. Back in Qingshan County, his uncle Huang Leoi had been a merchant, building up a respectable family business. Even now, despite their current struggles, Huang Peng's family remained diligent and hardworking. From this, Wei Tu was certain that they would eventually regain their former standing. Yesterday, when he first encountered Huang Peng and his son, Wei Tu had already checked their cultivation levels using his spiritual sense. Huang Peng was still immortal, nothing out of the ordinary. But Huang Chengfu was different. At just over 30 years old, his cultivation had already reached Qi Refinement second stage, nearly a Qi Refinement third stage. This revealed a critical truth. Huang Peng had abandoned his own cultivation pursuit, choosing instead to devote all of his resources to his child's path in cultivation, much like how Ko Liang's father had done for her. Huang Qingfu might not become a foundation establishment cultivator like Ko Hongying, but reaching mid to late Qi refinement realm within his lifetime would not be difficult. And with each generation building upon the last, eventually someone in their lineage would attain foundation establishment. Granduncle, please wait here. I'll go find my father and ask him to host you properly. Huang Qingfu scratched his head and spoke earnestly. Then, without waiting for a response, he hurriedly ran out of the alleyway, disappearing into the streets. He was not a particularly eloquent person and believed that his father would be better suited to handle Wei Tu's visit. Wei Tu shook his head lightly, letting the boy go without stopping him. Instead, he stepped into the house and made his way to his second Aunt Wei Hong's ancestral tablet, where he lit an incense stick and paid his respects. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Huang Chengfu returned, breathing heavily, carrying 2 baskets of goods on his back. Following behind him was Huang Peng, along with a young girl in a simple cotton dress, who appeared younger than Huang Qingfu. Uncle, granduncle, Huang Peng and his children greeted Wei Tu respectfully, bowing with utmost sincerity. After inviting Wei Tu into the main hall and having him seated, Huang Peng excused himself under the pretense of an errand. He then pulled Huang Qingfu aside and stepped outside. In the corridor, Huang Peng paced a few steps before gritting his teeth and pulling out 2 spirit stones, stuffing them into Huang Qingfu's hands. Qingfu, these are 2 spirit stones. Go to Shengfu Tavern and order a fine meal. Also, buy a jug of their finest spirit wine. Make sure it's their signature bamboo leaf green. He lowered his voice, giving specific instructions. Feeling the weight of 2 spirit stones in his palm, Huang Chengfu did not question his father's sudden generosity. Instead, he clenched his lips and nodded firmly. He understood whether or not he could rise to greatness in the future all depended on this very day. Hosting a banquet to seek favors was an unspoken rule, and these 2 spirit stones represented almost all of their family's savings. Spending them on this meal was the highest show of sincerity they could offer. When the tavern worker pours the wine, keep a close eye. Don't let them dilute it. Make sure your granduncle enjoys his drink without any unpleasantness. Just as Huang Qingfu was about to step out the door and run toward the tavern, Huang Peng grabbed his arm once more, carefully reminding him. The conversation outside did not escape Wei Tu's spiritual sense. Taking a sip of tea, he glanced at Huang Fong, who sat beside him with a somewhat nervous expression, and shook his head. Huang Fong was the young girl in the cotton dress who had followed Huang Peng and Huang Chengfu earlier. Unlike her older brother, she was still very young, only 19 years old, as her bone age suggested. She was Huang Peng's late-born daughter. It wasn't uncommon in the cultivation world for a man to have children in his old age. Granduncle, let me refill your tea. Seeing that Wei Tu's cup was empty, Huang Fong hesitated briefly, but then stood up and spoke, recalling her father's earlier instructions. Though she was addressing him as her granduncle, she was well aware of what the title of a foundation establishment cultivator truly meant in Unimountain. A foundation establishment cultivator here was a figure of high authority, standing just below a golden core patriarch, yet above thousands of people. All right, Wei Tu nodded and did not refuse her offer. At this moment, Huang Peng re-entered the hall and resumed his seat. The two of them engaged in small talk, reminiscing about past events from their days in the mortal world. Half an hour later, the dishes from Shengfu Tavern were brought in and arranged on the table. After several rounds of food and drinks, Huang Peng finally revealed his true request. Uncle, now that you've come to Yuna Mountain alone, you must be in need of a servant to tend to your courtyard. Chengfu may not be the smartest or most articulate, but he is diligent and reliable. I hope you will take him in. If he fails to meet your expectations, you may dismiss or even discipline him however you see fit. I will hold no resentment. Not all servants were the same. There was an old saying, a minor official in the prime minister's household still holds rank. The servant of a foundation establishment cultivator naturally held a higher status than an ordinary late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, Wei Tu was his granduncle. If he truly took in Huang Qingfu, it was unlikely that he would treat him as just an ordinary servant. Even a bit of casual guidance from Wei Tu would secure Huang Qingfu's future, relieving Huang Peng of all worries. Besides, Huang Peng had done his research. He had already asked around and confirmed that Wei Tu was the new Tier 2 talisman master recruited by the Hashan Huang clan. A servant, Wei Tu murmured, placing his chopsticks on the table, and did not immediately respond. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Huang Peng's cleverness. There was a limit to how much one could push a situation. If Huang Peng had asked Wei Tu to take Huang Chengfu as a disciple, he wouldn't have hesitated to flatly refuse. After all, a disciple is like a half-son, someone who would inherit the master's skills and legacy. Wei Tu had just reached foundation establishment and had no time to take on a disciple, let alone one with mediocre talent. But a servant was different. As a relative, Wei Tu would naturally feel obligated to help in some capacity. Moreover, Huang Peng had a point. Now that Wei Tu had settled in the Hashan Huang clan, he did require a trusted cultivator to assist with daily matters. And in this regard, Huang Qingfu was the most suitable choice. Qingfu is a simple and honest child. After a brief pause, Wei Tu finally spoke, expressing his willingness to accept Huang Qingfu as a servant. There was a hierarchy in relationships. Not all connections were equally close. Now that his second Aunt Wei Hong had passed, his ties with the Huang family had naturally grown distant. By delaying his response, Wei Tu subtly reminded Huang Peng that while he was willing to help today, he should be mindful of making future requests. This approach was the same as when he had once asked his second aunt for a longevity cultivation technique. It wasn't out of pettiness or revenge. It was simply the way the world worked. When one rose in status, the number of people seeking favors naturally increased. If he agreed to every request, he would never have any peace. This was simply human nature. Of course, if one day the positions of the Huang and Wei families reversed, it might be his own descendants seeking aid from the future generations of the Huang family. But that possibility was highly unlikely. Hearing Wei Tu's response, Huang Peng let out a sigh of relief. He swiftly kicked Huang Chengfu's leg, reminding him, "Hurry, call your granduncle master." However, unexpectedly, Huang Chengfu did not follow Huang Peng's orders. Instead, he remained kneeling on the ground, hesitating before looking up at Wei Tu cautiously. "Granduncle, my aptitude is limited. Becoming your servant may not be the best fit. My younger sister is still young. She is more meticulous and capable of caring for others. Could she take my place as your servant instead?" "You brat." Hearing this, Huang Peng's expression darkened immediately. He swung his hand in a full arc and slapped Huang Chengfu hard across the face. After the slap, Huang Peng wanted to continue, but realizing Wei Tu was still present, he forcefully suppressed his anger, glaring at Huang Chengfu fiercely. Chengfu was only joking. I hope granduncle won't take offense. He forced a smile. Huang Feng was his own daughter. If she could follow Wei Tu, she would certainly have a brighter future than Huang Qingfu. But a daughter could never compare to a son. Huang Qingfu was the true pillar of the Huang family. However, as he spoke, a trace of hope flickered in Huang Peng's eyes. hoping that Wei Tu would take into account past family ties and accept one more person. Wei Tu remained expressionless, watching everything unfold coldly. Earlier, when Huang Fong first heard that only Huang Chengfu would follow him as a servant, the disappointment and frustration on her face had not escaped his notice. But what did that have to do with him? If he were merely taking in Huang family members as garden servants, then whether it was one or two didn't matter. But taking in Huang Chengfu was different. This was akin to accepting an unofficial disciple without formally acknowledging him as one. Taking on another person? He simply didn't have the time. He had no intention of nurturing the entire Huang family in cultivation. Thus, though he felt a slight stir of sympathy for the Huang siblings, it was not enough to change his decision. "You fool! Apologize to your granduncle at once." Seeing that Wei Tu had no intention of accepting Huang Fong, Huang Peng cursed at Huang Chengfu and simultaneously shot a secret glance at Huang Fong, signaling her. Biting her lip, holding back tears, Huang Fong whispered, "Granduncle, I still wish to stay home to care for my father. Let my brother take the position." Seeing his sister give in, Huang Chengfu lowered his head and fell silent, resigned to his fate. "Come find me at the offering hall in 5 days." Wei Tu stood up, retrieved a pass token, and placed it on the table. Then, he glanced at Huang Fong, who was silently weeping. After a brief moment of thought, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a jade slip, setting it in front of her. He did not take her in, not because he lacked sympathy, but simply because he didn't have the time. However, he was not so stingy as to withhold a small token of generosity. After all, knowledge and teachings were not difficult to replicate. After Wei Tu left, Huang Fong clutched the jade slip tightly in her hands, then carefully pressed it to her forehead. "Basic talisman arts. Tranquility talisman," she murmured to herself. Though Wei Tu had only left her with one basic talisman method, she still saw a sliver of hope for her own cultivation path. Beside her, Huang Peng exhaled deeply, letting out a sigh of regret. Today was supposed to be a day of good fortune, yet it had created an irreparable rift between him and his daughter, a rift that would likely never be mended. But he had no choice, because there was only one opportunity for a connection to the cultivation world. And being a practical man, Huang Peng was fully aware that asking for too much would only risk rejection. Leaving the Huang residence, Wei Tu returned to the offering hall. He summoned Huang Yue, the hall's steward, and gave instructions regarding Huang Chengfu before heading to his cultivation chamber within Talisman Heart residence to begin seclusion. A month later, Wei Tu completed his cultivation method transition, advancing from the Qi refinement chapter of Lesser Spring and Autumn Art to its foundation establishment chapter. 300 years of cultivation. Only then can I catch a glimpse of the Golden Core realm. After days of meditation, Wei Tu saw new text appear within his golden purple destiny. Lesser Spring and Autumn Art. 1/100 meditate for 5 hours daily, and in 300 years, foundation establishment will be perfected. This time, unlike in the Qi refinement realm, the phrase had changed to meditate for 5 hours daily. 5 hours a day for 300 years. That's the requirement to reach peak foundation establishment. It seems my middle grade spiritual root has finally taken effect. Wei Tu contemplated. A cultivator with low-grade spiritual roots could typically only reach foundation establishment at best. Beyond that, unless they consumed vast amounts of pills or obtained some extraordinary opportunity, they would never reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, much less golden core. But he was different. When he broke through to foundation establishment, the second foundation establishment pill he consumed had purified his body, allowing his spiritual root to evolve into a middle-grade spiritual root. Time flew by. 2 years passed. During this time, Wei Tu left Yunhe Mountain only once. He returned to Danxiu Mountain, retrieved the wind-cleaving eagle that had been left behind at Luoxua Courtyard, and stored it in a newly purchased spirit beast pouch, bringing it back to Talisman Heart residence. The wind-cleaving eagle was a mysterious grade bloodline spirit beast, equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual root cultivator in terms of potential. Moreover, it was a rare flying-type beast. Wei Tu would never neglect its growth. As for feeding the wind-cleaving eagle, Wei Tu assigned the task to Huang Chengfu, choosing not to involve himself in such mundane matters. Previous chapter, next chapter. Screech, screech. That day, Wei Tu emerged from seclusion. The wind-cleaving eagle swooped down from the sky outside the courtyard, clutching a letter in its beak and presenting it to him with an eager look. After being captured by Wei Tu, it had assumed it would be treated favorably. After all, it had once been the right-hand beast of the Blood Demon Elder. Had it not developed its talent for stealing cultivators' storage pouches, the Blood Demon Elder would have perished in battle long ago. However, the wind-cleaving eagle was soon disappointed. Not only did Wei Tu release it into the wilds of Demon Wolf Mountain for months, but he also abandoned it twice at Luoxue Courtyard, leaving it starving for years. And now, after bringing it to Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu completely disregarded it, assigning its care to a mere servant. The wind-cleaving eagle was clearly disgruntled, but Wei Tu paid no mind to its thoughts. With the beast control token in hand, no matter how much dissatisfaction the eagle harbored, it could do nothing about it. Taking the letter, Wei Tu glanced at the sender, Fu Zhizhou, his brows slightly furrowed. A year ago, he had just met Fu Zhizhou at Danqiu Mountain. Given Fu Zhizhou's reserved nature, he wouldn't send letters without good reason. Something unusual must have happened. Breaking the seal, Wei Tu skimmed over the greetings and went straight to the main contents. Helian Xiong has reached Foundation establishment. This was the first thing Fu Zhizhou mentioned in the letter. A month ago, Helian Xiong had successfully advanced to the Foundation establishment realm. Afterward, Fu Zhizhou had questioned Helian Xiong about the details of his demonic Soul Foundation establishment method. Upon learning that Helian Xiong had reached Foundation establishment solely with the condensed Foundation pill and the demonic method, Fu Zhizhou stated that he no longer wished to wait 20 more years in search of a Foundation establishment pill. After all, Foundation establishment pills were rare. If he spent 2 decades searching and still failed to obtain one, he would have wasted precious time. Reaching Foundation establishment at 100 years old was entirely different from attempting it near the age of 120. His future potential would be drastically reduced. Each person must make their own choices. Wei Tu understood Fu Zhizhou's reasoning well. Some things couldn't be delayed. The sooner one acted, the better their chances of success. The letter was long. Wei Tu continued reading. Aside from informing him about Helian Xiong's breakthrough and his own decision to attempt Foundation establishment, Fu Zhizhou mentioned 2 additional matters. The first, 2 years from now, he might be unable to attend their 10-year reunion due to his Foundation establishment attempt. The second, in the event that he failed and died, he entrusted his final wishes to Wei Tu. Foundation establishment failure meant death. Unlike the Foundation establishment pill, which protected the cultivator's heart meridian and dantian, the condensed Foundation pill offered no such safeguard. If a cultivator failed during Foundation establishment, death was highly likely. Fu Zhizhou's will was written with great detail. At the beginning, he expressed gratitude for Wei Tu's help over the years. He stated that if he perished, he would leave behind his remaining 300 spirit stones to Wei Tu. As for his artifacts and possessions, Wei Tu was to hold on to them until he found a suitable time to return them to Fu Zhizhou's descendants. At the very end of the letter, Fu Zhizhou wrote, "We have been friends for 80 years, sworn as brothers, supporting each other. I have no regrets." After reading the letter, Wei Tu remained silent for a long time. Fu Zhizhou's unyielding was something Wei Tu could not compare to. Had he been in Fu Zhizhou's situation, without a Foundation establishment pill, he would have waited until he was nearly 120 years old before making an attempt. At that time, whether he succeeded or perished, he would have no regrets. But Fu Zhizhou was different. He sacrificed 20 years of potential lifespan, taking the gamble for a higher chance of post-Foundation establishment potential. I hope my fourth brother succeeds in his breakthrough. Wei Tu sighed softly. He carefully folded the letter and left the cultivation chamber, heading toward the front courtyard of the offering hall. Granduncle Huang Chengfu stepped forward, greeting Wei Tu with a bow. He glanced at the wind-cleaving eagle perched on Wei Tu's shoulder, hesitating to speak. Earlier, when the eagle had snatched the letter and flown directly into Wei Tu's chamber, it had frightened him greatly. However, he had no right to enter the core area of the residence, so he could only wait outside in distress. From now on, don't stop the wind-cleaving eagle when it delivers my messages. It knows when I emerge from seclusion. Wei Tu noticed Huang Qingfu's concern and chuckled, speaking casually. Spirit beasts had far keener senses than human cultivators. Even if he concealed his aura, the wind-cleaving eagle could still detect the moment he stepped out. Of course, if Wei Tu deliberately suppressed his presence using the Thousand Faces phantom art, that would be a different story. Understood, Granduncle. Huang Chengfu obeyed immediately, standing attentively. The spirit beast hides I asked you to tan. Are they ready? Wei Tu inquired. Yuna Mountain was different from Danxiu Mountain. There were few shops selling first-grade talisman paper, and the prices were much higher. Thus, after Huang Qingfu came to serve at Talisman Heart Residence, Wei Tu assigned him the task of producing talisman paper. Although second-grade talismans fetched higher prices, they were less profitable for Wei Tu. First, he had only recently acquired a second-grade talisman inheritance, so his success rate in crafting second-grade talismans was unstable, meaning he lost more money than he made. Second, compared to second-grade talismans, first-grade talismans had a much larger market. He could consistently produce them, earning profit with each completed talisman. 3 reasons led Wei Tu to prioritize first-grade talisman paper over second-grade ones. First, second-grade talisman paper was hard to obtain. Even if he had the skill to craft second-grade talismans, without materials, he could only watch in frustration. Second, the market for first-grade talismans was much larger. They were easy to sell, and as long as he could produce them consistently, he could generate stable income. Third, Wei Tu's proficiency in second-grade talismans was still at the beginner stage. The failure rate was high, making the costs outweigh the profits. Granduncle, the batch of spirit beast hides was fully processed half a month ago. I will bring them to your talisman workshop shortly. Huang Qingfu bowed respectfully. Wei Tu nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Just as Huang Peng had claimed, Huang Qingfu might not be clever, but he was diligent. Every task assigned to him was completed ahead of time, never once neglected. However, Wei Tu didn't show any overt encouragement. He simply responded with a calm good. Then, with the wind-cleaving eagle on his shoulder, he left Talisman Heart Residence. The art of tanning spirit beast hides and crafting first-grade talisman paper might seem trivial to him, but for low-level cultivators, it was a lifeline for survival. Leaving Talisman Heart Residence, Wei Tu headed to the Clan Affairs Hall of the Hashan Huang clan to report on his progress in talisman arts. What? In just 2 years, Master Wei has already mastered the stone-shattering talisman. Clan Chief Huang Changshan was visibly shocked. The stone-shattering talisman was a low-tier, second-grade talisman, one of the techniques Wei Tu had selected from the clan's talisman inheritance. I had prior experience crafting earth element talismans, such as the Rock Shield Talisman and the Earth Spike Talisman during my Qi refinement stage. These talismans share commonalities with the stone-shattering talisman. Wei Tu gave a simple explanation. With his late bloomer destiny, once he gained entry-level proficiency in second-grade talismans and practiced diligently, his mastery would gradually increase. Though the stone-shattering talisman was complex, he was no longer a mere Qi refinement stage novice. He was now a foundation establishment talisman master with vast experience. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Hearing this, Huang Changshan laughed heartily, repeating excellent 3 times. Wei Tu wasn't an outsider. He was an honored guest elder of the Hashan Huang clan. His talisman expertise was a great benefit to the family. Starting today, Master Wei's stipend will be raised 1 level. Every 3 years, you will receive 2 sets of second-grade spirit beast hides. Additionally, every 50 years, you will receive 1 Emerald Radiance pill, Huang Changshun declared after a moment's thought. Reaching second-grade talismans within 2 years meant that Wei Tu could eventually master high-tier second-grade talismans. Such talismans were useful even to golden core cultivators and could serve as a clan's protective treasure. Wei Tu was inwardly pleased. He had made the right move by advancing his talisman proficiency ahead of schedule. Previously, his stipend allowed him to receive 1 Emerald Radiance pill every 80 years. Now, the duration had shortened to 50 years, a 30-year reduction. In 300 years, he would now obtain 6 Emerald Radiance pills instead of 4, an increase of 2 full pills. The Emerald Radiance pill was a common cultivation pill for Foundation establishment cultivators, each highly valuable. 6 months later, the Hashan Huang clan's Grand Exchange Gathering, which housekeeper Huang Yuer had mentioned, was approaching. After making inquiries, Wei Tu learned that this exchange was similar in nature to the Righteous Society's 10-year reunion, intended for sharing insights, forging bonds, and conducting trades. Held every 8 years, it was a major event. More importantly, this was not an event exclusive to the Hashan Huang clan. Every gathering attracted cultivators from external clans, including members of the 3 great sects and the 7 major Golden Core clans, as well as powerful patriarchs from Foundation establishment families. The exchange doubled as a trade fair, offering opportunities for cultivation advancement. In preparation, Wei Tu spent the past 6 months tirelessly crafting talismans, stockpiling a variety of first-grade talismans and 3 second-grade stone-shattering talismans. The gathering was held outside the Hashan Huang clan's main territory at Golden Moon Cliff. Golden Moon Cliff was adjacent to Yunhe Mountain, designated as a second-tier spirit land under Yunhe Mountain's control. Various pavilions and stalls had been set up across the cliff. By the time Wei Tu arrived, many Huang clan cultivators had already begun setting up stalls, engaging in spirit artifact and material trades. As an honored guest elder of the Hashan Huang clan and one of its renowned craftsmen, Wei Tu's designated pavilion was situated at the heart of Golden Moon Cliff's trading area. Master Yu, the puppet craftsman, arriving at the offering pavilion, Wei Tu noticed that another cultivator had already set up a stall under the same offering pavilion banner. Displayed on the stall's cloth-covered table were a variety of intricately designed puppets, both humanoid and beast-shaped constructs. Recognizing the merchant, Wei Tu immediately cupped his hands and greeted him. The old man, Yu the puppet craftsman, had a head full of white hair. Upon hearing Wei Tu's greeting, he looked up, slightly puzzled. Fellow Taoist, who might you be? The Yu the puppet craftsman had never seen him before. The current resident of Talisman Heart Residence. Wei Tu introduced himself briefly. Ah, so you are Master Wei the talisman crafter. Yu the puppet craftsman instantly understood. He invited Wei Tu to sit beside him and commented with surprise. I had heard from Yuer that Talisman Heart Residence had a new talisman master living there for the past 3 years, yet I had never met him. I didn't expect Master Wei to be so young. Still in the prime of youth, even. His tone carried undisguised astonishment. Chi refinement realm cultivators, once they surpass 120 years of age, rapidly decline, making it difficult to maintain a youthful appearance, unless they had consumed youth-retaining pills in their younger years. Moreover, most itinerant cultivators who successfully reach Foundation establishment do so after 120 years of age. Achieving Foundation establishment before turning 100 years old was something exclusive to Golden Core clans and the 3 major immortal sects. At this moment, Master UK observed Wei Tu, an itinerant cultivator who had achieved Foundation establishment yet still maintained a youthful appearance. Naturally, he was quite astonished. I was fortunate, Wei Tu explained simply. My niece, who is a Foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion, helped me obtain a Foundation establishment pill. That's how I broke through before turning 100. A Foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion. Master Yu Kuei's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, his enthusiasm growing more apparent. Achieving Foundation establishment before 100 years old signified significant potential. Having a niece from Mirror Water Pavilion meant strong backing. Either one of these factors alone was enough to make Yu Kuei regard Wei Tu in a new light. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Soon after, Master Yu Kuei helped Wei Tu set up his stall for selling talismans. "Why don't I see the other two fellows?" After a while, Wei Tu noticed that only he and Master Yu Kuei had set up stalls at the pavilion, while the other two Foundation establishment cultivators from Crane Mountain's Huang clan had yet to appear. "Master Xiaoqi has probably run off to second Miss Huang," Yu Kuei said, stroking his white beard before winking at Wei Tu. "I heard that a few years ago, second Miss Huang divorced her husband from the Zheng clan. Now she's single again. You're still young, Wei Talisman Master. You look much better than that old dog Xiaoqi. You might just win second Miss Huang's favor. How about giving a try?" Yu Kuei teased. Currently, Crane Mountain's Huang clan had 16 Foundation establishment cultivators. Besides the 4 guest cultivators like themselves, the rest were all members of the Huang clan. Although the Huang clan did not strictly forbid marriages between distant relatives beyond 5 generations, the reality was that those who had managed to reach Foundation establishment still shared a close bloodline with the main family. That meant the guest cultivators, like them, had the best chances of marrying Huang Xiaoyu. Wei Tu immediately shook his head and refused. What Yu Kuei didn't know was that 3 years ago, when Wei Tu first arrived at Crane Mountain's Huang clan, the third elder Huang Changkong had already suggested matching him with Huang Xiaoyu. If he had been interested, he would have had the best opportunity back then. And what about Master Si? Wei Tu changed the subject. Si Qing was the only female guest cultivator in Crane Mountain's Huang clan. She wouldn't have gone after Huang Xiaoyu like Xiaoqi did. "Master Si is a formation master," Yu Kuei explained, still smiling. "And among the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Huang clan, most are also formation masters. That's why, during every exchange gathering, Master Si never sets up a stall at Golden Moon Cliff to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Huang clan." Wei Tu was a bit surprised. He had never understood why a clan known for its formation mastery would recruit an outsider who was also a formation master as a guest cultivator. It seemed entirely unnecessary. "Perhaps there's something I don't know about," Wei Tu mused. Rather than pressing the matter, he let it go. Wei Tu set aside his thoughts and focused on his stall. Earth and wood-based talismans were highly practical, making his selection of talismans sell out quickly. Even the 3-tier, 2 lower-grade shattering stone talismans were snatched up by a few Foundation establishment families, treating them as clan-protecting treasures. After completing the transactions, Wei Tu's previously depleted spirit stone pouch became full once more, gaining over 1,000 spirit stones in total. It's a shame the exchange gathering only happens once every 8 years. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. He decided that next time, he would prepare a larger stock of talismans to sell. The cultivators attending the Golden Moon Cliff exchange gathering were mostly close allies of Crane Mountain's Huang clan. Due to the passing of their last tier 2 talisman master 80 years ago, many of these affiliated clans had a huge demand for talismans. At least for the next few decades, this market wouldn't become saturated. Wei Tu could continue profiting from it. After packing up his stall, Wei Tu exchanged farewells with Master Yu Kuei and casually strolled around Golden Moon Cliff, searching for useful materials. The number of stalls at the gathering was impressive, with over 100 vendors present. Among them were not only cultivators from the Huang clan, but also Foundation establishment cultivators from other clans. After browsing for a while, Wei Tu purchased a batch of beast hides and spirit ink. Then, his attention was drawn to a particular stall displaying a few tier 1 pill furnaces. "How much for these pill furnaces?" Wei Tu inquired. In the year he had spent mourning Xinghua, he hadn't wasted time. Instead, he had been studying the tier 1 alchemy inheritance he obtained from Gungwen. Although tier 1 pills were of no use to him now, this was an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with alchemy. The scene where Gungwen poisoned blood Elder Mo had left a lasting impression on him. He had long since developed a deep wariness toward ingesting pills made by others. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, a single poison pill could spell disaster. Wei Talisman Master, a familiar voice called out. Wei Tu looked up and found himself at the stall of Xia Qi, one of the guest cultivators of the Huang clan. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. He wasn't expecting Huang Tsayu to interfere in his business negotiations. He had come looking for a pill furnace, yet now he found himself caught in some inexplicable situation. Wei Tu swept his gaze over Huang Tsayu's stall, confirming that there were no pill furnaces among her wares. "Second miss, your stall doesn't seem to be selling pill furnaces. Just wait." Huang Tsayu shot him a sidelong glance and transmitted a voice message. Wei Tu watched, unconcerned. To his surprise, instead of retrieving a pill furnace from her storage bag, Huang Tsayu sweet-talked and manipulated Xia Qi into selling her the very Qingyang furnace at a discount, the same furnace that Wei Tu had been considering earlier. Watching this unfold, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Second miss, this seems like an attempt to shift trouble onto someone else." His voice carried a hint of displeasure. Although he wasn't afraid of Xia Qi, a low-potential foundation establishment cultivator, he wasn't interested in unnecessary entanglements either. If he accepted the pill furnace from Huang Tsayu, Xia Qi would surely harbor resentment toward him, and he had no intention of creating avoidable conflicts. Huang Tsayu noticed his expression and hesitated. Did I misjudge him? She had assumed that Wei Tu had intentions toward her and was playing the long game by pretending to be indifferent. If that were the case, he should be delighted that she helped him secure the Qingyang furnace at a lower price. Instead, he looked annoyed. "Second miss, if you keep messing around, I might have to bring this matter to clan leader Huang Changshan," Wei Tu said coldly. Hearing this, Huang Tsayu's face stiffened. Wei Tu's words struck at her biggest weakness. She had merely wanted to use him as a pawn to get rid of the persistent Xia Qi, yet now she found herself on the defensive. "This was just a joke," she finally said, forcing a smile. "A small trick of mine. Nothing serious." Seeing that she had backed down, Wei Tu gave her one last look and left without another word. Wei Tu's expression softened slightly. "Since it was just a joke from second miss, I won't pursue the matter. Farewell." With that, Wei Tu flicked his sleeve and left without any hesitation, leaving Huang Tsayu and Master Xia Qi behind with complicated expressions. "Second miss, what exactly were you trying to accomplish by buying my Qingyang furnace just to sell it to Wei Tu?" Master Xia Qi frowned as he watched Wei Tu walk away. His reactions were slower than most, but that didn't mean he was a fool. Even though Wei Tu hadn't exposed Huang Tsayu's intentions outright, it didn't take much effort from Master Xia Qi to piece things together. Before Huang Tsayu could answer, Master Xia Qi snorted coldly, packed up his stall, and left without looking back. There are plenty of women in the world. With my status as a Tier 2 artifact refiner, finding a few beautiful Qi refinement female cultivators isn't difficult at all. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Tsayu was the only one left at the now empty stall, standing there in a daze. Not long after, Wei Tu found a slightly used Tier 1 pill furnace at another stall. The vendor was a Foundation establishment patriarch from a minor clan that was affiliated with the Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu, following his usual practice, haggled over the price. After some negotiation, he managed to purchase the Tier 1 high-grade pill furnace for 270 spirit stones. After storing the furnace in his storage bag, Wei Tu casually asked, "Does fellow Taoist Lu happen to have any pill recipes? Even a sinking ship might still have some nails left." Foundation establishment clans might not be as prestigious as Golden Core aristocratic families, but after generations of existence, they were bound to have accumulated some valuable resources. Pill recipes? Liu Yang's eyes lit up, immediately taking out a jade slip and handing it over. "My ancestors were also an alchemist family. If we had found a decent alchemy disciple, we wouldn't have had to sell off our pill furnaces. This jade slip contains nothing but top-quality pill formulas." Liu Yang spoke with great confidence. Wei Tu was inwardly pleased. Could this be a hidden treasure trove? However, He remained calm and pressed the jade slip against his forehead to scan through the contents. A moment later, his expectations were shattered. The pill formulas recorded in the jade slip were all Tier 1 low-grade pills, and the selection was far inferior to the alchemy inheritance he had obtained from Gungwen. I suppose that's expected. Pill Master Shu was a Tier 2 alchemist, so the pill formulas he passed on to Gungwen wouldn't be something just anyone could compare with. Realizing this, Wei Tu calmly returned the jade slip to Lu Yang and shook his head before walking away. After browsing through the Gold Moon Cliff marketplace, Wei Tu returned to the pavilion marked Offering Hall, set up his stall again, and prominently displayed 4 large characters. Pre-ordering talismans. For cultivators like him, craftsmen, there were generally 2 ways to obtain new skills and techniques. One was to seek them out personally, purchasing them in stores, auctions, or markets, or even killing and looting for them. The other was to let customers bring them to him, just like how he had obtained the demon refining talisman technique from Hellion Xion. By advertising pre-ordering talismans, Wei Tu wasn't just looking to make money in advance, he was also hoping to gather more Tier 2 talisman techniques from other Foundation establishment cultivators. The Gold Moon Cliff exchange gathering lasted for an entire month. In the first few days, no one approached his stall. It wasn't until the 7th day that he started receiving customers, but they were mostly ordering Tier 1 talismans from his existing catalog, rather than providing new Tier 2 techniques. 73 Tier 1 mid-grade rejuvenation talismans, 34 Tier 1 low-grade earth spike talismans, 15 Tier 1 mid-grade earthquake talismans, and 3 Tier 1 high-grade ironwood talismans. After reviewing the list of pre-orders, Wei Tu nodded in satisfaction and prepared to close shop. These pre-orders would keep him busy for the next 8 years. Any more than that, and it would start interfering with his cultivation. He had once warned his daughter, Wei Yin, about balancing talisman crafting and cultivation, and he wasn't about to make that mistake himself. Resources that can't be converted into actual progress are meaningless. Wei Tu understood this concept very well. Master Wei, a familiar voice, pulled him out of his thoughts. Looking up, Wei Tu saw a graceful young woman in a white dress standing before his stall. She wore a bamboo hat and had light makeup, with her elegant beauty partially obscured by a thin veil. However, Wei Tu recognized her immediately. Zhao Qingluo. Her distinctive outfit and posture made it obvious. It was the same woman he had previously traded with multiple times. It seems that Master Wei has honored his previous promise and joined the Heshan Huang clan. Zhao Qingluo smiled gently. Promise. Wei Tu was momentarily confused, but then he remembered their conversation from before. When he had refused to join the Qiyue Zhao clan, Zhao Qingluo had suggested that he consider joining their ally, the Heshan Huang clan. Back then, he had not agreed, but he had promised that he wouldn't ally himself with the rival Qisong Jia clan. His ultimate decision to join the Heshan Huang clan had been entirely based on logic. With their Tier 3 array master, they were the safest choice for a newly established Foundation establishment talisman master. It had little to do with Zhao Qingluo's persuasion. Of course, there was no need to point this out bluntly. Since Master Wei has kept his word, Zhao Qingluo's gaze swept over the sign that read pre-ordering talismans, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. Then I, on behalf of my clan, will fulfill our agreement and place an order for your Tier 2 talismans. When Zhao Qingluo had first tried to recruit him, she had told him that as long as he didn't join the Qisong Jia clan, the Qiyue Zhao clan would purchase his talismans in the future. Of course, her decision to buy from him now wasn't just out of loyalty to a verbal promise. The Qiyue Zhao clan genuinely needed Tier 2 talismans. Tier 2 talismans were much rarer than Tier 1 talismans, and since talismans were consumables, a single battle could deplete years' worth of accumulated stock. I'll order 10 Shattered Stone talismans and 15 Ironwood talismans. Zhao Qingluo spoke without hesitation, placing an order worth several thousand spirit stones. Wei Tu was not surprised by this. As one of the top-tier Golden Core aristocratic families, the Qiyue Zhao clan had long since moved past relying on craftsmanship to earn spirit stones. Instead, they directly mined their own spirit stone veins, making them vastly wealthy. For them, spirit stones weren't a problem. Strategic resources like talismans were. Fellow Taoist Zhao, my Tier 1 talismans have already been fully reserved by other customers. Only the Shattered Stone talismans are still available. Despite being offered a lucrative deal, Wei Tu remained calm and declined the order for Tier 1 talismans. There was no end to earning spirit stones. He wouldn't let business interfere with his cultivation. Besides, he was already preparing to wrap up his stall. If only the Shattered Stone talismans are available, that will suffice, Zhao Qingluo replied. She was puzzled as to why Wei Tu was refusing an easy business opportunity, but she did not press the matter. Instead, she nodded and confirmed the order. I will return to collect the talismans at the next exchange gathering. With that, Zhao Qingluo gave a formal bow and departed from the next stall. 1 month later, the Gold Moon Cliff exchange gathering came to an end. Wei Tu returned to Talisman Heart residence on Yuna Mountain. Upon entering his cave dwelling, Wei Tu did not immediately start working on the talisman orders. Instead, he entered his cultivation chamber and meditated for several days. Only after his meridians reached the point of feeling slightly engorged with energy did he stop cultivating and move to his talisman workshop to begin drawing. To Wei Tu, cultivation and talisman crafting were two halves of the same balance, work and rest. Besides consuming pills, a cultivator's daily spiritual energy absorption was naturally limited. This limit depended on 3 key factors. 1. The durability of one's meridians, which restricted how much energy they could channel each day. 2. The quality of one's spiritual root, which determined the amount of energy absorbed per cycle. 3. The foundation laid during foundation establishment, which set the total spiritual energy a cultivator could refine daily. These 3 aspects determined a foundation establishment cultivator's potential and ultimate ceiling within their lifespan. Thus, beyond pill consumption, a cultivator's daily training time was inherently capped. At the Talisman Workshop, Huang Qingfu, his servant, had already laid out talisman paper and spiritual ink for him. Wei Tu retrieved his talisman brush from his storage bag and, relying on his past experience, began drawing talismans. Spiritual energy pulsed at the tip of his brush. With each stroke, complex runes took shape on the talisman paper, forming mystical symbols imbued with power. Days passed. The once empty talisman paper on his desk had been transformed into a neatly stacked pile of Tier 1 talismans. However, when it came to Tier 2 talismans, the process was far less fluid. Out of 10 Tier 2 talisman papers, he only successfully completed 1 Shattered Stone talisman. The cost is barely breaking even right now. But after a few more years, once my proficiency improves, I'll start making a solid profit. Wei Tu thought to himself. After finishing the Tier 2 talisman, he found that both his mental energy and spiritual power were nearly drained. Thus, he returned to his cultivation chamber to resume training in seclusion. For the next year and a half, Wei Tu continued his cycle of cultivation and talisman crafting, until the 10-year gathering approached. 1 month before the meeting, Wei Tu exited seclusion ahead of schedule. My cultivation has progressed slightly, but I'm still quite a ways from reaching mid-foundation establishment. Inspecting his dantian, Wei Tu noted that his bicolored spiritual power, yellow and green, had grown by about 50%. Satisfied, he packed his belongings, retrieved the wind-cleaving eagle from his beast house, and reported to the Hashan Huang clan before departing Yuna Mountain. Although, as a foundation establishment cultivator, attending the 10-year gathering no longer held much practical benefit for him. Most of his fellow members could no longer contribute to his cultivation progress. Aside from Ko Hongying, there was hardly anyone left who could be of significant assistance to him. However, life wasn't just about profit and loss. There was also loyalty and sentiment. If he hadn't supported Ko Yang back then, he wouldn't have received the Earth Origin pill or gained the trust of Ko Hongying and the others. His investment in Ko Hongying had saved both himself and Fu Zhizhou over 2 decades of effort. Half a month later, Wei Tu arrived at Nanhang City. On June 13th, the members of Righteous Society gathered once more. However, this time, due to Fu Zhizhou being in seclusion, only 3 members made it: Wei Tu, Ko Hongying, and Wei Fei. Seeing that Ko Hongying had not skipped the gathering, Wei Tu's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. This affirmed his respect for her character. Previously, after reaching Foundation establishment, Ko Hongying had honored her promise by repaying both him and Fu Zhizhou with Foundation establishment spiritual materials and condensing Foundation pills. At that time, it could have been argued that she did so only because of the binding spirit contract. But this was different. The members of Righteous Society, including him, could no longer offer any meaningful support for Ko Hongying's upcoming attempt at core formation. And yet, she chose not to abandon their group, still making the effort to meet them. This spoke volumes about her character. Next, the 3 of them took turns discussing their cultivation progress and insights over the past decade. Since Wei Fei ranked second, he was the first to report. After 4 years, he had advanced from Qi refinement level 8 to level 9. Then, his expression grew awkward, and after glancing at Ko Hongying, he hesitated before speaking. "I have an embarrassing request. I hope both third brother and Hongying can help me with it. Uncle Wei, please speak freely. There's no need to hold back." Ko Hongying's tone was calm. "Then, I'll be direct." Wei Fei clenched his teeth and said, "Right now, I have a little over 300 spirit stones, but I still need 1,000 more to purchase a condensing foundation pill. I hope you two can lend me those 1,000 spirit stones." Previous chapter, next chapter. As soon as Wei Fei finished speaking, Wei Tu noticed a subtle furrow in Ko Hongying's brows. Though the change in her expression was fleeting, Wei Tu immediately understood her displeasure. 1,000 spirit stones. If he and Ko Hongying split the amount evenly, each of them would have to lend 500 spirit stones. For Foundation establishment cultivators like them, this wasn't an enormous sum, but it wasn't insignificant either. However, the real issue wasn't the amount, but rather whether the person borrowing it was worth it. If the one asking was himself or Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu believed Ko Hongying would lend the 500 spirit stones without hesitation. After all, the 2 of them had spent 20 years helping Ko Hongying reach Foundation establishment. Even just the 5 years Ko Hongying spent protecting him in seclusion during his own breakthrough was already worth far more than 500 spirit stones. But Wei Fei was different. 40 years ago, when Ko Hongying had asked them to accompany her on a mission at a Righteous Society gathering, Wei Fei had been the only one who refused. Since then, Ko Hongying never treated Wei Fei coldly or unfairly. If she could offer help, she did. But when it truly mattered, their shallow relationship wasn't enough to make her willingly step in. Wei Fei had been self-serving in the past, so now he couldn't blame Ko Hongying for not prioritizing him in the present. Simply put, the problem wasn't 500 spirit stones being too much. It was that, to Ko Hongying, Wei Fei wasn't worth 500 spirit stones. There was another issue as well. Wei Fei was alone. Without a Foundation establishment pill, his chances of failing his breakthrough and dying were incredibly high. If that happened, Ko Hongying's loan would be wasted forever. Who would willingly give away 500 spirit stones for nothing? The same logic applied to Wei Tu. Even though he could afford the 500 spirit stones, lending them to Wei Fei left a bad taste in his mouth. It wasn't because he was cold-hearted or stingy. It was because Wei Fei had never taken cultivation seriously. He had always enjoyed his days in leisure, indulging in comfort and pleasure. Now, at the last moment, he wanted to cling on to them for an easy way out. Who wouldn't feel resentful? If Wei Fei had at least saved up half of the cost of a Foundation establishment pill and needed help covering the rest, then that would have been different. That was understandable, because no matter what, when asking for financial help, one must contribute the larger portion themselves. There was one last point. Wei Fei was still 16 years away from reaching double Jia years, 120 years old. He wasn't at a dead end yet. The atmosphere became heavy, sinking into a tense silence. The room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Sitting between two Foundation establishment cultivators, Wei Fei grew uneasy as he sensed the shift in mood. Ko Hongying glanced at Wei Tu, waiting for him to speak. Until the very last moment, she didn't want to outright reject Wei Fei and ruin their relationship completely. Seeing this, Wei Tu sighed inwardly before breaking the silence. Second brother, if you're asking us to lend you spirit stones, have you thought about what collateral you can offer? Or is there something you could sell? Wei Tu carefully chose his words, offering a subtle reminder. If Wei Fei expected them to give him 1,000 spirit stones without offering anything in return, then at most, Wei Tu would lend him 300 to 500. But their friendship wouldn't remain the same afterward. Back when he was in the Qi refinement realm, Wei Tu had carefully saved every spirit stone. After breaking through to Foundation establishment, those savings had been completely spent. The 400 spirit stones he currently had were earned by selling talismans at the Hashan Huang clan exchange gathering. There is something. Wei Fei snapped back to reality, realizing what Wei Tu meant. He smacked his forehead, cursing himself for being so slow, then immediately removed his storage pouch from his waist. Clatter! He poured out everything from his storage bag onto the 8 Immortals table in front of them. The collection wasn't impressive. 3 magical artifacts, 5 jade slips, and some loose spiritual materials. Among the artifacts, Wei Tu immediately recognized one. The green lotus leaf, the same treasure used by Immortal Master Wu in Qingfeng City. Wei Tu's gaze then shifted to the jade slips, picking them up one by one and scanning through them carefully. Finally, his attention locked onto one of them, the Qi pouch crafting method. After reviewing its contents, Wei Tu let out a breath of relief and smiled. This Qi pouch crafting method. Second brother, you only sold this to me, Hongying, and the Mei clan before, right? That means we can still resell it at an auction. It should be worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. If we put it up for auction, you won't have to worry about affording the Foundation establishment pill. Just moments ago, Wei Tu had only been thinking about Wei Fei borrowing spirit stones, completely forgetting about the Qi pouch technique. Back when Wei Fei first approached him with it, Wei Tu had already estimated its value at over 1,000 spirit stones. However, at the time, since Wei Tu hadn't reached Foundation establishment yet, he had advised Wei Fei against selling it publicly, fearing it might draw unwanted attention. But now, things are different. With both himself and Ko Hongying at Foundation establishment, the Qi pouch technique, despite being valuable, was not considered a high-level treasure anymore. They could easily help Wei Fei put it up for sale at an auction. I was already considering that. It's just, I'm not good with words, so I explained it poorly at first. I didn't mean to offend. Hongying. Wei Fei's voice grew quieter, glancing toward Ko Hongying with a bit of nervousness. Ever since Ko Hongying broke through to Foundation establishment, their statuses had shifted, and he had been somewhat afraid of her. More than 20 years ago, after attending Ko Hongying's Foundation establishment celebration, Wei Fei's unease had only grown stronger. At that gathering, the Mirror Water Pavilion cultivators had praised Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou for their contributions to Ko Hongying's cultivation. Meanwhile, Wei Fei had felt completely out of place. Ko Hongying's expression carried a trace of helplessness. With a slight raise of her delicate hand, she accepted 2 magical artifacts, leaving behind the green lotus leaf, a defensive artifact, for Wei Fei. Then she said, before long, the Baibao Pavilion underground auction will take place. When the time comes, I'll help Uncle Wei sell the Qi pouch crafting method along with these 2 mid-grade artifacts. Underground auction? Wei Tu was surprised and glanced at Ko Hongying. He hadn't expected her to receive an invitation from Baibao Pavilion. He had assumed that only wandering cultivators like himself would be invited, not disciples from the 3 great immortal sects. After all, underground auctions operated in secrecy. Inviting members of major sects would not only risk exposure, but also increase potential danger. Ko Hongying saw the doubts in Wei Tu's eyes and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Nephew uses the alias Jade Rakshasa when traveling, never my real name. Jade Rakshasa? Wei Tu was startled. During the Hashan Huang clan's exchange gathering, he had heard many cultivators discussing this name. They spoke of Jade Rakshasa as a fearsome demon hunter who had recently risen to fame in the Demon Wolf Mountain range. To his surprise, that so-called Jade Rakshasa was actually his niece, Ko Hongying. I've recently made progress in Talisman Dao and can now inscribe low-grade Tier 2 talismans. I can sell them to you at a discount. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before responding. Those who constantly walk the line between life and death needed proper protection. Ko Hongying had been fighting demons and beasts in the wilderness. If she lacked sufficient defensive measures, she would eventually perish in the Demon Wolf Mountains. When Fu Zhizhou had worked as an assassin, Wei Tu had frequently sold him talismans at a lower price. Now, Ko Hongying had taken Fu Zhizhou's place. Good. Ko Hongying nodded slightly, warmth surfacing in her heart. With more than a year left until the underground auction, Wei Tu didn't immediately return to Yuna Mountain. Instead, he rented a cave residence in Baishur Lake Marketplace and temporarily stayed there. Ko Hongying had initially wanted Wei Tu to stay in her cave residence to save spirit stones, but he had politely refused, stating men and women should keep their distance. During his stay in Baishur Lake Marketplace, Wei Tu did not neglect his cultivation. Just like in Yuna Mountain, he balanced training and work, alternating between cultivation and talisman crafting to refine his skills. Time flew by. In just over a year, Wei Tu's success rate in drawing low-grade Tier 2 talismans had increased significantly, from 10% to 20%. This meant that for every 5 talismans he drew, at least one would succeed. The day before leaving Baishur Lake Marketplace, Wei Tu took Wei Yin and Wei Xiuwen to pay their respects at Xinghua's grave. After the 3 of them finished the ritual, they returned to the Wei family estate. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the Ko and Fu family's estates, the Wei family estate was eerily quiet. Though servants still maintained the household, no members of the Wei family lived there for long periods. Wei Tu noticed the suppressed emotions in Wei Xiuwen's expression. He offered a word of comfort. Xiuwen, your mother's wishes are understandable. She hoped for you to have descendants. But since you've chosen the path of cultivation, you should prioritize the Tao before considering worldly affairs. A person shouldn't live only for others. They must also live for themselves. To Wei Tu, Wei Xiuwen's filial piety might become an inner demon when he attempted foundation establishment. This issue was even more dangerous than Ko Hongying's grief over her father's death. After all, Ko Yang had always hoped for Ko Hongying to achieve immortality, to walk further than he ever could. Thus, her heart carried no guilt, only a burning desire for revenge. Once Blood Demon Elder was slain, her heartache faded. But Wei Xiuwen's situation was different. Xinghua, in life, had always longed for Wei Xiuwen to marry and continue the Wei bloodline. As long as Wei Xiuwen remained childless, this guilt would only grow heavier. Eventually, it would evolve into an inner demon, surfacing at the moment of his foundation establishment breakthrough. Understand, Father, Wei Xiuwen forced a smile, though his gaze carried sorrow. Seeing this, Wei Tu sighed inwardly and did not press further. Matters of the heart could not be resolved with mere words. Only time could heal. Wei Xiuwen still had 2 or 3 decades before attempting foundation establishment. He had plenty of time to resolve his burdens. A few days later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying set off together for the Baibao Pavilion underground auction. This time, they disguised themselves before traveling. Ko Hongying assumed her alias, Jade Rakshasa, dressing in a striking red outfit that exuded both beauty and danger. Wei Tu, after some thought, chose to disguise himself as a burly, dark-skinned man with sharp features. For safety and secrecy, the two traveled separately. Ko Hongying led the way, while Wei Tu followed at a distance. Unlike other major auctions, Baibao Pavilion did not host this event in Danxiu Mountain or any major cultivator marketplace. Instead, they chose Immortal territory, Songlong Mountain. More than 10 days later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying arrived near Songlong Mountain. Ko Hongying entered first. Wei Tu waited nearby, for a few days. When he saw other cultivators arriving and heading toward the mountain, he finally made his move. After handing his invitation slip to the mountain guards, he stepped into the auction venue. As the illusion formation at the entrance dissipated, a wide corridor appeared before Wei Tu. At the end of the passage, he saw a vast underground chamber, spanning several hundred feet in diameter. This cavern was supported by over a dozen jade pillars. The ground was covered in exquisite carpets embedded with precious gems. Above, the vaulted ceiling shimmered with dozens of fist-sized luminous pearls, casting a radiant glow across the chamber.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.